Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you all here today. I hope you've had a wonderful morning so far, and I'm here to ruin it for you. My name is Dr. Ovid, and I believe we've all been here before. I have grown since the last time we met each other. I don't know what to say. I lost my medical license after some people reported me. I had my kneecaps busted in by the people that I took debts from. And I have grown as a person, developed my skill set, and now I've returned to give you more advice, which is, of course, not at all medically or therapeutically licensed. I'm just here to listen to your problems and tell you, oh, don't worry, baby, it's going to be okay, it's all good. With that said, the person with the Cyrillic name who is spamming random things, I'm putting you in timeout for 3 minutes. I would like you to please take this prescription for reading the chat rules, which are in the description of every video. It's very sweet of you to be so enthusiastic, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. However, one of my main chat rules is not to use more than 3 emotes per message. So please do read all of the chat rules, confirm them before you come back here, and we'll see you in 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you so much for having such a wonderful, boisterous personality, and I hope you continue to enjoy the stream. Good morning, everybody. As I said, I'm Dr. Ovid, and today we're here for Archivist advice. Unfortunately, my glasses move when I open my mouth, which is just one of the strange things that happens. I might be a little bit cursed, but don't worry about it. If you're interested in any of the assets that I'm using today, they will all be linked to... Oh, I just realized my arms are way too low. That's okay. Ignore that, though. That's because they did not get cut off at the bottom. Anyway. They're in the description of the video if you want to check them out. We have a lovely Archivist version of this Dr. Ovid asset, as well as these glasses, which are now pinned to my face and not just floating in midair. Moving megane? I know, right? Maybe I just have a very spongy face. One that rotates up and down and all around, and don't worry about it. I saw a lot of people talking to me on Twitter and beginning the day by asking me what I thought about Hell of a Boss. I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to watch it by the end of the day. I was just excited that the episode came out yesterday. I didn't have time to watch it. I was in a good writing mood, and I have gotten halfway through another one of the interims. Still fucking up when it comes to the main story, but we'll get there eventually. You're going to love it. All I've heard is that it's really stressful and emotional and devastating, so I'm sure I will love it. With that said, as I said, none of this is actual therapeutic advice. I know nothing about therapy. I am a dumb piece of shit who likes to read problems, joke around with them, and most of these are going to be jokes. Some of them are serious, and when they are serious, I'm going to take them a bit seriously. But even when I take things seriously, please remember, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I am just a random person on the internet who's giving my opinions on things. Always take them with the knowledge that I am just here, sometimes being silly, sometimes being genuine, but if anything, if you do genuinely need help, you should always seek out a true therapist, talk to your loved ones, and deal with problems professionally. With that said, why don't you have a seat over there on the couch? Thank you. That couch was donated to us by Natsumeko. And I must say, you're looking rather soft and fua-fua today. It's very nice. Did not need to see the feet, though. In this economy, for free? I'm shocked, but thank you. I feel like that will raise the bar on this entire thing, so thank you for the free feet pics. And now, why don't we begin? Why don't we begin with you telling me your first problem? Sarah Games. Wait, I thought I censored the names. Oh, I censored the names for the serious ones and the sensitive ones. Okay. For the silly, the comedy. Okay, yes, I should say that. For the silly ones, the comedy ones, the ones that are just chill, I left the names in just to like include you guys. It seemed like you guys were fine, like being named and shamed and having fun with it. For any serious ones that I thought were just a bit more serious and genuinely wanted advice, I have censored the names, but I will answer the questions as best as I can. With that said, from Sarah Games. Dear Dr. Ovid, how do I make the spiders and ants go away? The spiders keep spinning webs and the ants keep stealing my food. It's such a conundrum. Well, Sarah Games, have you ever heard of the Sumerian toad? It has nothing to do with your problem. There are certain toads and frogs that do eat bugs and indeed could be very useful if you released a bunch of them in your house. But the Sumerian toad is actually a very good trigger for anyone who has a phobia called trypnophobia, the fear of holes in unnatural places and particularly in the own body and skin. The Sumerian toad, female, lays its little frog spawn, but when they hatch, they all crawl inside of the Sumerian toad's skin, where they live, squiggling around in little tiny holes in their mother's body, until finally they're big enough and bigger than tadpoles, tiny little frogs, and then they crawl and burst out of their mother, but can still crawl back in to these skin flaps that look absolutely horrific and terrifying, and you should really search it up if you want a horrible, disgusting nightmare. It is truly the stuff of horror. It is worse than any alien movie, which is saying something, and it is definitely worth a look. I will also say, if you like body horror and interesting, strange biology, particularly when it comes to things like aliens, xenomorphs not as in the actual xenomorphs, but xenobiology, I guess, aliens, strange biology, you should watch the new show. Well, it's not even new. It came out on Max a while ago, but it just dropped on Netflix. What was it called? Scavenger's Reign, which is all about humans crash landing on an alien planet and trying to survive, being essentially attacked by the environment, but it deals very well. It's animated beautifully, and it is incredibly well done. You miss Luca. Okay, well, I'm going to give you 50 cc's of Luca's streaming right the fuck now on a different Nijisanji member's channel. And now I am going to put you in timeout for 30 minutes because that's one of my main chat rules, that you don't mention other livers for no fucking reason. Go enjoy watching their stream, and we will see you in 30 minutes to never, I guess. Have a lovely day. Okay, with that said, let us go on to the next question. Oop. From Raum and Coke. Dr. Ovid, I'm at a loss. My sleep paralysis demon keeps using my Ouija board to complain to me about how I get no bitches. I just want to sleep. Any recommendations? Yes. Why don't you get some fucking bitches? Have you been doing your daily mewing? Have you been mogging as hard as you should be? Have you been taking any bitches to your home? Maybe this ghost is just very pent up. He needs to release his ectoplasm. Or they or she. Whatever they are. This ghost just needs to release their ectoplasm. So tell me, why aren't you bringing any bitches home for them to enjoy? Also, happy Pride Month. Oh, I see. Well, that is terrible to hear. I cannot cure the incurable. It sounds like you're going to have to live with your sleep paralysis demon in your own way. Perhaps you can try moving a house. If not, I don't know. You'll just have to deal with it for the rest of your life. What if the bitches is your sleep paralysis demon? That's one other way you can do it. You can flirt with your sleep paralysis demon. Make them your bitch, and then you've got a bitch in your home all the time. They can't complain at that point. I do hear if you make a circle of salt, a ghost can't get out of it. So if you encircle your sleep paralysis demon in salt, you can do whatever you want to it. It's not even alive. It doesn't even have human rights. Therefore, you can take out your most fucked up fantasies. I think that technically just counts as a... What's that type of dreaming called where you control them? Lucid dream. I think that becomes a lucid dream at that point because it's a sleep paralysis demon. So you're doing whatever you want to your sleep paralysis demon. It's just lucid dreaming. It's just fantasizing. So go nuts. Go enjoy your wildest fantasies. And I'm pretty sure it will very quickly sort itself out. That sleep paralysis demon will either leave or you'll have a wonderful time. Realm again. I think there's like 4 from Realm. If any of these aren't particularly funny, we'll skip over them. I actually grabbed every Archivist advice question, except for the ones that were a bit too risque or over the top. From Realm. Dr. Ovid, how do I respectfully tell someone they're hot as fuck to the point I'm crying milk? With respect, of course. Just tell them. Most people like compliments. And honestly, that's a good way to get a bitch. If you tell somebody that they're hot to the point that you're crying milk, They will either be very impressed and happy and thankful, or they'll question why the fuck you're crying milk and if you're an android from the movie Alien. Either way, move on from there and see what happens. Doctor, where do we confidants come from? You see, when two confidants love each other very much, they fist bump each other, pull their guns on one another, do a little mating ritual in which they bonk each other with the shame bat. Then they go to hide in the shame corn for about 6 to 8 months. When they come back out, there is a wee confidant egg. The egg has to be sat on for exactly 13 days. 13 days and nothing less. It then has to be baked in an oven, not boiled, not fried. You can only bake the confidant egg. And once it's done for the 13 days of baking, you pull it out, crack it open, turn it into a souffle, and inside the center of the souffle, a tiny confidant is residing. Give it a little kiss and it will survive. If you don't give it a little kiss, unfortunately, it will pass away and you will have to deal with a dead confidant, which makes good for shepherd pie, but they're kind of tiny and it's hard to remove the bones. It's a delicacy in some cultures, but most do not like all the drama. Thank you. Archivist advice. I'm always nervous that others find me weird and annoying, even among comfies. Any ideas on what I should do? Confidence, honestly. This one's actually, honestly, who cares if people think that you're weird? All that matters is what you think of yourself. I've told you many, many times, and I've prescribed this many times. You need 30 tablets a day of cringe, and make sure that you take them while feeling free. You are whoever you are. As long as you're confident with who you are, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks of you. If you feel like you're annoying somebody, then perhaps it's fine to step back and not get on their nerves. But most of the time, it's actually just a little voice in your head telling you that you're being annoying, when really, most people don't really care what you're up to. They're fine with you just vibing, having fun, and doing your own thing. And you'll find that if you stop listening to those voices, if you just enjoy yourself, you'll be more confident and people will be more happy to be around you. They won't think they have to walk on eggshells. They'll feel like you know what you're doing, like you understand something that they don't. So just be yourself, have fun. If somebody truly feels like you're being annoying, they should tell you. If they don't tell you, that's on them. Up until that point, if somebody finally does tell you, hey, I don't like this thing about you, you can choose to work on it, or you can just decide that, hey, they're not worth your time. You're just very different people. So that's up to you. But most importantly, be cringe, be free, be yourself. That is all that matters. Fuck everybody else. From me, Tai. Dear Fuchan, how to maximize your characteristics as a top/bottom? Oh, this is a hard one. As a versatile man, I honestly like to go in both directions, so honestly, I bounce back and forth between the two, so I'm not sure if I'm the best to answer this, but there are characteristics that people quite often associate with tops and bottoms. I think one of the most annoying ones is when people think that either being dom or submissive, like dominant or submissive, has to do with top and bottom, or being big or small has to be with top and bottom, or being feminine or masculine has to do with top or bottom, when truly that is not a fact at all. To maximize your characteristics of being a top, guess what? You just have to be the one penetrating. That is all it means to be a top. You can be the tiniest, most androgynous, most bottom-looking bitch in the world, and if you're on top, if you are the one penetrating, guess what? You've maximized your top qualities. If you are the one on the bottom, boom, you've maximized your bottom qualities. And sometimes you can be a dominant bottom. Sometimes you can literally be on top while you're the bottom. Sometimes you can push a top down on the bed, slap them in the face, tell them to call you daddy, and then ride that bitch like a cowboy until the sun comes up. At which point, they realize that although they are the top, you are the dominant. It's all fine. And honestly, when it comes to fiction, people have like very obvious preferences for things. It's pretty surprisingly straightforward when it comes to fiction. When it comes to fiction, normally the top will have shorter hair, more masculine features, maybe facial hair, a bigger body, bigger muscles, sometimes darker skin to show that they've worked out in the sun, done physical jobs, or been a bit more active with sports and physicality. Whereas the bottom will be a bit more feminine, maybe longer hair, no body hair, a bit more pale, a bit more weak and sickly and smaller. But honestly, that's just bullshit. In real life, top and bottoms, you can't tell by looking at them. You never know what somebody's into. And a lot of the time, you have no idea what is going on until you actually get someone into bed. It's up to each individual whether they want to announce whether they're top, bottom, versatile, or anything else going on in their life. You can only get to know somebody by actually talking to them and asking them. Now, if you want to look like a stereotypical top or bottom, that's completely up to you, and you can use some of the features that I just described. But the simple fact is, it's also very fun for somebody who traditionally looks like what in fiction would be a top to suddenly be a submissive little bottom bitch who likes taking it up the arse, whether they are a dominant bottom or a submissive bottom who just wants to be grabbed, thrown down in a bed, and taken like a bitch. It is also very nice to have a bottom who looks very submissive and breedable, and then will absolutely beat the shit out of you and take you, like I said, as hard as they wish to. This is a rant. This is a rant. Happy Pride Month, everybody. When it comes to fictional characters, it's always fine to talk about top and bottom, but when it comes to real people, it's always nice to step back and let people be themselves and enjoy their own things. With that said, however, yes, there are some physical characteristics that a lot of people believe are top or bottom. Versatility is always fun though, and that's even more enjoyable when you suddenly get surprised by somebody. Oh, the touch-starved Barton. Oh, fuck yes. Sorry, that does happen to be one of my favorites. Mafu the cabbage sheep. I'm a sheep, and I'm also made of cabbage. Other sheep are always trying to eat me. How do I defend myself without causing too much harm to the other sheep? Because I still love them. Well, if they really annoy you, then you can straight up murder them. Don't worry about it. Confidants, unfortunately, have the uncanny ability to regenerate even from death. No matter how much you destroy them, they can come back if they choose to. You see, confidants are a special breed of species that have supernatural abilities. That means they're actually only physically there if they want to be there. They are more of a metaphysical entity that takes the phrase, I think, therefore I am, to the extreme. Hell, sometimes they'll be a confidant. Sometimes the next day they'll suddenly turn into an alien invader. Sometimes they'll turn into a kindred and become a demon rather than a sheep with very different types of horns. The simple fact is, confidants are fictional characters that exist in the universe, and you can harm them as much as you want, and if they try to harm you first, do absolutely whatever you want to them. But you can choose to be gentle to them. Honestly, if you tell them, hey, I don't want you to eat me, and they try to eat you anyway, that's going against consent, and you do whatever the fuck you want to them. They deserve it at that point. And also, you know, point it out in chat so moderators can then completely eviscerate them, or I can bonk them so hard that they never wake back up. They'll still be alive and conscious in some part of the ether, but they will no longer be with us. Thank you. Add pesticide? See, that would be a terrible idea. That would destroy Mafu. Mafu's the cabbage. That's... no. 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 Veli-chan. Dr. Ovid. Help, please. Recently, I never rest in peace, but I gotta live, not just survive, until I finally break free. I gotta take what's mine and proudly move on. How do I wake up and break free? Is there no one who can stop our future? Oh, there are many people who can stop your future, believe me. I can stop your future whenever I feel like. Hell, I have an extra hand just for such an occasion whenever I need it. But with that said, break free. If you wish to live and not just survive, just do it. Look at me. Just do it. Don't let your dreams just be dreams. Just do it! Thank you. Summer. Hello, Fu-chan. I'm an introvert, so I don't like to talk to strangers, but I want to make more friends. Do you have any advice on how to make new friends despite being an introverted person? Thank you and have a good day. Hyperfixations. Oh, let me prescribe to you one of my favorite drugs. Have you ever found something that you enjoy so much that it doesn't even matter who you talk to about with it? You can just go on for hours and hours and hours. I'm going to prescribe you a hyperfixation. I want you to look into your hobbies, find something that you enjoy the most, find a community that also enjoys that thing, and talk to the community about that thing. At that point, you don't need to worry about introvert, extrovert, or anything else. You're just screaming into the void. It's just the same as writing into your diary. Be cringe, but be free. Let the world know how much you care. And you'll find that people that approach you after that are people that will be interested in you and that will want to talk to you about your same hyperfixations. And at that point, you don't have to worry about being ashamed, embarrassed, or socially anxious, because the other people are probably just in a very similar mindset and will just want to talk about their hyperfixation, and slowly you'll start to bond with each other. Maybe at that point you'll want to share your hyperfixation, meet up with one another, spend time with one another, go to events to deal with one another. Things like that are always good. If you don't have any hyperfixations, perhaps join a gym. Join a gym or take up a hobby. Just, yeah, if you see somebody doing the same hobby as you and you're interested, you can just go talk to them. Have a nice relaxing time. If you feel uncomfortable, just end the conversation quite simply. Say, oh, I'm sorry, I've got to go. Just make sure people know your boundaries. That's one of the most important things in life. It can be hard to take the first step, and the truth is, if you don't want to take the first step, that's also an option too. I've had many times in my life where I considered myself having no friends for months at a time and just kept to myself. But if you want to make friends, you do have to take some of those first steps. Just remember, people will be lucky with you to approach them. It will make most people's days. If they're having a bad day and they don't want to deal with you, that's no reflection on you, and you can just move on and find somebody else to spend time with. Lala Leilani. The voices are back, Dr. Ovid. This time with scenarios. There are more of them now. A seahorse family, a hot dom, a hooded figure, and a juggle mage. Juggle mage? I touched grass like you said, but it's not enough. I need something stronger. Or should I embrace the craziness? Lala Leilani, if you're having voices in your head like that, it honestly sounds like that's pretty fucking hilarious. Are you shitting me? A hot dom? A seahorse family? A juggle mage? These all sound like hilarious things to spend time with. Fuck it, embrace it, lean into it. If anything, I want some of what you're on. That sounds like a fun time and a fun way to live your life. God, I wish I could embrace that level of crazy. It sounds to me like you've gotten a bit of a Ovid dose, which is when you take too much Funiverse. With that in mind, maybe you should, if you're not enjoying the experience, step away from the Funiverse. Otherwise, just be sure not to hit the overdose level again. Take Funiverse responsibly. Maybe read some fan fiction. Maybe watch a couple of the streams every now and then. Just don't overdo it, because an overdose can lead to Delulu. And when you get to Delulu, there is no Salulu. So be careful. Be careful and take Funiverse responsibly. Oh my god, what a fucking cute dog. Chewing. Hello, doctor. My son is a young adult. As a child, he struggled with bladder control and often ate grass and dirt. Now he's matured, but refuses to walk together unless I drive him outside of our neighborhood because he's bored. What can I do? Pick of him below. Technically, you have to get your dog outside to get him into the car to drive away. Therefore, there is not actually a problem. It's that you're being put in your own place by your son. In that case, you need to remember that you're the parent, your son is your son, and they need to listen to what you say. Just simply take them out, walk them, and if they feel like they're not doing what they need to, they're not doing their business, believe me, eventually they'll learn their lesson, especially if they start doing their business in the house and then you have to essentially tell them off. They're not going to like that. Eventually they're going to just accept that you don't want to drive them around every day. You just need to be the strong parent here. You need to put your foot down. As much as we love our children, if we spoil them too much, that is also a kind of abuse. You need to make sure to take care of them, to make them become a full-fledged adult. A full-fledged adult cannot do that kind of behavior. They need to learn that things don't always go their way. So, put your foot down for the sake of their own safety. I can't say no to my baby. Then they're not going to be your baby for very long. They're going to become their own monstrous character who just is nothing good to be around. If you want to do that, that's fine, but eventually people are going to start calling your baby a bad dog. Nobody's going to want to spend time with them, and nobody's going to think they're cute anymore. And eventually you're going to get kind of sick of them as well, because you start to realize they're more of a stress than your loved one. So, learn to put your foot down, learn to set healthy boundaries, and take care of them better in the future. Believe me, when they grow older, they will love you for it, they will thank you, and they will respect you. Oh, Lala Leilani again. There's a school I really want to enroll in. I hear there's this dude who will educate your mind and body by sitting on you and saying hot, dirty, Toscadu smart in your ears. I want to tango with this guy in every classroom, office, and locker room. He can teach me about time so I can make him a minute man. I think I'll get accepted in. I don't think you will. That doesn't sound what you enroll in school for. If any teacher tries to act that way with you in a school, you need to go to the police immediately. With that said, if this is just a fantasy, feel free to lean into it. Create fan fiction, create fan art, embrace your fantasies, have a wonderful time, and imagine that hot dom, I don't know, sitting on top of you while you do sit-ups, spitting on you while you're trying to recover, degrading you as you're doing your best. Perhaps that will motivate you to do better in the future. I don't know. He could tell you things like, God, you're so pathetic. Just looking at you makes me feel sick. Ugh, if I was sweating that much just from this simple exercise, I would just give up. You gonna give up? You're gonna end up a little bottom bitch? You're gonna just exist underneath me? Nothing else to do but just crawl, beg for survival? Shit like that. Shit like that may help you in the future. But that's up to you. Definitely do not enroll in any school that's like that. Report it to the police and have them dealt with. But if this is just a fantasy, go nuts and have a wonderful time with it. You may find many like-minded individuals who share such feelings. Thank you. Sara Defkuzu. Hi, Dr. Ovid. I'm just a sheep, and many of my friends are sheeps too. Recently there's this cyborg who always bullies us and wants to eat us. Please tell me, how can us sheep protect ourselves from this man? We just want to enjoy our life in the forest. How did a sheep type this? You can't even use voice to text. Sheep can't talk. They bleat. They go bah. I don't think you're really a sheep. Sara, I think I have to I can't legally diagnose you. I don't have a license anymore. But if I did have a license, I would have to diagnose you with being a furry, which is an incurable disease, but certainly something you can live with, manage, and enjoy your life to the fullest of. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, we have many furries in the community around here. One of them has an incredible comfy sauna-based fursuit, which honestly, every time I see a photo or video of, I scream like a little giddy schoolgirl bitch. It's fantastic. So, if you are a furry and you're just pretending to be a sheep, you just need to accept that sheep are livestock creatures. They belong on a farm. They are grown for their wool, for milk, and for eventually turning their meat into food for other creatures. You need to accept that, know your place, but also remember that comfy saunas do not just, confidants even, do not just have a sheep sauna form, but also a comfy sauna form, which can be a badass humanoid with giant horns or any other type of thing with horns, and normally an eye, tattoo, and sometimes white hair, sheep horns, things like that. You can defend yourself however you want to. You are choosing to be a sheep. You never have to choose to be a sheep, especially since confidants bounce between sheep, wolves, and several other forms. So yes, as I've said, confidants are a very special breed. They have multiple forms. They choose which form they take. It's all up to their consciousness and what they choose to believe in. So yes, have your fun. Akarose. Oh, also, it's sometimes fun to choose to be a livestock creature. Sometimes you just want to be used for your meat. Sometimes you want to be abused, taken, and used by a person who hopefully you have a strong relationship with and a strong trust built up with and a safe word in mind to make sure it can never get too far. Akarose. Hello, Dr. Ovid. My friend has a conundrum. They are small and woolly, sheepish even. The sheepish friend should be focusing on their finals, but instead they're on X seeking advice from a hack doctor. I think his medical degree is printed on a napkin. Please help. It sounds terrible. I personally had a very, very qualified medical degree. Very incredibly qualified, and it wasn't going to expire until 2099. Which also is a Blade Runner series, which is coming up soon, starring Michelle Yeoh, and it sounds hilarious and incredible. It's going to be directed by the directors of Shogun, which is very fucking impressive. That's going to be a masterpiece of cinema. With that said, report that doctor to the authorities, have his license taken away, and you should be focusing on your finals. That's really not a question you need to ask a doctor or even an advice column about. If you're being sheepish and you're spending time on X, especially since this was posted almost 3 months ago, I really hope you've been doing your studying, because it sounds like your doctor abandoned you for 2.5 months, so I really hope you've dealt with your problems. But if you haven't, well, I guess you're not graduating. In which case, welcome to the club. I mean, I graduated from a very prestigious medical school. And then just ran in with some interesting troubles, which had my license taken away. Anyway, if you don't want to end up like me, focus, study, get through it. Where's your license? Oh, I left my license arm at home. I have my gun arm, but not my license arm today. Unless... Here's my license. Unfortunately, it's when I was a younger man. The photo doesn't match up quite so well. But yes, I was supposed to destroy all copies. Don't worry about it. Applef. Hi, Dr. Ovid. I just want to ask if my children to have... What? Hi, Dr. Ovid. I just want to ask if I want my children to have big bazongas, tall nose, and extra white bond paper-like skin. Should I have plastic surgery so they can inherit these newly improved genes? Teehee. I'm not a medical professional, but that's not how that works. You can't change your gene. Well, there is gene therapy, CRISPR nowadays. Fuck. Shit, that complicates things. You cannot change your genes through cosmetic surgery. Cosmetic surgery, well, you know, if you choose to have cosmetic surgery, that's fine. But it's a you thing. It will not change your genes. It will not make anything different in your children. And more importantly, why do you want your children to look specific ways? They're your children. However they're born, you're going to love them. It doesn't matter what they look like. It doesn't matter what type of personalities they have. They are going to be your blood. You are going to raise them, and you are going to be bonded forever, whether you like it or not. You'll find once a child is actually born that you don't really give a fuck what they look like. But when it comes to cosmetic surgery, that is a personal thing. And actually, there was a very famous court case. I can't remember which country it was in, but there was a very famous court case where somebody had had a lot of surgery, had a child with a person, and then the other parent realized the other parent had had cosmetic surgery because their child came out not looking anything like themselves. And they sued them and actually won the case. They managed to sue their spouse because essentially they thought their child was not attractive enough and that they had essentially been misled. Ah, thank you for letting me know. That was a crazy fucking court case. So yes, that is a thing that can happen. Jesus Christ. Tish. Fu avid fan. Hello, Dr. Ovid. I'm just a sheep and my wool is getting too thick and heavy nowadays. I'm not the only one. My other sheepy friends also experiencing the same thing. What do we do? Okay, well, unfortunately, much like a lot of the drugs right now that are out of stock because of silly cosmetic reasons, this is currently out of stock, but there is a drug coming out soon called The Shepherd. And in fact, I believe he released a early access where you can take a quick hit if you feel you need to try one, where you can feel them brushing you. And in the future, they may indeed not only brush you, but also shear you, take care of you, help you with your hoofs, and be a general loving shepherd who cares about their sheep. Until that drug comes back in stock, probably in just over a month. I'm thinking like a month, maybe a little bit more. We'll see how it goes. These things are never certain, but Yes, roughly just over a month and a week away. The shepherd should be back in stock, and you should have a loving shepherd to take care of you that will solve all those problems for you. Up until that point, I'm sad to say it, but live with it, bitch. Deal with it. You have a mouth. You apparently have opposable thumbs. You typed this shit. Brush yourself. Shear yourself. But as I said, the shepherd will be coming in stock within like a month or so, maybe a little bit more, possibly a lot more, but we'll see how it goes. That's the plan for now. As long as people don't, stress it out and continue to exacerbate the stock as is now. Rain, happy Borg Day. Oh shit, yeah, fuck. It's been a few months since I was supposed to do this. I'm glad the curse is finally broken, but... Hi, Dr. Ovid. A certain cyborg said he lives in our walls. How can we ask him to contribute to the rent and other expenses? Living rent-free in this economy? Please help me, Dr. Ovid. No. Have you ever heard of the term squatter's rights? Essentially, if he managed to get into your walls, it's the same level as finders keepers, or that you done goofed. Fuck around and find out. If you manage to let a cyborg get inside your walls and he happens to find that space comfortable and enjoys, I don't know, watching the fan creations you make and listening to your conversations that you're trying to hide from them by censoring their name, that's just on you, and you just have to live with that. Next time, maybe protect yourself a little bit better, defend your house, your abode, and hopefully that will help you in the future. But for this time, sad to say, you're fucked. Thank you very much. Ooh, another cute pupper. Roku69. Recently, my roommate has been keeping me up late at night because they need attention. Telling them I to sleep doesn't work. I'm going to sleep, as I imagine. I'm available in the daytime, but they don't look for me then. What should I do? Here's a pic of my roommate. His name is Kirby. Kirby is an adorable little guy, especially like how he's cosplaying as Woody, the woodpecker, of course. I understand this reference. That's definitely Woody the woodpecker. I know this costume. Very cute. He wakes you up at night needing attention. When you're available in the daytime, they don't look for you then. Have you ever heard of the miraculous method called crating? Crating is a technique where you buy what essentially looks like a cage, but you can also make it look more like a doghouse, something more comfortable. But honestly, a cage is good enough. It may seem a little bit barbaric, but you see, animals are actually quite used to these things and don't mind them. If you get them adjusted to them properly, do things like feed them in the crate and also make them comfortable in the crate. Put down, if they're a particularly cold dog who likes soft surfaces, maybe pillows or blankets, maybe some of their chew toys that they like the most, get them used to eating there, relaxing there, and place them there when you go out for short periods of time. This may be a good way to get them to realize when they're doing behavior that you find uncomfortable with. And so if they're causing too much trouble and you need to get sleep, you need to break that behavior, you could get them a crate or something like that that can make them feel comfortable when you need to go to sleep. And they'll understand that that's a quiet time for them, not something that's a punishment. That's the best thing. A lot of people seem to think when it comes to crating that it's a punishment and it should be used when an animal does something wrong. That's not the case at all. If you make a crate comfortable and adapt them to it slowly, get them used to it, it should become essentially their home, their safety zone. Essentially like when I wrap myself up in my blanket, lay on my side, curl up my legs to my chest, and cry into my pillow. It is a safe space where nothing else can hurt them, and they love it. So yes, perhaps you should try crating, perhaps you should see if they have some sort of separation anxiety, and if it truly does get to the point where it's becoming an issue, just lock them out of your room. You're going to have to break that behavior. Separation anxiety takes a while to deal with. Even recently, even though I'd only spent 2 months with my dog, it took me about 3 days of getting him adapted to the fact that I wasn't just going to disappear when I left the house or went upstairs and closed the door. But you can adapt them to this. You just need to put your feet down. Do you need a crate, sir? You good? I would love a crate. I miss my tiny enclosed spaces where I have one exit and I know I'm completely safe. Okay. Alternative, never sleep, only puppy. True. Or become nocturnal. Howl with your dog in the night and sleep during the day. It seems to work for them. Why? Hello, sir. Since you're from the future, which stock should I buy? I cannot give financial advice. However, invest in Fulgur Ovid. If you buy a foo pape, you'll find that it increases your likelihood of smiles, finding new friends, having a wonderful time, and just creating some of the best content in the world. And if you share that content with other people, you also find that you're bringing joy to more of the world. So invest in Fulgur Ovid. You can also get a Fulgur Ovid hoodie, a Fulgur Ovid necklace. There are many ways in which you can invest in Fulgur Ovid. All of them aren't so much things that will return you financial gain in the future, but it will bring you happiness. It will bring you memories. Thank you. But Foo Pape is out of stock? Yes, unfortunately. There are still some places you can find them, normally at anime stores, and hopefully they'll be releasing more in the future. I mean, we now know that once we hit a 3rd year anniversary, there's actually an even different thing where we get a brand new Papes, possibly. I don't know if that's just a Lazulite thing. We'll find out when we get there, or I guess when Obsidia get there very soon. But either way. Mickey. Seeking advice. How do I find a quack doctor who has scammed me of my therapy money during my last appointment and went off-grid recently? Funnily enough, he's also called Dr. Ovid, just that he doesn't have any bread, cake, or the size. It gone? Oh, we're good. Okay. Okay, perfect. I don't know what that was about. That must have been some kind of confusion. I have no idea. Some sort of prank, maybe by one of my friends. I don't know. Cancelled artist. Dr. Ovid. I keep seeing strange shadowy figures move around my room in the dark right before I go to bed. I've been meaning to make more friends of late. Should I introduce myself or nah? That depends. Do you want... what type of friends do you want? Because some friends like to be surprised. Maybe you should instead attack them. Maybe you should make enemies instead of friends. Sometimes that's a more fun scenario, especially if they're creeping around your bedroom at night. Other than that, if you want to make friends and you want to be more gentle about it, sure. Just reach out to them. Be like, hey, what fuck you doing in my bedroom? Or maybe tell them, that's not a beach, that's a bathtub. I guess the equivalent to that, maybe. Hey, this isn't a place to be wandering around. That's my bedroom. Something like that. Give them a good pickup line. Let them know that you're interested in spending time with them. And then, you never know what will happen from that. You might make friends. You might make something more. You might make something less that's fun in its own way. Good luck. But also, maybe call the police if they're not just shadowy figures and they're people breaking into your house. Yukako. Hi, Dr. Ovid. I sometimes make blundering behavior. I mistook salad dressing for lotion on the table and applied it to my hands, and asked for hot iced tea when ordering a drink. That's adorable. Do you have any good advice on how to keep my brain active? I'm probably not the best person to ask about that since I'm really fucking bad. What I will say is that's actually freaking hilarious. You should tweet about these things. You might go viral. I've never heard of somebody using salad dressing for lotion, but goddamn, that sounds both disgusting and freaking funny. Also, ordering hot iced tea is just hilarious. So thank you for giving me a laugh for my day. Honestly, occasionally we need klutzes. We need silly people. We all have those moments. It's nice to share those moments with the people around us to let everybody know. And honestly, salad dressing may be quite hydrating. It may not, I mean, it may work as lotion. A lot of them have things based around like oils, whether it be like an avocado oil or like a virgin olive oil. Those are actually good for the skin. I would suggest washing it off pretty quickly, but still. Room temp tea, basically. Well, no, I think full on hot tea, essentially. They just wanted to order a cup of tea, but instead of saying, could I have a cup of tea, they said hot iced tea, which is adorable. Anyway, enjoy it. Maybe play one of those brain activity games. Take up Sudoku or world puzzles. But honestly, sometimes you're just tired. Sometimes you're just distracted with other things. It doesn't even mean that you're silly or unintelligent or anything like that. A lot of people tend to be distracted because actually they're quite intelligent, and so their mind likes to focus on other things. You don't like to focus on the more mundane things like just grabbing a bottle and putting lotion on yourself. Instead, you're focusing on like the next step of your life, imagining different scenarios, planning different creative endeavors. So yes, just tell people about those stories and have fun. Anka. Dr. Ovid, I have a friend who is so massively into tits that it's taking over their life. Day and night they think about this character called Archivist and how nice to bite his milkers off. Any advice for this obsession? Not Anka. I see. Totally not Anka. I too have a friend who is massively into tits, to the point that it's becoming quite a distraction. Even when they try to work, they often find themselves distracted by tits, bringing them up, and well, making a lot of people laugh about it. We'll call them Vanti. And Vanti really likes tits. Honestly, there is nothing wrong with that. If you have an obsession in life, as long as it's not causing you any level of pain, as long as it's not causing people around you any level of discomfort, there's no problem with it. The most important thing is that you don't make other people uncomfortable. Never approach someone randomly and be like, hey, I like your tits. Most people won't take that as a compliment. They'll take it as creepy and uncomfortable. However, if you choose to have a platform in which you post tits and tell the world how much you love said tits, guess what? That's your platform. People can choose to follow it, choose to meet you, or choose to blank you. There is nothing wrong with that. So yes, as long as you're not hurting anybody else and you're just enjoying your obsession by yourself, there is no problem with that. My friend Van Toe is very into it, but he is very amusing with it, very witty and comical, and everybody who watches their content enjoys them, laughs their asses off at them, and quite often takes clips of them to share with other people to bring them said joy as well. I also know a lot of people who create their content based on incredible, massive tartars, and even some friends who have voluptuous, gigantic mounds who share those with the world because they're proud of them. There are also many people who have those and choose to hide them, like me right now. You cannot see it, but I have massive, voluptuous bread that doth overshadow any bakery in the world. The Tang Dynasty was well known for their massive selections of bread, which spread throughout the Chinese kingdom. However, I have more bread than the Tang Dynasty. With that said, I don't put it on display. I instead allow other people to imagine what hides beneath this shirt. So, it's up to each individual, but do not let your obsession make other people uncomfortable. Make sure you read the room and understand social cues. Take care to not make anybody else feel uncomfortable, but other than that, enjoy your obsession. Have a wonderful time. And yes, I am taking many cc's of copium. Don't worry about it. He just binds his chest? Yes, of course. Of course. Celine. Hi, Dr. Ovid. Are sheeps edible? What kind of dishes can you make with it? Oh, we've talked about this many times. Sheeps are very edible. They're one of the most advanced livestock creatures because you don't just get meat from them. You also get wool, which you can use in clothing and all kinds of other things. You get milk, which is pretty delicious. And you can even combine things like their milk, their meat, together to make things like stews. They're also really good in my favorite meal, shepherd's pie. You can even just take the meat of a sheep, chop it up, make some lamb chops or some nice shish kebab. There are all kinds of ways that lamb meat is used. It's very delicious. You should definitely try some. Unless you happen to be a sheep yourself, in which case, honestly up to you. The cannibalism is a thing that is frowned upon in the human world, but frankly, fuck that shit. As long as you enjoy yourself and don't hurt anybody else, and you're not hurting anybody else if you're just eating another livestock creature, then you're good. Fulgur Ovid Cookbook, when? I would actually find that really fucking hilarious as a piece of merchandise now that I think about it. Just like random different ways to cook lamb. God damn. Oh, you know what would actually be a wonderful piece of merchandise for the company Nijisanji? A Nijisanji EN mascot cookbook. We have a number of delicious looking mascot creatures. I recently found out about Maririn's Mari Pets, tasting like strawberry chocolate jelly, which sounds delicious to me. There are many other mascots that look delicious as well. I wonder, would a stargazer be slurpy like jelly? Would a briskadette be able to make delicious takoyaki? Would it have a different flavor profile? Would it have a bit of gunpowder in it? Are they the type of things where instead of shooting ink, they can instead fire little bullets at you? That sounds like something briskadettes would be able to do. Although they prefer to be the one taking the bullets, because I just always assume briskadettes are masochists, personally. I've heard some stories about Sunny's meet and greets. It's a fun time. With that said, yes, a Nijisanji EN cookbook would be a lot of fun. Dungeon Meshi Reel. Exactly. We could even make a little story about it, about how instead of just doing single page cookbook recipes, we could have a VTuber who went to, maybe we should have a chef VTuber at some point. In fact, Millie should have a chef VTuber outfit at some point. She's so good at those games like Cook Up, Plate Up and Overcooked and things like that. She should have a chef outfit, and then she should go on a journey eating all of the Nijisanji mascots. That would be hilarious. Cakes or kakes? Oh, bar sheep that I've been bar-miring. I bar you bar lot, but I don't think I can bar anymore. It's bar affecting my every bar day life. Help me. Just stop buying. What are you, a fucking sheep? Don't follow the crowd. Do what you want to. Try woofing instead. Sometimes it's nice to bark at the moon. Just look up the moon and be like, ow, ow, ow! Or assert your dominance on some random person on the street. If they look at you the wrong way, just be like, that will put them in the place very quickly and remind them that you're not a sheep. There are many different noises that you can make. Sometimes I just like to go, buddy buddy bam bam, buddy 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 bam bam. Honestly, there are so many different vocal inflections you can pick up. There's no problem with having any of them, but if it's becoming an issue for you in your daily life, just quit, bro. It's not an addiction. Get over it. An anon sheep. Dear doctor, I really want to eat healthier and lose weight. Yet strangely, when I try to diet for a few days, I start to feel extremely upset. I associate a lot of positive emotions with food, and having them taken away is hard. What's your advice? That is actually a hard one. Food addiction is a very real thing. It's actually a Pavlovian response, which comes from the fact that we feel rewarded when we eat. Our brains actually release endorphins, I think, serotonin, something like that. Again, not a doctor, but your brain will release reward chemicals anytime you eat very high calorie food, particularly the ones that were very good for us back when we were hunter-gatherers, when we needed as many calorie-dense meals as we could have. It was very good for our brain to reward us and tell us, yes, eat all this sugar, eat all these high calorie-dense foods. Dopamine, thank you. Wait, not a doctor? Not anymore, not qualified anymore. This is just an advice column. I just go by Dr. Ovid because my first name's Doctor. Serotonin is a very different thing. It's a different reward chemical. They're both reward chemicals. Leave me alone. I said I wasn't sure which one. I haven't been to med school in like more than a decade. Have it? Oh shit, it has been more than a decade. Fuck, I'm old. Anyway, it's one of the reward chemicals. Leave me alone. I'm doing psychology right now anyway. This isn't even a biology lesson. The very important thing is all habits can be broken eventually if you choose to break them. Let me flex for God's sake. I'm fine with you flexing. It was just like, was a lot of people in a row that made me feel stupid. All habits can be broken. Unfortunately, you are going to be feeling bad whenever you start any kind of new diet. It's actually the same for people that want to bulk up. It's the same for people that just want to change their diet to maybe cut carbs or add more protein. It makes you feel bad because it's just not what your body is used to. Your brain chemistry likes schedules. It likes feeling the same things every time. And unfortunately, when it does come to food, like I said, high calorie dense foods will give you lots of reward feelings. One thing that you can do to improve it slightly is try to find things that you can eat that you find delicious. Things that feel like a reward by themselves before your brain chemistry even gets involved. There are lots of tasty salads, stir fries, stews, soups, all kinds of things that are incredibly flavorful without being calorie dense, with having high fiber and a low GI glycemic index, which can help you to reward yourself without needing the brain chemistry. However, no matter what you do, whenever you change a lifestyle habit, that's the issue. If you try to go into it looking at it as a diet, it's not going to work. It should not be a temporary change because you just want to lose 5 pounds or you just want to look better in a certain way. That isn't ever why you should change your lifestyle. What you will find is that you force yourself through for a couple of months. I believe it's roughly 3 to 6 months. Your brain chemistry will actually change. Whatever you are doing will be coming in the new normal. Whether it is a diet change or a lifestyle change, like cutting coffee, like cutting chocolate, like exercising, like waking up a few hours earlier. The body is very good at adapting to new things, realizing that this is something that it's going to have to deal with, and just accepting it as the new normal. Getting used to that and finding new ways to reward you and new ways to tell you that, yes, this is fine. So unfortunately, it is going to feel uncomfortable for a while, but once you get through a certain amount of time, it'll become very normal, and then you'll feel those reward chemicals kicking in just from whatever you're more comfortable eating, whatever you're more interested in changing your lifestyle to. So yes, addictions can be broken, but they take a while, and all addictions are valid. So no matter what addiction it is you're dealing with, just if it's something you really need to change, focus on it. Do exercises like reminding yourself why you're doing it. Maybe keep a journal. Maybe do little thought experiments whenever you think about breaking like a resolution that you've made about yourself. Just keep reminding yourself why you're doing it, why it's important. Try to help to force yourself through a couple of months and see if that fixes everything. Meanwhile, the most important thing is if you're trying to make a lifestyle change and you do slip up, if you have a bad day, just consider it a cheat day. The most important thing is that you don't get into a cycle of deciding you want to change something, trying to change it, having a slight relapse and deciding, oh, I'm never going to be able to change it. I might as well just go back to, I don't know, doing exactly what I was doing before, or even worse, get to the habit of saying, oh, well, I've already broken my resolution, so fuck it. I'll go back onto the change tomorrow. Let me first have a lot of fun today and really embrace the addiction by, I don't know, say if you were having alcohol, instead of having one drink, deciding, oh, I've already broken my resolution, so fuck it, let me get absolutely arse blasted drunk. And then I just won't drink again at all for the next several months. That will definitely fuck you up in the long run. Just know that we're all human. We all make mistakes. Frankly, your most important thing is to take care of yourself. So if you do have a little slip up, just remind yourself we're all human and continue working on it as best you can. Thank you. Ayase Kasumi. Dear Dr. Ovid, I have a very serious problem. I don't know why my O-sheep Mr. Fulgur Ovid's so cute. Please tell me why Fulgur Ovid's so cute. Tell me why. I don't know Chinese. It ends with K-I. Tell me why. That's all I know of that. I don't know. My name is Fulgur Ovid and I'm not cute. I'm a cringe OG-san who can't sing but still decides to sing continuously in front of people and traumatize them. If you think this Fulgur Ovid is cute, honestly, that's up to you. Like I've said, confidants live in their own world. They think, therefore they are. They create the world around them, much like the Duoverse and Lagarde's 505 world. So, if you find Fulgur Ovid cute, that's all that matters. Neko Baga. Dr. Ovid. An old man I know recently became roommates with a grumpy young man. They often make confusing noises. Do you have any suggestions for improving their relationship? Otherwise, in the long run, I would lose sleep from being too excited. Too worried. Ah. Well, if you want to improve their relationship, perhaps, I don't know, get them one of those Be Friends jumpers where they both have to stick their heads in the same neck hole and have an arm sticking out each, where they have to share a jumper. Maybe tie their ankles together so that they have to go through a day together, or handcuff them to one another. Maybe even handcuff them both to a bed as well, so that they have to deal with their problems in a safe, comfortable location that won't deal with anything. A lot of the times when it comes to people having issues with one another, they can be well, I shouldn't say that, but the bonobos have this wonderful tradition in which whenever they have a fight, whenever they get uncomfortable, whenever they get socially anxious, bonobos will actually drop everything and just fucking smash each other. They will hit that pa. Bonobos are a species of monkey, by the way, if you didn't know. But yes, in their society, when it comes to like, say one bonobo happens to find a whole bunch of food, it may get a bit anxious because it knows other bonobos will want the food. It will bring the food back to the nest, realize that the other bonobos are going to steal their food, get anxious, but then the bonobos will all just have a giant fucking orgy. And then when they're all full of serotonin and endorphins, they will relax, chill, and while they're now swimming in a chemical cocktail of reward hormones, they will simply share the food as they do. Same thing whenever they get into a fight. They will often just pa. And then they will no longer want to fight anymore. Everything is just happy times. And that is how bonobo society do. I'm on a loudspeaker? That's a you problem. Why again? Hello, doctor. I'm really bad at small talk. I feel really awkward when having lunch with my co-workers and just silently eating. Would you give me some advice on that? Don't eat with them? Murder is always an option. There are very many interesting pamphlets I could give you on about how to dispose of bodies. Aside from that, if you don't want to go to all of the trouble, just know that they're the ones choosing to eat with you. If you want to eat with them and you don't want to talk, that's completely okay. And if they try to drag out a conversation from you, then just let them know. I'm sorry, I would rather be quiet today and just enjoy my food. If you don't want to eat with them at all and you'd rather eat somewhere else, there are normally other places to go. And if your workplace tries to force you to eat with others, then, you know, fuck that workplace, make a complaint. That is not something that people are allowed to do. With that said, you can also try to start a conversation with them if you wish to. If you would prefer to talk with other people, but you're just not good at small talk, maybe do what my good friend Anna Alouette does and find a conversation start book. Just bring up conversations that are interesting to you, and if they don't find them interesting, that's on their own fucking self. You can really talk about anything you want to, or you can make it super awkward so that you don't have to talk to them anymore. Maybe say something along the lines of, I've got this really bad venereal disease that's flaring up right now, and I have to point a fan between my legs every night to calm it down before I go to bed. That's a good way to end a conversation, to have people not try to drag you into a conversation anymore and just go back to your silently eating. Yes, up to you. There are many ways to deal with this. Ayase Kasumi, again. Dear Dr. Ovid, I've always felt that I don't like old men, but lately I've been finding an old man very charming. I heard everyone calls him the Archivist. Doctor, can you tell me why he's so charming? I don't know. I mean, the fact that people call him the Archivist is pretty fucking badass. I mean, I wish I had a fucking title. I'm just Dr. Ovid. Nobody calls me the Doctor. Of course, that would be copyright infringement on Doctor Who. However, I don't know. A lot of people have many different preferences. Some people feel like they don't like something and then they just happen to meet someone who hits them in just the right way. It could be any combination of things. the voice, the looks, the color of the hair, the smell of them. You never know. And then sometimes you just realize that actually you're part of the religion of old man sex. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly natural to enjoy a more mature man who has a bit more experience in life, who isn't just fumbling their way through things, who has dealt with many problems in the past, and so is more able to talk about them, give advice, and also be a silly, dumb man-child who just wants to fuck around. Honestly, it just sounds like you're interested in spending time with this person, and I hope you continue to enjoy their company. There's nothing wrong with that. So, doesn't sound like you have a problem at all. Oh. Oh, you took a selfie today. That's very sweet. Natsumeko. Hi, Dr. Ovid. I think I'm shedding too much wool that I'm getting bald on the top of my head. Now I get migraines whenever it's exposed to the cold weather. Should I get some wool implants, or should I figure out what is causing me to shed this crazy? And help. You know what? Let me check. I don't have a medical degree anymore, but... No? No, your wool seems to be quite thick. You're not losing any wool. Even in this selfie, you look absolutely fine. What are you talking about? I think if anything, you're just imagining a problem. A lot of people have that kind of thing where they will just imagine any kind of personal, physical issue just in hopes that they will spot something that somebody else hasn't. Honestly, you look wonderful. You look fantastic. Your hair is glorious. If you do have any kind of problems in the future, you should talk to a shepherd rather than a therapist, doctor, agony aunt. Random person. Yes. Camille. Dear Dr. Ovid. Do you mean selfie? I wore a wig. You're in my office right now. I just touched your head, damn it. Camille. Dear Dr. Ovid. Recently I found out I can pronounce Worcestershire sauce with ease. Last time I checked, I'm not British. Should I do a sanity check on myself? Thank you. Sincerely. A worldview? Yes, you should. It's very important to remember that if you can pronounce Worcestershire... Well, even I can't do it then. Maybe I'm not British. If you can pronounce Worcestershire sauce, you are either British, an eldritch deity, or you have lost your fucking marbles. Much like the character in Hook, the child who was a lost child who lost their marbles and couldn't go back to Neverland. So yes, if you're not British and you've learned how to pronounce it, perhaps you're an eldritch nightmare being who is just slumbering and dreaming of themselves as a human or sheep. Or perhaps you have lost your fucking mind, and that's fine as well. We can deal with that. We have many ways to deal with that, but honestly, just being able to pronounce Worcestershire sauce is not that big of a deal. So yes, you'll be fine. Viviane. Hi, Dr. Ovid. Me and my friend's phone has recently been stolen. Can you give us advice on finding someone like Mr. Legatus who can help us steal it back? Best wishes, Viviane. I think you'll find them on the dark web. If you look on the dark web, you can find all kinds of illegal services that most likely would not be advertised on the normal web. So you may be able to find that kind of service there. If you want to find someone specifically like Legatus, then I advise going to the Republic and waiting 300 fucking years. If you can't wait 300 years because you're a little baby bitch who can't survive 3 centuries, sorry, you're just going to have to find somebody else. Or maybe create your own OC. You can create your own OC and then rob the person yourself. Giannis, never going to give you up. Dr. Ovid, I tried new dishes lately. Lamb tastes awfully good with the right spice, but the question is, I have to control my urge not to bite my sibling. Now I have my first taste, I can't go back with grass. What should I do? Please send help. A hungry sheep. Again, sheep are livestock animals. You don't have to worry. I don't care if they're your sibling. They are still a sheep. You are allowed to eat them. They are raised as livestock creatures, so I would suggest trying out some new spices, maybe some new sauces. One of my favorite is mint sauce. Mint sauce is wonderful on lamb. It gives it a nice soft kick paired with the greasiness of the meat itself. It's wonderful. Please eat your sibaling, and not in the fun coffin of Andy Lele way. We'll be dealing with that in a different video. Marfu the Cabbage Sheep. Dear Dr. Ovid, I've been exclusively into twinks for as long as I can remember. However, there's this silver-haired tall man that has been making me doubt myself recently. I thought I had a strict type, and this revelation has shaken my entire identity. Please help. Why do you have a problem with that? People grow and develop all the time. I think one of the most important things to remember about life is that people never truly stay the same. People always get into this mindset of, oh, you've changed. Oh, this person's changed. Oh, I've changed, either for the better or the worse. But what's most important is that nobody ever fucking stays the same. You are always either growing or, what's the word? Regressing. Let's go with regressing. That's a nice, almost therapeutic term. I have a license. I'd had a license. Yes, you're either always progressing or regressing. You are never the same person you were any different day, especially since there is always different chemicals going on in your brain. One day you can wake up perfectly happy. The next day you can wake up depressed. One day you can wake up full of energy, ready to go. And the next day you can wake up tired and just sad and angry. So yes, you have changed, and that's fine. You've become a new person. You can either choose to try and change back by regressing and go back into liking twinks, or you can accept that you now like this tall, silver-haired man. There's nothing wrong with that. Quite frankly, everyone eventually comes to like silver-haired men because they're fine as fuck, and eventually we all get to the point where twinks just don't quite do it for us, because no matter how much they try to pretend to be more mature and interesting people, they are still just children trying to figure themselves out. Also, there's nothing wrong with liking both twinks and more mature, more thick men. You can like both. You can embrace both. You can accept both at the same time. Sometimes, yes, at the same time. Sometimes at slightly different times. Sometimes you can string them along and have just two in different locations. Or sometimes you can have two right in the same location. Even three, even five. But at that point, people have to start taking turns. All of these are up to yourself. We have two hands. Yes, two hands. And many, many other things. Canaria. Hi, Dr. Ovid. I'm a sheep who loves hiking and exploring the outside for fun. Oh, you're a rare one. We have very few of those. But I've only been doing day hiking, and I would like to try fishing and maybe camping too. Any advice to be a safe sheep in the wilderness? Because I don't have a big dog as company like you. Well, genuinely, what you want to do is find an actual camping site. Although it's a very nice idea to just go off into the wilderness, collapse down on the ground, put up a tent and set it up there, quite often that can lead to murder, loss of life, being mauled by random animals, stumbling across buried treasure, which changes your life forever, because then you have to learn how to spend golden doubloons, which are hard to find an exchange rate for, or stumbling across a dead body with several of your friends when you're a child, which changes the outcome of your life forever and bonds you as a traumatic experience. So yes, it would be a good idea to seek out some sort of camping ground in which there will be protection. There will be normally park rangers, safe spaces to set up camp, and the fact that there are at least other humans within a certain radius that animals are used to and avoid. Other than that, there are many good ways to protect yourself, like having a very secure tent, having more people come with you, not camping just by yourself, and in general, yeah, knowing about wilderness. Google it. Look up how to find hiking trails, which areas are safe, which areas are going to be quicksand, which areas are going to be full of rocks falling and landslides and all of that kind of shit. But in general, if you find a camping site, that makes it super easy. If you go with friends, that always brings more safety. And other than that, if you just want to go fishing, just remember, everything in life has dangers. You can be in the safest place in the world and a fucking jet engine from a plane can fall through your roof and crush you to death. You can be laying in bed thinking, ah, man, I had such a long day. I can't wait to sleep and relax. And suddenly, boom, gas valve leaks. You'll fall asleep and never wake up. Everything has dangers. If you want to embrace the wilderness, go embrace the wilderness. Just yes, be safe about it. Search up some things, learn signs of wild animals, learn the cause of animals, and learn to protect yourself. Yumi. Dear Dr. Ovid, I'm always so sleepy, especially in winter. How should I do to wake myself up? Sincerely, Nemu Hippie. Oh, you're so cute. Is Stand By Me based on a true story now? Maybe. Okay. Creatures like to sleep in the winter because they like to conserve their energy. It's a good time to build up fat stores to keep yourself a bit warmer, so you want to conserve your energy and sleep more. So there's nothing wrong with being a bit more sleepy in winter. What I will say is if you feel like you're being overly sleepy, there is a chance that you have a vitamin or mineral deficiency, or that you have something wrong perhaps in your blood or your body, which is causing you to use more energy or not produce as much energy as you need. So definitely go see a doctor. There's always a possible that you, I don't know, have anemia or high blood sugar or low blood sugar. That can actually go both ways. Or all kinds of like biological things and brain chemical things can cause that. So it's always good to go to a doctor. You may even just not be sleeping as much as you think you are. There's this thing called sleep apnea where you basically choke in the middle of a night. So yes, you should definitely go see a doctor and talk to them about it. But if in general you're just like feeling sleepy in the winter, cold showers are a good way to do it. Slapping yourself gently in the face is a good way to do it. Some people like to use caffeine, but that is of course a drug which can lead to an addiction and a crutch. You can have small amounts of caffeine. Also balancing your diet can help, and finding ways to wake yourself up and be happy, such as a nice alarm tone and some nice morning exercises to start the day. All of these things are good ideas. There's lots of ways to do it, but definitely talk to your proper doctor. Exercise in the morning? Hell yes. Seifu Wan. Dear Dr. Ovid, I fell in love with someone who is gorgeous, beautiful, and ethereal. I know I'm not worthy for her, but I still want to try my luck and ask her for her hand in marriage. Do you have any advice? Her name is Avidia, by the way. I have advice. You can't see it very well, but that's my middle finger. And that's my gun. That is a Glock 17 fully loaded with a nice magazine of 17 fucking bullets. That's not why they called it a Glock 17, but it's a fun fact. The 17th is in the chamber and then there's 16th in the magazine. With that said, stay the fuck away from Avidia. Or don't. She's her own person. If she chooses to spend time with you, that's fine. However, I'm watching you. Confess to her properly and treat her right. Or next time, this won't just be me pointing it at you. With that said, let's move on. Mira. Hello, Dr. Ovid. I still have thoughts of wanting a certain cyborg to crush my head between his metal thighs. It's been over a year, yet the thighs still haunt me. How do I achieve this dream? Do I have to offer a blood sacrifice? Sincerely, a very normal sheep. You don't have to actually offer any kind of sacrifice. You have to take copium. I cannot prescribe it to you. It's something that you have to instead deal with yourself. You can either learn to lucid dream or just learn to embrace fantasies. When you do that, you can also create fan art, fan fiction, or any other kind of fan creation to share these fantasies with other sheep. I'm sure that they will enjoy them. But with that said, there is nothing embarrassing about embracing your fantasies and living in them, as long as you do so without making other people uncomfortable. If you want your head to be crushed between metal thighs, you can actually simulate that kind of experience in a safe way. Obviously, you don't want to actually die. I hope. If you actually want to die, that's a very different scenario and you very much need to talk to a very licensed therapist and deal with it that way. But if it's just a fantasy which stems from some sort of romanticism, some sort of attraction to danger, some sort of sexual thing, There's no reason you can't simulate that in some other way by, I don't know, grabbing two thick hollow metal poles, attaching them to a silicone-based thigh-looking material, and making sure that it doesn't apply too much pressure, but just squeezes your head gently when you place your head between the thighs. You definitely don't want it to be too painful. This is the important thing. You can never hurt yourself, and you always have to make sure that you're safe. Set up ways in which it will not ever squeeze too hard. Make sure that you are absolutely safe, and just, if anything, embrace the fantasies in a way that you don't do any danger to yourself or anyone else, but get to enjoy yourself. What if they love pain? A lot of people love pain. I love pain, inflicting and taking pain. However, it's very important that you set up safe ways to do that. You learn what the body can take, and you make sure you Google up everything before you do it and do not hurt yourself. For example, if you like asphyxiation, you can find a partner with a safe word that understands the safe word, understands that when you're screaming or groaning or moaning or saying no, you don't necessarily mean it, but the safe word is the absolute no, you need to stop now, I'm no longer enjoying this, things like that. If you're by yourself, there are many ways to look into things like that. Google isn't a doctor either, damn straight, but you can find a lot of information by Googling things and reading other things. You should also talk to your proper doctor as well. A good thing about a doctor is that they're not able to share the information you tell them with anybody else. So if you tell them, oh hey, I'm thinking of doing this to myself, they can't judge you and they can't tell their friends about it, but they can give you advice medically based and let you know what is safe to do. More importantly than anything, fantasies are always fun, but you have to actually embrace the fantasies rather than trying to go to a higher level every time. If you keep trying to get to a new level of high or enjoyment, it's going to lead to danger. So be very careful with that. Holly Jolly, Cosmic Fujo Alpaca. Dear Dr. Ovid, I'm stuck at a job that I've become increasingly burnt out at after 5+ years. Not a bad one, but I'm just so tired. I feel like I'm not living, just surviving. I'd quit, but money and lack of other options with my health. What should I do? That honestly sucks. That is a hard one. If anything, I would say start trying to look for other jobs while you can, something that suits your lifestyle better, something that you'll be able to go through with your own level of health, but also enjoy more and not feel like it was suffocating you. It is very unfortunate that we need money to survive, and that we have to work jobs sometimes that we hate, but always be searching for something better to move on to. Know that your job is just a job, and if it's taking a toll on you to the point that it's affecting you either mentally or physically too bad, there will always be other things to rely on. It can feel like a job controls your life completely, but there are other resources to rely on, particularly if you do have health issues. Normally there'll be some sort of assistance you can get. If there isn't, and that's completely not possible, God, I think at that point you just need to try to find something new. Maybe do some training on the side to find a different kind of scenario. Honestly, I can't give you too much advice because I don't know what your condition is or what else you're dealing with, so I would just say try to find something better, but know that if you absolutely have to leave your job, hopefully things will work out and you'll find something else to do and to take care of you. But yes, that is a hard one. Approach it in your own slow way. BB the Fool is too lazy to change back. Dr. Ovid, I got backseated on a D&D campaign as a newbie after a sleepless night of learning and character planning. I got hurt and have to return to it in months, but I want to try again. Any insight to impart to help me regain my confidence? Thank you, sir. If you got backseated, honestly, fuck whoever was backseating you. They're the one ruining your experience. Play with somebody else. A good GM should never try to railroad you, which is a term which means they try to guide you down the specific path that they've written, but that's not what Dungeons and Dragons is all about. Dungeons and Dragons is about the GM preparing a world for you and rolling and improvising based on what your characters do in the scenario. So just know that not every D&D groups are the best D&D groups. There are some people that will vibe really well and bounce off of other people. There are some people that are very good at improvising and coming up with new strategies and new ways to do things. And then there are some people who just want to do things their way. And sometimes the people who just want to do things their way find like-minded people and have incredible D&D campaigns for years and years. But they can also be very smothering to people who just want to learn, have fun, play around. Sometimes you just want to play around. Sometimes you want to get really dramatic and into character. You just have to find a group that suits your playstyle and a GM that actually knows what they're doing. A good GM will make you feel like you're living in a story, whereas a bad GM will make you feel like you're being pushed around from plot point to plot point in their story that they're telling. That's not a GM. That is a writer and still a creative person who's interesting in their own way, but they don't really need any other characters to write their story, and they're just using it as an excuse to tell their own story. Dungeons & Dragons is all about a shared world in which anything can happen, and you need to find like-minded individuals who will help you embrace the love of D&D. One opportunity that I would suggest to you, there are these things called, I think it's the Adventure Circus or something. Everybody, what is a GM? GM stands for Game Master. Also DM, Dungeon Master. Dungeon Master or Game Master is just like the person who leads, the person who narrates and like controls the world and all the other characters. But yeah, there are these things called the Adventures Guild, I believe, where you can go to offline events, normally at local stores where they sell Dungeons and Dragons kits and miniatures and models and stuff like that, and meet a variety of different people at a variety of different skill levels. They normally also yeah, sorry. They normally also, D&D is Dungeons and Dragons. They normally also have like different skill levels, so they'll often have different days wherein you can go if you're just a completely noob and learn with a very experienced GM, where people are expecting you to not know anything and guide you through your first campaign with very simple ways of teaching you how to do a character, maybe some character templates so you can just borrow one and try out the game and see if you like it. But in general, you can meet new people. There's also an online community known as Roll20, roll20.net, in which there's also a massive forum that always has people looking for new people to join their adventure, whether they are a DM setting up a campaign and they want people to join, or if they're just a player looking for another campaign and another party to join with. You could post on there and try to find some like-minded people, explain your qualification level, experience level, even qualification is different, your experience level and what you would like to do, what kind of play style you have, or that you're just a complete noob and just want to try anything. And you'll find some like-minded people to play with online as well. Get to experience the game in your own way and eventually move on. Genmai. My Oshi says we're someone he dreamed up. How do I make him believe we're real and he deserves all the love and support? Would a bonk stick help? I doubt it. If your Oshi is a fictional character, no matter how hard you hit them with a bonk stick, they'll just get right the back up and laugh at you. Much like the ever-elusive Confidant, which you can kill, maim, eat, and poop out, and yet they will still exist. If he decided that you are something that he dreamed up, then just accept that you're part of his story. In all honesty, that means that you're part of his story as well. If he is talking to you, then that means that you are part of his story. So whatever world it is, whether it's fictional or not, you are part of that same world. So really, when somebody says that they're fictional, does it really matter? Does it matter whether something is real or fake? Does it matter whether something is true or real? If you believe in it, it is essentially real in your life. This is something I've been trying to explain multiple times when it comes to confidants. I think, therefore I am. You create your own experience of the world. Two people can look at the same exact scenario and have completely different takeaways from it. You could look at something fictional and just think, oh, it's fictional, so it can't affect me. Whereas somebody else can see something fictional and it can affect them greatly in both positive and negative ways. You can't choose how somebody else experiences their reality. What you can do is choose how you experience your reality. If somebody else has decided you are fictional in their world, there's no problem with that. Embrace that. Enjoy the fact that you are indeed a fictional character and can have fun as long as you respect the rules of their universe and their world. There's no reason that you can't then write yourself into their world and become part of their story. And so if your Oshi, as you call them, has decided to talk to you and embrace that side of things, and they have decided that they are a fictional character, Perhaps you should be a fictional character. Perhaps you should create your own comfy sona or sheep sona. Maybe even write yourself into their own world, whether it be a 300-year in the future one, a dystopian society where everybody is living in their own version of the universe and not seeing necessarily the same world, their own society where everything is a meritocracy and differences are taken away from them, or if it's like a fantasy world set in a completely different universe where a goddess is literally known to have created that universe and existed. You can set yourself in those worlds. You can even help them build those worlds with them. You can embrace them and have fun with that. There's no reason you can't enjoy being a fictional character, and why that fictional story and that fictional presence can't have a massive effect on the person. Have you never watched a fictional piece of media or read a piece of media or embraced a piece of media to the point that it changed your life? If so, then why does it matter whether it was real or fake? It was real to you. That's all that matters. Atsu-chen. Hi, Dr. Ovid. I've been learning how to make my own cakes for 2 years now. They're always flat and always fail. So what's the problem? Please help me to make the cake correctly. Thank you. Honestly, I've no idea. I am an expert baker. That's why my cakes are always voluptuous, bulbous, absolutely supple, firm with just the right amount of bounce. And I can even make them dance just by flexing what I will say is maybe baking soda, maybe some sort of activating agent. Some recipes call for yeast, some recipes call for like baking soda. You have to aerate them properly. You have to, when you're making the dough, knead them firmly. Make sure that they expand. And also consider the fact that there are things like pancakes, pound cakes, crepes. There are other things that are baked goods that are fine being flat. They are still just as tasty and delicious. And in fact, when there's a flat surface, you can also top them with things. One of the best things about crepes compared to other cakes is with another cake, you kind of like have to decorate them, sure, but you can't do much else to their insides because their insides have already been filled. When it comes to a crepe, that shit is like spread thin and long. You can put bananas and cream in there. You can put chocolate and strawberries. You can put Nutella and peanuts. You can do whatever the fuck you want to that crepe. It becomes versatile. There is nothing wrong with flat being justice. Sometimes you want a big, thick cake that you know is going to be delicious and scrumptious and mouth-watering and you just want to get your hands and mouth on it and just taste it all over and experience it, feel it inside you. But sometimes you want something more flat. Sometimes you want something more versatile. Sometimes you want to customize things your way. There is equal opportunities for everybody in this world. Every cake deserves to be loved. And yes, your flat cakes will be appreciated by others too, I'm sure. There's nothing wrong with that. Why did I copy? Oh, this is just somebody using light mode, kind of. MK. Dear Dr. Ovid, I've always had a rough time holding back laughter while watching my favorite streamers' streams, which are usually at 10 PM in my time zone. In order not to cause my roommates inconvenience, or just not to wake them up, why on earth did they go to bed so goddamn early? The muscle on my abdomen starts to become sore the next day and is affecting my daily life. Is there any advice for my situation? Stop watching streams certainly isn't an option. I'm kind of addicted to the streamer, lol. Well, in that case, there are many ways to deal with this. One of them is to just tell your roommates, hey, fuck you. They're your roommates, but at the same time, just because they go to bed early doesn't mean that you have to be completely silent. A little bit of laughter, even with paper-thin walls, shouldn't be that big of a deal. If it is, you can set up very basic soundproofing for a very cheap way. I myself bought like 8 different light blocking curtains. So in this way, I placed them around my room in the areas that sound would normally leak. You're supposed to specifically make them very wavy rather than just straight. If they're just straight up, it's not going to dampen the sound nearly as much. If you get them to have nice curves on them, they will actually absorb the sound better and prevent it from leaking out as much. If that's not an option, you can also find better roommates or burn down the house and collect the insurance money. Or you can simply watch the VODs. You don't always have to watch a stream while it's live. The VODs are always going to be there. If it's just special occasions and you need to watch something live because it either won't be unarchived or it's a big event, you can tell your roommate, hey, I'm sorry, there's something going on today and I'm going to be a bit loud for a few hours. Meanwhile, you don't have to watch the live stream every day. You can watch the VOD in the morning and laugh your ass off during the daylight. But that's completely up to you. Just remember, you can always have conversations with your roommates. You can discuss things and you can come to agreements. If you can't, then they're not good roommates and you need to find new ones. Or again, murder is always an option. I saw recently on Twitter, somebody was saying that a certain colleague of mine, Dr. Solace, shall we call him, said that murder is always morally right, and people were questioning how a police officer could say that. And I just need to state very carefully, he didn't say it was legally correct all the time. He said morally correct. Murder normally has to have a reason. If it's not premeditated, it's not murder. It's manslaughter. So if there's a reason, it's probably morally correct to the person who commits the murder. Does that mean it's legally correct? Absolutely fucking not. But morally correct to the person? Probably. Mikhail. Dr. Ovid. I've been having a reading slump these past few months, and I want to get into it. What do you recommend to getting me back into reading? I need my bookly dose of sex or fluffy romance. Well, it sounds like you already have your option right there. You just need to find something you enjoy more. If you're not enjoying it, honestly, just find some other type of media to take your attention off it for a while. Maybe movies, maybe TV shows, maybe even streams. But if you really want to get back into reading, just try different books, try different styles. Maybe you're not into reading books right now and you prefer comics, manga, manhwa, webtoons, that sort of thing. Maybe you need something a little more visual, especially when it comes to sex. Some people prefer to enjoy that sex with some sort of auditory or visual medium as well, because it changes the medium. Although some people prefer it strictly in writing because it helps them imagine things their own way. Imagine different scenarios and picture the characters in their own way and their voices, and therefore leads to a more extreme experience of the sex. So it's completely up to you how you do that. But just remember, you don't have to read, and if a book isn't interesting you, it just means that you're not into it right now. You can find another, or you can find a different medium to enjoy for a while. Eventually you'll be able to come back to that medium, especially when it comes to sex. Atsu-chen. Dear Dr. Ovid, I've never talked about love, nor have I ever loved anyone. I thought the world was fine with or without me. No one would care about me anyway. But 2 years ago, a man appeared and changed me. Even if he did not know I existed, I was willing to give my ability to resources. He's so worthy of having these. Is this love? It depends on your definition of love, but yes, I would say that that is possibly a type of love. Love has actually many different words in the Greek meaning and in many other cultures, whereas in English we tend to lump them all together as love. There's a very well-known fact that in Greek, all of the words that we called love were actually 4 different types of word, or maybe it was Latin. It's either Greek or Latin. But they had eros, which was sexual love, agape, which I believe was love just in general for like embracing humanity. Storage, which I believe was familial love. Fuck. Anyway, the ancient Greeks had many different words for what we all lump together as just love in English. Philia, thank you. Philia is like friendship love. That one I know. Fuck. Agape equals unconditional love. Thank you. Okay. So yes, there are many different types of love. But essentially, if you care about someone, it doesn't really matter if they care about you. The simple fact is, if you are supporting somebody, whether with anything, whether with resources or whether just giving you their time, whether commenting on things, whether leaving nice questions so that they can create interesting content and continue their career and continue what they enjoy doing, you are helping them. You are providing them things. So they probably do know you exist to some level, even if they don't necessarily remember your name or know anything about what you look like or how you exist in real life. The simple fact is that just by you loving them and caring about them, there's probably some level there of them recognizing that, oh, without this person, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. And if they are the type of person who doesn't give a fuck about that and gives zero shits about it and only cares about themselves, then unfortunately they're not worth your love, and that is a toxic relationship which you should reconsider. However, if they do at least respect you, whether they can say whether they love you or not, because obviously that is a very different type of thing. Like I said, there are many different types of love. With that said, it's always important to remember, as long as you're getting something out of it and you're not feeling like you're just losing something out of it, there's nothing wrong with it. Just don't let it get to a toxic place where you're hurting yourself for somebody who cannot ever reciprocate those kinds of feelings. The types of feelings you have are a very important thing. As long as you come at it from a healthy place, it may even be able to help you. As I've said, especially when it comes to fictional characters. Fiction can affect you very deeply, but you need to be able to understand the difference between fiction and reality. I talked earlier about the fact that if it is fiction or not, does it really matter? It doesn't, as long as you embrace it in a healthy way. As long as you understand what you are getting out of this and what you are not getting out of this. What you are dealing with in reality and what you are dealing with in your fantasies. If you're taking something positive from it and improving yourself and having a good time, then yes, I think that's good and healthy and can be very useful. Meanwhile, if it is becoming unhealthy, if it is becoming an obsession, a lot of people say that obsession isn't love. That honestly feels like a bit of a romantic kind of thought process to me. I think obsession can still be a type of love, but it's not a healthy type of love. The person that you do love should be able to set boundaries with you and explain to you what kind of different feelings they're able to give back to you and what they are able to embrace and what they have to turn away. But basically, you need to be able to also give that level of respect to them as well. You need to realize what is healthy, what isn't healthy, and take care of yourself. So, as long as you're enjoying this love, that's all that matters. If you're not enjoying this love, it's becoming unhealthy and it's doing damage to you, that's when you need to separate, take some time away, and decide what you need to do with the future to reassess that situation and that relationship. Obsession is like an addiction, like I love this person so much, it's like a drug. You see, again, words are all things that have been invented. Obsession can be used even when it comes to love, as long as you set up boundaries, as long as you know what you're dealing with. You can be obsessed with something and love it in a healthy way. I am obsessed with a lot of things that I realize I have to limit myself to and not let take over my life completely. I don't let them hurt me in any way, because although I am a bit obsessed with them, I don't become absolutely obsessed with them to the point that it's doing me harm. But yes, words are words. It depends on what level you have. The word obsession has also been taken in many different ways recently, where sometimes it's not even really obsession, it's just like a fixation. As long as it doesn't become an actual addiction that's doing you detriment, it's okay. To love is to obsess, but to obsess is not to love. That's a good way to put it. Honestly, yeah, words are words. Yana's never gonna give you up. Hi, Doctor. A sheep fricking machine is built lately. Everyone is having a good time, but they won't let me hop on. When I ask why, Papa laughed and Mama scolded me to do my schoolwork first. Why they act like this? Yours? Oh, thank God I can confirm I'm 18-year-old or above sheep. I was like, why the fuck did I screenshot this one? Okay, as long as you confirm that at the end, that's not so bad. If you are over the age of 18, depending on your culture and the legal situations there, then you can embrace these kinds of things however you feel like, whenever you feel like. And unfortunate as it is for your parents, they can't control you as much as they try to. If you're above the age of 18, you are legally an adult. And while you are living under their roof, you should damn well respect their rules and give them the respect that they deserve, especially if they're good parents who are just trying to look after you. But yeah, no, this is just a silly joke. Let's be moving on in this in a more silly way. Fuck it! Get in that sheep fricker! Have a wonderful time! Go nuts! Embrace it! Learn about your body! Go wild! Just do so in a consensual way and make sure you're being safe and trying things slowly and in a safe way. Yes. That was a weird one to deal with. God damn it. But yes, have fun, but also, you know, respect other people's boundaries, including your parents. Fishy Weeb. Dearest my O-sheep Dr. Ovid, I want a partner in my life, but I can't find one even if I write anything true about me on my... even if I write everything true about myself in my profile on my dating app. My Oshi is Fuchan. I probably use money and time for his merch and streams. I don't know why nobody picks me. I don't know why you combined those two things. That makes it sound like your Oshi's the problem. Your Oshi's not the problem. There are many people who have Oshis, who have, things that they enjoy, that they spend their time and money on. And if you have a partner that thinks that what you spend your time, your money, your resources, your enjoyment on, and they don't like it, guess what? They shouldn't fucking be your partner. Your partner should be able to embrace all of your enjoyments. I hear so many people being like, oh, my partner likes this nerdy shit. How can I get them out of it? Oh, she's such a loser. She plays Dungeons and Dragons. He plays video games. Oh, I just want them to be into sports like me. Guess what? What they want is a different fucking partner. You will eventually find a partner that respects your hobbies, respects the things that you enjoy. Find somebody else who's a confidant. Find somebody else who's into other VTubers. Find somebody else who's into other YouTube personalities. If they can't understand that VTubers, Fulgur Ovid, any kind of fucking enjoyment that you find in life that makes life more enjoyable, that isn't doing you harm and you have fun with, then guess what? They're not worth being a partner. They don't want a partner. They want something that they can get affection from, have sex with, possibly, maybe not. I don't know what you guys get the fuck up to. Either way, they're not looking for a partner. What they're looking for is something to use in some way. They're not worth your time. So find a partner that respects your hobbies, respects what you enjoy, and hopefully that you can respect what they enjoy too. Honestly, a lot of the time, the same people who not like you for your own hobbies have pretty fucking shitty hobbies themselves. But yes, have some damn self-respect. You know what you like, you know what you love. You don't always have to share that with your partner immediately either. You bringing somebody home for the first time, you can hide your fucking nerd shit. That's fine. You can hide your hyperfixation. I know people that straight up hide their fucking sports memorabilia when their partners come over because they're like, oh shit, what if they're into a different fucking team? I've also had people in the past that did break up because their fucking sports teams, sports balls of all thing, were rivals, and they were like, oh no, a fucking Patriots boy can't date a Cowboys girl. Fuck that fucking shit. It's not worth it. If you find a partner you respect their enjoyment, you should be able to expect their differences from you too. It shouldn't come between you, and if it does come between you, just find somebody else. Find somebody else. To Mr. Dr. Ovid. I'm furthering my education right now, and I know that I just need to pass to get where I want to go. But every day is a struggle, and it feels like my artistic soul is dying. What should I do to make sure I'll still love what I want by the end? That's a tough one. Burnout is a very serious thing. And as somebody who doesn't do any kind of, well, I guess I kind of do a creative endeavor for my business, but the difference between me is I can focus on other things. My business is very versatile, where one day I might be writing a story about an angsty robot, well, cyborg detective from the future, and another day I might be writing a story about a sweet, gentle cyborg from the future who's full of angst and suffering, and someday I might change that up to fantasy. Some days I might just want to play a video game and embrace other people's stories. Other days I might want to do something more creative and embrace my Funiverse characters or other things like that. Unfortunately, when it comes to your education, they do lock you into things that you don't want to necessarily do. But that is a lesson that you have to learn while going through that, because you want to do this as a career. There are very different scenarios between doing something as a passion and doing something as a career. And there will always be people who tell you that if you enjoy your job, you'll never work a day in your life. That is a fucking lie. The simple fact is, no matter what job you're doing, whether it feels like a career that you love or whether it feels like a piece of shit job that you're just doing to earn some money, there will be some times when it feels like work, because it is work. You need to do it to earn a paycheck. One thing that a lot of artists learn once they do take it up as a professional thing is that they're not super into doing it as a professional thing. They don't want to make it what they do to earn a living wage, because it's just not for them. They don't feel like being told by other people what their art should be. They would rather create things for themselves. And that's fine. You don't have to make it your career. You don't have to earn money off of it. Instead, you can treat it as a hobby on the side and occasionally take maybe commission requests or donations. You can start to build your own online portfolio. That is always an option. The simple fact is, if you're going through that education and it's getting to the point where it's draining all the enjoyment from it, perhaps you need to step back and take a break for a little while and just be like, I need to take a semester off. I will finish these credits later. And perhaps you need to reassess and think, oh, is this what it's going to be like? A lot of people love art and music and other creative endeavors, and unfortunately there will be people who will use that against them. They will hire them in like the best studio they've ever seen. It's something they've been watching since they were a child. They're working with people that they love and that they respect, and so they put their all into it and completely drain themselves, and then get forced to do things that they don't necessarily like and burn out, and it becomes a horrible experience for them. So that is something you're going to need to deal with if you want to do this as a career in the future. So it's something to consider. It might just be that you don't want to take a full-on education course and you'd rather work on things in your own direction. There are many examples of artists that are self-made that were never taught. Even I just recently learned from my own composer who I hired, because we were talking about Adrian von Ziegler, who, if you don't know, does a lot of really good Celtic, Nordic fantasy kind of music and creates his own fantasy worlds and does the soundtracks for them. We were talking about them because I had brought up that I love my current composer and I often send them references from Adrian von Ziegler, but I honestly prefer my current composer's work. And my current composer sent me back a message talking about how much they love Adrian von Ziegler as well, but they know for a fact that Adrian von Ziegler is self-taught, never went to any kind of schooling for music, and so that's another amazing thing about them. But because of that, they tend to lean into just what they like without having embraced all aspects of music and learning all the different technical aspects. They just like creating their music online. And for some people, that's all you need to do, is create your own little worlds, do your own little bubble, and create a career hopefully out of that, or at least something that can support you out of that. Whereas other people prefer to go to school, learn every technical level of a thing so that they can use that in the future to embrace their work. Whether they do just want to work with a company that will tell them exactly what to make and they don't get any say in it, they just have to deliver what they have to deliver, or whether they can use that to create their own passion, but they want different avenues to do that and to be able to use every kind of technical skill there is. So perhaps education in this department isn't necessarily for you, and you need to step back and either treat it as a hobby or find a different way to become qualified in another way. Otherwise, yes, unfortunately, there are times when if you do move into the industry and if you do need those credits or those qualifications to get accepted, you're going to have to force yourself through. But if you're going to be working for big companies that need those kinds of qualifications, there are also going to be times where they're going to make you do things that you do not give a fuck about, which you feel burnt out about, but you're still going to have to deliver it because it is a job and it is what pays your wages. So yes, those are just things to consider as you go forward. Just remember that you don't have to make every passion you have monetizable. Everybody talks nowadays about always being on the grind set and monetizing every single fucking thing you do, every hobby you have. Guess what? That isn't a hobby. That's a career. You're allowed to have hobbies that you just do for the fuck of it. That's completely fine. Composition independent of music theory. Music theory just helps you understand how and how if there's spots you might miss, new insights. Yeah, I was actually sorry. I'm gonna break character for a second here. I haven't been super in character this whole stream anyway, but yeah, I was actually talking to my composer just the other day about that because they were telling me like some of the things they'd been taught to do while they were doing their music qualification. They've done a lot of music qualifications. They're actually working on their masters still. But they were telling me how like some days they literally got told, okay, I need you to compose a song for me called Stone. No other explanations. It was just compose a song for me called Stone, explain it once you've composed it. There was also things where they were like given animated scenarios and they were like told to compose all the music and sound effects for that. They were also told like I want you to compose something for me that makes me feel sad using these specific instruments, which may or may not work with the actual feeling particularly well, and they had to find a way to do it. So yeah, a lot of their, like, I don't even know what type of exact qualification they did. I just know they did something to do with music, and they're now working on their masters of a different thing. But yeah, I haven't gone super into it, but it's just like, it's really amazing to me because it's like, that's so cool. And that is teaching them like all kinds of different skills that they may never use in the future. They thankfully enjoy that and don't have a problem with it, but it does mean that they do have to do a lot of work on different locations where it's like sometimes, yes, it's something they're passionate and excited about, and then sometimes they're given a challenge where they're like, oh god, this is stupid, but I guess I have to deliver it. Because yeah, in the working world, there are going to be things like that where it's just like, hey, we want to hire you for this thing, and the money's good. You want the money, you want to like get some exposure, you want to be able to put that on your resume, and so you take the job even though it's not something you're actually interested in, for either, yeah, the money, the exposure, the experience, anything. Yeah, that's part of making a thing a career. So yeah, it's something to think about. And like I said, you don't have to go into that career. If you want to, you are unfortunately going to have to push through it, but just like taking a break for a little while, catching your breath, thinking about that is all good. And you can always reassess and change your direction in life at any time. It's okay to go for school for stuff that isn't your calling. Exactly. Yeah. You can also just study things. There's really good resources online where a lot of college courses, they actually have like recordings of the college courses and of like the class notes and stuff where you can just learn for free. It's actually crazy. There's a lot of online university resources where you can essentially take courses for free. You don't get the qualification, but you learn things just for the fucking hell of it. It's really interesting to like look into like different professors' college courses, their curriculums and materials, learn about things that you don't necessarily want to learn, be qualified for or anything like that. It's just like, huh, this is interesting to me. Let me learn some of this. Let me see some of these. And hell, you may even decide at one point when you're going through some of those, this is fascinating. I'd actually like to do this course. Not necessarily to make it to a career, but just to actually learn everything about it from a professor who's actually really good. But yeah. Oh, this is another blank one, which means this is going to be a serious one. Archivist advice. Hi, Dr. Ovid. I'm in a dark time right now where I always feel empty every time. Nothing motivates me IRL anymore. Watching and drawing you saves me, but if I'm not doing that, I go back into the void. What should I do to avoid this empty feeling? That is a very difficult one. That is a type of depression, in fact. That is something you should possibly talk to an actual therapist about. So I can give you some very basic advice for what I do to deal with it when I'm in a very similar scenario, because I do deal with that a lot. What I will say is if it continues and you can't find any way, any kind of coping mechanism, any kind of way to deal with it, any kind of workaround, then you should see a doctor, because a proper doctor will be able to give you much better advice, much better techniques, and even if possible, medication. There are some people who don't like medication. There are some people who don't want to be on medication. There are some people who medication works very well for. It depends on each individual, and that's why you should always see a licensed therapist if those types of feelings tend to go on for too long. What I will say is when I deal with those kinds of feelings, and I have talked about this in the past, I just kind of embrace them for a while. I'm glad that you at least have an outlet. You didn't even have to say that it was drawing me. So that's very sweet of you. I'm glad to hear that I am an outlet that makes you feel something and makes you feel happiness and makes you feel more alive. But in general, what you should do is try to find something else that makes you feel alive. If it's just drawing me for now, if it's just drawing other people, if it's just like creating something, lean into that. If drawing me makes you happy, maybe try to draw some characters of your own. Maybe try to create your own world. Maybe try to find a different avenue which you can go even further into, which makes you feel more alive. I've had a lot of times where I've been very depressed and even thought about, and this is going to get a bit dark, but this is a serious one, so roll with me. I have thought about just the fact that what's the point of going on if it's always going to feel like this? Because you do get into a cycle. You get into a cycle of being depressed, digging yourself out of it, finding ways to deal with it, but then eventually coming back to it. And a lot of the times when you're in that feeling, it's like, oh, I always get back to it eventually. Should I just take a shortcut exit? Which is a dark place to be in. But just remember that going on helps. Giving up means that, yes, the story is over. There's nothing more to tell. So there is really no no scenario where you should ever actually give up on things like that. You should always try to find workarounds, especially since there is only the possibility of things to get better if you feel like you're already at the bottom. And that's the thing. A lot of people think that depression only comes from the feeling of just feeling sad. That's not true at all. Sometimes depression is the feeling of just feeling nothing, like you've described. Or sometimes depression is a feeling of just helplessness, of the feeling that you can't ever achieve something that you want to achieve. These are all different types of depression. So yeah, like I said, a lot of the time I embrace that feeling. If I know I'm in a depressive spiral right now, I know that trying to fight against it will only make it worse. And so I just do pull back from everything, go into my own cocoon, bundle myself up, and be depressed for several days, sometimes several weeks. And sometimes it's due to physical pain, sometimes it's due to mental anguish, sometimes it's still to do with the fact that I don't feel like I'm doing good enough at whatever I'm working on. Thankfully, all of those things for me so far have often gotten balanced out, where I've relaxed and chilled, tried to read things, tried to enjoy other things. Even if I didn't feel like I was super into any other things, I let my mind wander. I explore different avenues. I look into philosophy more than anything. Philosophy has always been a very interesting outlet for me, where I look into like stoicism or existentialism, or different religions, different mythologies, different stories and creations, because that's one thing that really motivates me to find other things that I'm interested in. But it's different for every person, and if you can't find anything, then yes, it's definitely a scenario where you need to talk to a licensed professional about that, because they will find other ways to help you, whether it is exercises for thought processes, whether it is finding other creative outlets, whether it's finding other reasons to go on, or simply to help medicate you. Because honestly, there are just some people who have imbalances in their brain. Sometimes just talking about things, sometimes doing mental exercises can help you deal with things. Sometimes your brain chemistry is always just going to be dangerous. It's going to be neurospicy. I kind of hate that term being used right now. That was dumb of me since this is a bit more serious. But in general, there are people that do need medication just to feel a bit more balanced, a bit more, for lack of a better word, normal. Because the simple fact is, everyone is normal. Whatever you're dealing with, it's normal for you, and you will get through it as long as you work at it. As long as you work at it, you will find a way to deal with it. And it is like, I'm in a very lucky position where I can step back, disappear into my little cocoon and hide for a few weeks when I need to deal with that. Other people are not. And other people are not able to get access to therapy. But thankfully, there are also a lot of resources online, which again, somebody pointed out earlier, and this is very true. There are a lot of resources online which are bullshit, which will try to lead you in a different, wrong direction. But as long as you're looking for ways to solve the thing, online things are definitely available to help, if you can't find anything else. But obviously, licensed doctors, licensed therapists are the best idea. And yes, I especially like this one, since it said like watching and drawing you saves me. That's very sweet, and I love to hear that. I'm glad that I'm able to help you a bit, but there should also be other things that make you happy. And so there should be like, if drawing me makes you happy, then it's probable that like drawing other people would make you happy. Drawing your own like creations could make you more happy. You might be the type of creative individual who thrives on getting other people's reinforcement and things like that, and you can find other avenues to do that. Actually, I had a big depressive episode recently. I will happily admit to that. And I genuinely thought about a lot of very dark thoughts, and what brought me out of it was, I have so many things that I do want to do in the stories, which I'm still in the middle of writing, and including, yeah, I mean, a lot of the things, a lot of the problems were that while I wanted to be doing a lot of the things that I still love, I wasn't able to. And the simple fact was, I wasn't going to be able to for a while. I had to accept that. And yeah, there were a lot of things, thankfully, that did make me think, well, I've still got things to do. I still have a lot of other things that I want to work on. And so it's all about just finding those things, finding those reasons, finding those things that make you happy and make you want to keep going on and keep giving meaning to your life and like light in your world. So yes, I would say try to find some other ones. Look up some resources online. Definitely see a professional if it's getting very painful, dark, or hard. Kokoyumi 16. Yumi? Yeah, Kokoyumi. Dr. Ovid, do you have any advice for people who struggle to find their happiness? Oh shit, I thought this was going to be a happy one because I showed the name. Just find your happiness, bro. Yeah, I know that sounds fucking stupid. But honestly, if you're struggling to find your happiness, it means that, yeah, something just isn't quite working right now. I mean, this one is very linked to the last one. Embrace different things, try different medias, try different like career paths, try different activities. Sometimes you think you're like a very creative person or like a very scientific minded person, a very academic person. You suddenly realize, oh shit, I'm super into this fucking baseball thing or basketball or just random ass exercise. Shit like that. You never know what you may find in the world that's completely different from what you expected. Sometimes it's good to go traveling and try different environments. Sometimes things as simple as like trying different clothing styles or trying out like a different personality for yourself. Embracing like the fact that, oh, I always thought I was this kind of person, but it turns out, hey, there's a whole fucking different world out there that's fucking huge to explore and embrace and try new things. Say trying different violence. I think I said trying different avenues, but violence? Definitely didn't say violence. But violence could be one, as long as you're not hurting other people, including damaging their property. There are things that you just buy a fucking, I don't know, giant pane glass window and smash that shit. Buy a giant sheet of bubble wrap and crack that shit whenever you feel like it. Buy one of those toys that feels like a realistic head and beat the shit out of it. Or go to one of those rooms where you get to beat the shit out of stuff. Violence can be very therapeutic too. Sometimes it's good to let it out. Violence is a question and the answer is yes. Hell yeah. And again, if you can't, like, you can also help people is one of the biggest things. I saw recently, people were talking about like different video games and different kind of power fantasies. Because most people, when they think about, sorry, I'm completely out of character now, but I don't care. We've had 2 serious ones in a row. Sometimes a power fantasy is normally like acknowledged as like, oh, I want to be the strongest in the world. Everybody has to fall in love with me. They have to bow down to me. And if I want to, I can end their lives. I want to play like Red Dead Redemption and shoot whoever I want to in the street. I want to play like Grand Theft Auto and run everybody over. And they like get pissed off when they can't like kill children or kill babies or take the absolute like darkest route. And somebody was like, yeah, why would you play a game and play like a happy path? Like, that's boring. You can do that shit in real life. I'd rather just play a dark path. And somebody's response to it was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. They said, well, my power fantasy is just having the ability to actually save anybody that I felt like. It's not that I want power over people. It's just in the real world, sometimes you can't help people. You don't have the strength. You don't have the resources. Sometimes it's a good power fantasy to just be like, hey, I want to be a hero. I want to save people. I want to protect people. That can also be a type of power fantasy, is living in a world where you can be the person who can stand up for those who need stood up for, who can help those people who are depressed, who can make people just feel better in their day. And you can also try to do that in real life. The simple fact is, like I've said multiple times, you can't control how other people take things or feel about things. You can never control that. But you can do your best to make the world a slightly better place and try to be nicer to people. So yeah, I think that person just put into words like really well something that I'd always felt, because you often see, like, especially when you're a streamer, people get bored of people like doing like the normal routes. Like, I know like with The Wolf Among Us recently, or any kind of game like that, any of the Quantic Dreams ones and stuff, there are some people who watch them and they get like really pissed off if you try to go on a dark route, because they're like, well, you don't care about the characters at all. You're not embracing the story. You're just trying to make jokes and kill everyone and belittle everyone. It's like, yep, sometimes you want to do that. And then sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes you want to be the good person. You get really attached to the characters. You want to role play. You want to put yourself into their headspace. You want to protect the characters and save everyone. And then other people get annoyed at you with that because they're like, oh, he's taking it so seriously. Everybody does this like bullshit. I would prefer someone to come in and do like a full evil route, just kill everyone and murder everything. They're both just different types of power fantasies. They're both enjoyable. Just enjoy them in your own way. But yeah, in general, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be good. People talk about it being boring and weak and everything else. It takes a lot of strength to be a positive person. It takes a lot of strength to try and help people and to try and see things from other people's point of views. When you're already emotional, when you're already a bit angry, when you're already a bit depressed yourself, to take a step back, to accept that other people may be feeling even worse than you are. Other people may be dealing with more than you are. And just because they feel like the villain in your story right now, that doesn't mean they're not the hero in their own story, the hero in other people's story, and that you're not the villain in their story, even though you know exactly what you were thinking and what actions you were taking. That's a simple fact. You just need to get over the fact that people are different. You need to just, roll with that fact. You can never control how other people feel. You can only control your own actions and how you want to treat others. Yuki Tempest. Dear Mr. Dr. Ovid, I've recently experienced the death of a twink and I should be mourning him. But the old man who replaced him lives rent-free, and from morning to evening and even while dreaming, I can only think of lewd scenarios for the old man. Please help. I don't have to help you at all with that. That sounds fucking perfect to me. It's always bad when you deal with a death, but I mean, like, you can't actually replace someone. They're always still going to be there. If we actually, like, genuinely lose someone, that is very sad. That is something you have to deal with. That is a trauma. Loss is serious and it will take a while to get over with. But when it comes to just like, oh, somebody's died and been replaced, guess what? They can come back. You can bring them back whenever you want. They're a fantasy fictional character. Go nuts. Embrace both of them. Sometimes at the same time. Sometimes there's going to be a third one. Sometimes there's going to be 3 female versions in the future, and there's going to be every level of bisexual fucking fantasy. And, like, you know, all kinds of other things. Just enjoy it. It just means you're enjoying something new now. Go nuts with it. Okay. Hi, Doc. I miss Lechan. Is he doing well? Are you two doing well? Fuck. I feel like we've dealt with this so much better. Like months ago, this was a question. A lot of these questions are like, I miss Lechan. Lechan's so cute. When's he coming back? And I'm like, people are like, you're not getting rid of him completely, right? And then I did the Funiverse stream where we did the whole like, hey, he doesn't want to leave. He's sticking around. I'm going to finish telling his story and he's always going to be around for different things. I'm still planning different things for the model. Lamb Mama and me are still working on some other things when it comes to like other different scenarios as well. There's not just going to be a twink like early 20s and a hunk like Ikeoji late 30s. There may be other things in the future, and there's always going to be updates to all the different forms as well and more stories for them. Just because Legatus 505 is going to be coming to an end at some point doesn't mean that there's going to be the end completely to Legatus. Legatus is still going to have a story hanging out in Noctic's house. He's still going to be part of the Funiverse. There's still going to be one-shots. Just because I tell the whole story of Legatus 505 doesn't mean there won't be little one-shots in his universe, stories that he didn't tell to Karnis or other things going on. Stories never truly end. And unfortunately, that does mean, like we've seen in the recent, like, Wolf Among Us thing, fairy tales, they end normally at like a happy point with a happily ever after. People get married or kiss or decide they're going to have babies and everything's always good. Stories don't end. The world keeps turning. Sometimes life's a bitch and you die. Sometimes life's a bitch and then you just keep going on living. You just roll with things. Every day is a new chance for new encounters. So yeah. The story will always go on. Don't worry about it. And if the story ever stops going on, you can continue this story. Guess what? Everybody is their own creator. Fictional characters are fictional characters. You can create your own headcanons and make your own stories for them. Dear Mr. Dr. Ovid. Oh no. Have you ever felt like disappearing from this world or vanishing from existence? I've had that feeling for the longest time now. People around me have told me to try getting isekai and become a main protagonist. Should I follow this advice? Only in one regard. Remember that you are the protagonist of your own universe. The only way to truly get isekai'd is to change that universe for yourself. If the people around you are telling you to get isekai'd in a different way, absolutely fuck them. Do not listen to them. Find a way to change your own world in your own way. Remember that you are the protagonist and you can make of this life whatever you wish. You can choose to become a fucking cyborg from 300 years in the future. You can choose to do anything you want with your life, whatever career path you want, whatever goals you have, you can start working towards them. If that feeling continues to persist and it feels like you can't do anything to deal with it, talk to your loved ones, talk to a therapist, talk to medical professionals, and they will find ways to help you far better than any online 2D boy or anything else can deal with. You need to take care of yourself in a very serious way if you're having those kinds of thoughts, and not try to escape into fantasies which are detrimental to you, but instead find ways to responsibly move forward and be healthy in the future. That's what I'll say, because we kind of touched on this one a minute ago in a much more serious way, so I will just say, talk to people. How about isekai within your own life? Do whatever you want, live your life how you want. Exactly, that's what I started with. Become the protagonist of your own life. If you want to go to a different world, create a different world, embrace a different world, move to a different place, try a different scenario. There's so much to do. Oh god, there's so many serious ones in a row. I didn't split these up properly. Dear Dr. Ovid, I'm always insecure with my features and body, and I always envy cosplayers who are pretty and talented, especially my best friend who also cosplays really good. What should I do to assure myself? Okay, one of the best pieces of advice I can give you, because this sounds like it's more of a jealousy thing, because like, yeah, you shouldn't really care too much about what other people think, and you shouldn't care about like comparing yourself to others. One of the best images that I ever saw was somebody trying to explain why you shouldn't compare your own art to somebody else's art, because they put forward this scenario of somebody saying, somebody like whipping out an incredible, decorative, beautiful cake that looks scrumptious and everybody wants a piece of. And then somebody standing next to them who has a tiny cake that isn't necessarily particularly interesting. It's maybe just like a little cupcake with some very basic, like not even any decoration, just some very basic flavor in it. Guess what? They're both fucking cakes. It's not an idea of like, oh, I have this amazing cake. Why would I want that shitty one over there? It's, yo, there's two fucking cakes. Are you kidding me? I get to try a piece of this one and try a piece of that one. And there is going to be so many people who are like, oh, that fancy cake is so decorative, so delicious. It's so extravagant. But I mean, I prefer this like more simplistic cake. Yeah, it looks less good, but it resonates with me better. It tastes better. People have different preferences for things. Put your art out in the world, put your creation out in the world. What your features, your body, as long as you're cosplaying, I assure you, anybody who's in that fandom is going to be so fucking excited to see you cosplaying something that they enjoy. Even outside of the world of cosplaying, you are your own person. You don't need to look like everybody else. If everybody looked the fucking same and everybody looked perfect, it would be boring as shit. Well, you'd never have any fucking differences. It's the differences that make us unique and make us interesting. And I promise you, there are going to be people who see you cosplaying next to the cosplayer who you think is perfect and everyone is loved and gets like tons of likes and retweets and shares and interesting things. And everybody tells them how beautiful they are. And then they'll see you and they'll be like, there's something about this cosplayer that's absolutely fucking perfect. They just envision the character for me. Or not even the character. Maybe they'll just see you and they'll be like, I don't know. There's something about this cosplayer that I like a lot. I want to follow more of their work. You are unique and individual. You don't have to look like other people. Do your own thing. Find your own way to be. And yeah, if it doesn't get as much attention from the world, that isn't any less important to what you do. You put in the effort. You created something amazing. And as somebody who is lucky enough to have people cosplaying as them, doing art of them, doing art of their world, doing cosplays based off of things that they've created, the creator themselves is going to fucking freak out, flip their shit and be so happy. And it is unfortunate that it's hard to like reach a creator, especially if they're like a big popular creator. They might never see your thing, but believe me, fans in the space, the creator themselves, if they ever did get to see it, they would just be so fucking happy. It's not a question of which cake is better. It's a fact that, yo, there's so much fucking cake, let's go. Until you get, you know, a food coma. That's the point where it's too much fucking cake. And instead, yeah, you should just enjoy little pieces of cake. Pizza! Hello, how you doing today? Yo, how was your stream today? Were you having fun? Also, did you see the new trailer for Yume? Is it Yume Nikki? Dream Nikki? Something Nikki. There's a dress-up game which is getting like a really big console release. It was just on the big Sony play case. I feel like that's a game you're gonna really like because I know you're like really into fashion and stuff. Bad advice about anything? All I see is bah. Thank you. New trailers. Yeah, they had a Sony showcase yesterday and I forget what the game's called. Can anyone? Infinity Nikki, thank you. Yeah, it's based off of like a mobile game, like Dream Nikki or something. But yeah, like I've seen you doing like so many fashion related games recently, dressing up the sidekicks and doing other things like that. So yeah, I feel like that would be right up your avenue. The girls are really cute. The graphics are really nice. It's such a nice world. For real, I need to see it. Yeah, there were a few things announced the other day that I'm really excited for. The one that I was like super drawn in by, let me look up the name for it because I saved it. It's not going to be out till 2025, so we won't be touching it for a while. Ah, there we go. Ballad of Antara, an upcoming multi-platform dark fantasy ARPG from Infold Games. You play as like multiple characters. The one I'm most interested in is a daddy taking care of a little girl. His like gameplay is different from most of the other ones. Most of the other ones are like super attacky, stabby, crazy, but he literally has a child on his back all the time, so he has to defend his child while he's doing his shit. So yeah, you get to play as like a daddy character. There's a few other characters. It's a good action RPG. I'm so fucking excited. You know how much I love daddy games. I'm pretty sure Pio-chan would love that game too. But yeah, Infinity Nikki. It's like a dress up kind of game, a fashion design kind of game. There was also another one somebody tweeted me about, which I was already looking for like some sort of like fantasy castle town based kind of game. And somebody, fuck, it's called like Small Grove or Small Glade or Tiny Glade or something. They actually tweeted at me about it because like you can pet the sheep. Tiny Glade, thank you. I think it might have been Lucia, who like tweeted out like this game was made for Fulgur Ovid. And I looked at it and I was like, yo, you could create your own little castle towns. That's going to be so useful. So I'm definitely going to try and get permissions for that. Apparently a demo just came out. But yeah, you like build little like fantasy towns, taverns, castles. So it'll be really good for like when we start like working on the Shepherd's World. It was Luthier, thank you. It was Luthier, thank you. I was trying to confirm. I wasn't sure whether it was Luthier or Lucina. So thank you. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'm going to try and get permissions for that because I think it'd be really cool. Like when we're doing our world building streams for the Shepherd's Story. Because I'm already like planning on doing world building and map building and all kinds of other things. I'm looking forward. I was looking for something like that, like a fantasy tavern kind of maker or like a Dungeons and Dragons map kind of maker. That one has like really nice graphics. It's really cozy. And like you said, you can spawn a bunch of sheep and then just pet them. So yeah, that'll be really cute. It'll be a nice one to be like, okay, let's create this town in the Shepherd's Story. Let's give it a name. Let's build up a location. Let's decide like if it's going to be a castle town with a big castle in the middle so you can shoot arrows outside the castle walls. Do we need fundaments or do we just want a nice little cozy area with like an inn? Yeah, a bunch of different areas. It'll be really fun and nice and relaxing. Def love that kind of game. Let's go, Pio-chan. But thank you so much for the raid. What is up, Sidekicks? I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, I'll put the name of the other game I was talking about, by the way. Thankfully, one of my moderators just shared the Tiny Glade one, but I'll put the name of the one because I know often when I say things, it doesn't make it super easy to know the spelling. So there we go. Ballad of Antara. That's the other one from the Sony showcase that I was just like, oh, I need to fucking play this. Okay. But yeah, 2 cakes. Different people are going to like different cakes. Enjoy your own cake. I enjoy my own cake, even though people keep telling me it's flat. It's delicious. I'm going to skip this one for now. We might come back to that. I want some silly ones. For some reason, it started with all silly ones, then got really serious for a while. I did not organize these properly. Kami. And a non... Oh, God damn it. This one should be fine. This one's just sexy. And a non-sheep. Dear Dr. Sex. Dear Dr. Sex. Why are you so sexy? I mean intelligent, sexy. I mean cool and sex. I mean sex. No, I meant gentle and refined sex. No, I meant cute. Yeah, boy. Sex. No. I don't know. I think you're imagining it. Remember that everybody has different sexual preferences. Just because something looks sexy to you doesn't mean it's sexy to anybody else. A lot of people saw me become an Ike OG and they did not take the Ike part and they were just like, God, this is such a downgrade. I hate it. Where's my cute little twink? I like all these boys who look pretty much the same and are all 178 centimeters and don't have a single piece of body hair on them. And that's fine. That's their own enjoyment. Personally, I much prefer this form, but I like both. Sometimes I like to see Legatus in many, many different positions. It's, well, should I say positions? Many different styles. Sometimes you want a pretty young boy. Sometimes you want a grizzled old man. Sometimes you want a big bar up covered in hair. Sometimes you want them to turn into a literal bear like in fucking Baldur's Gate 3. There's all kinds of different things. Everybody has their own preference. If you find my form sexy right now, I'm glad you enjoy it. Nako! Hi, Doctor. Which birthday is March 26th? Legatus or Archivist? I can only sleep at night because I'm guessing that's I can't sleep at night because I'm curious. Please help. Thank you. P.S. Also, if you have different birthdays, I'd like to celebrate. No. All Fulgur Ovids have the exact same birthday and Avidias, whether they are Avidia Ketos or Avidias of any other sort. All Fulgur Ovids and Avidias have the exact same birthday. However, there are other celebration days for them. There is 404 Day for the Archivist, there's 505 Day for Legatus, and there may be a different day in the future for the Shepherd. But they all were born March 26th in their own respective worlds. Whether they're even called March 26th. March 26th doesn't even actually exist in the Republic. It was just a guesstimation. There was also the fact that Fantasy World probably not going to have a March 26th either, because obviously there's going to be like different moons and different suns and stuff. Is there a day for Avidia? Honestly, it depends. I mean, technically Child's Day would be the day for baby Avidia, and then I don't know. Sexy Woman Day? I don't know. Every day is Avidia Day. OMG, Avidia my goddess. Confidants. Dr. Ovid, please help. My mom is the best mom in the world. But one day I found that she started to shower with coffee, eat massive high-calorie food madly, throw my diaper like a baseball, and poop while someone else is laughing. Technically, they weren't laughing. They were actually shouting. They did not like me pooping in that toilet for some reason, even though it was part of the game. And my mom suddenly spoke like a chuny old man. Also, my alien uncle wants to catch me because I can type with my tiny baby fingers. What? Should I do? Be a goddamn adult. Quit acting like a baby. Just because you're a baby, that's no fucking excuse. Guess what? Even babies are growing on the day-to-day. Be an adult. Take matters into your own hand. Stop crying like a little baby. Fight that alien uncle. Tell them you don't want to go with them. That's kind of the fucking plotline of Dragon Ball Z when Gohan almost gets taken. But I also do know that Ren was trying to steal our child for a while. To anyone who doesn't know, these are all references to like the first stream I did of the Archivist that wasn't the debut, Mother Simulator, where we were trying to take care of a demon baby that screamed and cried all the time, and a bunch of weird shit went happening, including an alien trying to kidnap our baby. But yeah, fight that alien, be strong, take care of yourself. Then maybe your mama will stop acting so wild. Maybe mama's acting wild because you've been acting like a baby. Maybe you need to grow up and take care of your mama. Remember, at some point, our parents all need us to take care of them. Sometimes even while they're young. Sometimes you don't realize how much they're going through. And yeah, you're a child, so you are definitely the dependent and they have to look after you. But it's still nice to occasionally let them know how much you care and how much you want to look after them, even if you're not able to. So yeah. Atsuten! Mr. Ovid, please share blood with me. Sure. 1 second. I just need... Hey, Confidants, come here for a second. Yeah, just line up right there. This is a lightning gun, don't worry about it. And now... Okay, I have all the blood that you need. How much you want? How much you want, Atsu-chan? To take as much as you want. There's the corpse over there. I think the average human body contains about 6 pints. That was a sheep body. I'd imagine that has at least like 3.5 to 4 pints. Go wild. Make some black pudding. I would love some black pudding. Okay. Archivist advice. Dear Dr. Ovid, the person I have liked since my childhood recently made a move on me. Then they acted as... But they then acted as if nothing happened the next day and ignored me. Should I bomb this person's house, tie them up and feed them to the sheeps, or maybe put them in the fricker? This one's like half real and half jokey. Obviously, for legal reasons, I have to say don't do any of that. But for comedy reasons, fuck yeah, be gay, do crime, tie them up, torture them, blow them up, end their life. Make them feel the regret of treating you that way. But in reality, Yeah, no, if somebody makes a move on you and then acts as if nothing happens, that's a point where you actually have to like have a conversation with them, a serious conversation where it's like, hey, did that not mean fucking anything to you? Hopefully it did mean something to them, and they will like reveal that, oh shit, sorry, I didn't know I meant you feel that way. I didn't want to like get in a relationship with you maybe, or they just wanted something casual. A lot of people separate like sex and relationships. That's up to each individual, and it is a shame that you didn't possibly have a conversation about that before anything happened. But yeah, some people just don't vibe in the same way. Some people do. Have a conversation with them about it. If you don't have the same kind of feelings for each other, fuck it, you'll find someone better. It sucks that somebody you had feelings for a long time doesn't want to be in a relationship with you and just wanted to have some fun, but that doesn't reflect badly on you in any way. It just means they're not the one for you, and you'll find somebody better and they're going to regret it. But yeah. Otherwise, blow them the fuck up, torture them, and end their lives in Minecraft. Volleycat. Dear Dr. Ovid, a member of my D&D campaign hates furries and caused trouble by eliminating PCs. One player tricked them into falling in love with a horse to be funny. They're so mad they want to Sudoku their character. Should we stop them or let it happen, Doctor? Here's the thing. If they're specifically eliminating PCs just because they don't like furries, they got made to fall in love with a horse. For one thing, that's fucking hilarious. For another thing, I mean, they've already been punished. It sounds like they've been done well enough and nothing has to happen. If they want to kill that character and create a new character, that's fine. You know what you should do? Find more ways to fuck with them until they agree to let your characters be furry. Next time they make a character, let everything go on as it is. Slip them a potion of, I don't know, Kitty Catius. Turn them into a fucking cat boy or girl. Find a different way to fuck with them. Like the person did where they made them secretly have sex with a horse. That's oh wait, fall in love with a horse. Sorry, I went to a different stage. Making them fall in love with a horse. That's hilarious. Just find so many other ways to fuck with them like that. D&D is full of infinite worlds, and your GM should let you roll with any kind of like fantasy building aesthetic that you want to do. So you have infinite ways to fuck with them until they start to accept that you guys like furries and want your characters to be furries. If they don't want to do that, just let them fuck off. They don't have to be part of your campaign. They can go fuck off and be a lonely person by themselves, create their own characters that don't want to fall in love with horses. Screw it. Fall in love with damn horses. Hey, Dr. Ovid. I've recently been kicked out of my house, but I feel strangely relieved to be away from my toxic family. My dad called and texted an apology, but I haven't responded. What should I do? It's almost my birthday. Should I go home and spend it with them? That is a deeply personal conversation, which you should talk to your friends and loved ones and, yeah, like I said, licensed professionals about, because only you know what happened between you and your family. What I will say is, like I said earlier, people never stay the same. They're always either progressing or repressing. There is a chance that your family is actually progressing, that because you left, because you got out of that shitty environment, they have reassessed how they treated you and they genuinely want to make it right and consider you part of the family. In which case, I would say that's a win. That doesn't mean that you have to accept their apology. There are some things where it hurts so much that even if they're trying to be nice to you, it's a trauma thing and you just can't deal with them anymore. It's all right to cut off even, yes, family members who are trying to do better if they've already done so much damage to you that you can't be healthy and happy around them. What I will say is if they did try to reach out to you, it is quite possible and hopefully very true that they are just trying to reconnect with you and make up for what they've done. And so it's just a question to you of, is that trauma so much that you don't want to ever deal with them again? In which case, yes, move on and deal with your own life. You don't have to respond to them. Or you can respond to them and say, I'm not ready right now. You can say, you hurt me in a very serious way and I'm not ready to converse with you. I would like to reach out to you again someday, maybe, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to ever do that. But yeah, in general, that's a thing that's completely up to you. If they already messed you around quite a bit, they aren't owed anything, essentially, just because they're your family. You're stuck with your family, yes, in the sense that they are always going to be your family. That doesn't mean you have to spend fucking time with them. But at the same time, if you do think it would be good to like get back with them, to like, if they have genuinely grown and changed and come to respect you more and want to be a decent relationship with you, then yeah, it might be worth reaching out to them and being like, oh, wow, okay, I have family again. They're actually treating me nice now. It could be a big healing process for you and actually could help you moving forward. But again, that's completely up to you. That's an individual and personal thing. I have no idea what you went through, and I don't know. I don't need to know what you went through. What you went through is up to you. It's completely up to what you decide. There are people that have done things to me that I will never forgive. And then there are people that have done things to me that I thought I would never forgive. But eventually I did realize I shouldn't be holding that grudge anymore. But again, those aren't like trauma things. So completely up to you on the individual. Sometimes it can like help you to move on. Sometimes it's just nice to get that message and be like, good for them. But not part of your fucking journey. You've already had to deal with their own fucking shit. You can just leave them in the dust. Move on with your own life. Like you said, if you're feeling better now that you're out on your own and escaped from your toxic family, fuck them. It's just up to you if you want to give them another chance and if you think that would be beneficial for you in the future and maybe even like your family in the future. So yeah, take care of yourself, and worst case scenario, yeah, just either don't respond to it or let them know, I think I need more time. Sometimes it can take decades. Decades and decades. The Drawn Legend. Hello, Dr. Ovid. Oh, that's a really good line, actually, Etienne. That's, yeah, the kind of thing that I was thinking about trying to say. Hate takes more than it gives. Yeah. A lot of people think they'll, like, do better by, like, getting revenge, and they feel like there'll be some sort of catharsis from that. A lot of the time, there is no catharsis between getting revenge or, like, anything else. Like, holding a grudge, a lot of people think it's like, oh, I'm punishing this person. You are also punishing yourself because you are holding on to a trauma. And that doesn't mean that it's weak that you have that trauma. Having that trauma is just a part of yourself, and the fact that you're overcoming it is a strength in and of itself. But if you can actually move on from that and let go, and letting go doesn't mean that you have to let go and be like, okay, I'll be the bigger person and go see them. You can let go and just decide, no, but there's still a problem for me and I don't want to deal with it. But yeah, holding on to a grudge does cause problems for you as well. It causes stress to you. It causes issues. There will be more triggers. You may run into your family down the line. They may try to message you again in the future. So yeah, up to you. Completely up to you. The important thing is I'm so glad that you're in a better place now and looking after yourself. Just continue to look after yourself. The Drawn Legend. Hello, Dr. Ovid. I struggle with the comfort of my work desk. Do you have any advice on how to make a workspace more suitable for a sheep? Install a sheep fricker. Sheep frickers are awesome. Then you don't even have to move. You just stand there and it does all the work for you. Yo, that makes your work a truly pleasurable experience. Outside of that, personally, I mean, I kind of need my standing desk, but I'm a big proponent of standing desks in general, especially the one with like motors, or at least like some sort of way that you can move them from standing to sitting position. As humans, we sit way the fuck too much. Even if you have the most healthy spine in the world, it's not good to sit for more than like 2 hours in a row. So having a desk that you can like change the position of between standing and sitting, even if it's just like one of those little things that sits on top of a desk and can go up and down, could help a lot. You can also get one of those things that lets you walk while you're at your desk and working. I can't get one of those because my thing is too small, my little closet that I stream in. But yeah, no, there are lots of ways. I also have like 4 plants hanging above me right now. I like them. I don't know if they actually purify the air, and I don't know if the purified air actually does anything for me, but it's a little bit of life. I like taking care of them. It's a little bit of greenery, and I like to think that they do purify the air and give me like more oxygen and make my day a bit better. I also have like some collectibles around me. I have some of my Modazushi and the Mo Shangtongshi Nendroids. I have one of my own Fulgur Ovid things. It's my Fupapi with my little kitty cat panini head hanging from my thing. So yeah, just doing anything to make you happy, especially depending on what you use a desk for. Like if you use your desk for any kind of creative work, it's good to have things around you that creatively inspire you. If it's just for like writing, working, getting shit done, sometimes you want no distractions, but you want like different types of lighting and stuff. You can get different lights that like have different colors, different ambiances. Definitely like different things that let you like control the temperature are great as well. Space heater and an air conditioner and stuff like that. All of these are good options. Have fun. Personalize your own space. Make it yours. Sneku! Dr. Ovid, I have a serious problem. Every time I sleep, I dream of turning into a sheep in the middle of a forest with a bunch of other sheeps. In the middle is this big old chuny cyborg saying weird things and making funny noises. It's fun, but what? What's going on? Just having dreams, bruh. You're good. You can have whatever kind of dreams you want. If they're fun, then it's all good. If you're having like a recurring nightmare, then yeah, deal with it. But yeah, no. If you're having enjoyable dreams where you turn into a sheep, hang out with other sheep in the forest, and spend time with a chuny old man, I'm glad that you're enjoying those dreams. Continue to embrace those dreams. Have a wonderful time with them. Outside of that, maybe sleep more. Sleep is super healthy as long as you don't do it where you can actually. Too much of anything is too much. It'll get to the point where like your back gets tired and your muscles get weak and atrophy and shit. So don't overdo it. But you know, sleep a healthy amount. Take care of yourself. Enjoy your dreams, but enjoy other parts of life too. Sounds like falling asleep during stream. Or they've created their own headcanon where every time they watch a Fulgur Ovid stream, it is a dream for them, which I like. That's a beautiful dream too. Yeah, I like that one. And then, yeah, they turn into their comfy sono or their sheep sono when they show up. That's a cute way to imagine things. It's fictional, but not super fictional. It's still something that they're going through. Yuki Tempest. What advice would you give to someone who only plays gacha games and is currently playing 12 or so at the same time right now, not including the ones that they just log into and out of every week or so? That's not including those? Asking for a friend who is definitely not addicted. As I've said earlier on stream, as long as it's not doing any detriment or damage to you, you're good. Have fun with it. Embrace what you enjoy. You said you're definitely not addicted, so I'm guessing you're not like at the point where you feel like you have to roll for certain pulls. You don't feel like you have to spend money. You're not like spending so much money that it's damaging you that way. You're not spending so much time that it's taking over your entire life and you're not doing the things that you have to do. As long as it's something you enjoy, have fun with it. I'm impressed by that. 12 freaking games, and that's not even including the ones you just log into every now and then. I can't even stick to like 3 or 4 games continuously. Jesus Christ. But time management, some people are just good like that. If you just log in and just do the dailies, some gacha games dailies only take like 5 to 10 minutes. So yeah, it depends on you. But yeah, 12 is a lot. And gacha games are expensive. Just, you know you better than me. As long as it's not unhealthy, have fun with it. Nobody's going to tell you what to do with your fucking free time and your expendable income. So have fun with it. Don't install mobile banking. Just lock your banking accounts. And you see, mobile banking is very useful because you need to be able to check your bank account while you're on the go rather than having to get to a computer or go to the bank in person. As long as you can like budget yourself, you're fine. It sounds like they're doing fine. They said specifically they're not addicted. We talked about addictions earlier in a less funny way, so go nuts. Roll for those people. Wuthering Waves just came out. I'm sure you've added it up to like 14 or 15 by now. There's been a lot more gacha games recently. I mean, I'm good with not overdoing it with gacha games. There you go. Some people just like to play gacha games for free. They never ever spend any money on them. And if the free mode isn't fun enough, they drop them. That's the reason that I drop a lot of gacha games. I genuinely probably could have stuck with Genshin Impact without ever having to spend any money. It was the fact that I am a weak man who, when I do see something pretty, similar to in fucking Valorant and the skins, I'm a weak man. If I see something super pretty and I'm like, I have the money for it, I shouldn't, but I will. And then especially when it comes to gacha games, because it's like, I have the money for it, I'll just spend this much. And then you spend that much and don't get what you were rolling for. And you're like, I've got to be close. I mean, maybe just 10 more pulls. Maybe just 10 more pulls. I mean, you guys know what I'm like with the fucking 10 more minutes things. I have an addictive personality, which is why I make sure to stay away from the things that are an issue. I disconnect from the things that I know are gonna like trap me. And not even just financially, but when it comes to time. I was heavily addicted to MMORPGs all through my teenage life and early 20s. I put like thousands of hours into games like Guild Wars 2, Ether Saga, all kinds of other ones. To the point where I realized I'm never going to get anything done in my life unless I stop this. And even now, I get that way with like certain games where I'm like, I'll play this game for now. I just don't want to get too addicted. So I'll just play it like once a day for like 2 hours a day. And then you get to the point where you're like, well, I mean, there's only like 12 hours of the game left. If I just finish it all today, then I'll be fine to do whatever I want tomorrow. And so you spend like 2 days in a row, no lifing it, finish the game. And it's like, that was a bad idea. But that's something you can manage. That's something where it's like, it's fine. It's just one day. We'll roll back from it. But yeah, gacha games are a type of gambling. It's just that simple. So just like, know your budget, know what you're dealing with. Yeah, deal with it your own way. If it does become an addiction, that's when you need to start finding ways to deal with it, whether it is freezing your bank account, uninstalling the game, any kind of thing like that, like getting help. Rain. Hello, Dr. Ovid. Lately, I'm having a hard time sleeping because whenever I dream, I see a little silhouette of a bog. Wait. I see a little silhouette of a bog. Legatus, will he do the bandanga? Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, 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 Figaro, Magnifico. What should I do, Dr. Ovid? Rain the sleep-deprived sheep. I mean, listen to more Queen. Queen's fucking awesome. Bohemian Rhapsody's amazing. Have fun with that. Enjoy that. Continue to sing the songs. I spent all of Valorant yesterday singing that silly Pokemon song, even though I still don't know the lyrics. I just know it sounds like... I don't know the lyrics. I'm never going to know the lyrics. I'm not going to look them up. I'm just going to keep singing that shit in my head and sometimes on stream. Boogie Woogie Bang Bang, thank you. Let's go, boogie woogie bang bang. Let's go, bam 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 boom. But yeah, I don't need to know the lyrics, and I promise you, I'm going to forget those within 30 seconds of me having read them. Boogie woogie bam bam. Veli-chan. Dr. Ovid. Recently, I saw this man with long silver hair. Sephiroth? I don't know why, but the urge to style his hair is so strong. That big sexy man from Withering Waves? I want to give him an elaborate Khaleesi braids, Ultimacia crazy hair, or maybe a Donghua style hairdo with many accessories. Is this normal, Doctor? Yes, it's very normal. That's completely okay. If you happen to be an artist, you can create your own assets even. Somebody just did me a wonderful Shansha style asset. They'd already made it in the past, but I had unfortunately not worn it yet. But they just upgraded it so I can hold a black and gold fan, which looks sexy as shit. I'm definitely going to use that. By the way, I haven't put up the schedule yet, but just yesterday I ordered my Zongzi. So I am going to be doing a Zongzi trying for the first time stream on Bilibili at the end of next week. It won't technically be the Dragon Boat Festival, it'll be a day before, but I'm going to have fun eating some Zongzi. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna sorry, that came out of nowhere. I was meant to saying I'm probably going to use that asset then just because it's going to be thematic. But yes, you could perhaps do it. You could create assets, or you could just create your own fan art. Failing that, you can just continue to imagine them and enjoy them in your own fantasy world. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So yes, I got like 4 different favors of Zongzi. I'm not sure if I got the ones that people actually like. My moderators like gave me a new website where they get delivered within like a few days, which is awesome, because the other place that I used to order them from was like 10 times as expensive, and they took like weeks to deliver anything. So I'm glad my moderators gave me a better website, and they also told me which flavors to get, and I forgot which flavors to get, and the messages got buried in our conversation logs. And so I just ordered whatever came up first. Kami, what flavor did you get? 1 second. Let's find it out. Please don't waste food. Yanez, I never waste food. You know, worst case scenario, I'm just going to give it to my neighbors. Okay, let me check. Gmail. I'm not one of those people who buys a shit ton of food to make a silly video and then just throws it all on the ground or like throws it out the window. I hate that shit. Let us judge. Okay, 1 second. I'm loading up the thingy thing, the order thing. Okay. Original flavor rice dumpling. I have no idea what original flavor means. I don't know if that has any spices or any sauce or is just plain rice. If it's just plain rice, I'm going to be highly disappointed. Yeah. I got 5, by the way. I got the next one just to torture myself. Rose and red bean rice dumpling. So rose and red bean zongzi. I got another rose flavored thing just to see if there's like, I mean, this one's rose and red beans, so maybe it'll work better. The last one, like the moon cake that was rose flavored, like I said, it just tasted like perfume. It was too aromatic. It felt like I was being overpowered. So who knows? Maybe this will be good. Maybe this will be revenge for the rose flavor. But either way, I found a rose and red bean flavored zongzi, so I bought it because I was like, hey, we're going to try this, and if it makes me sick again, I'm never going to eat anything rose related again. The third one is mini chestnut wrapped steamed zongzi, and 8 treasure sweet rice zongzi, and red bean and osmanthus rice zongzi. So yeah, I have 5 different things. One of them is just called the original one. I couldn't find any of the egg yolk ones. I'm not sure if it's because like I managed to find egg yolk flavored mooncakes last time, but I couldn't find any egg yolk ones this time. I thought egg yolks were like a zongzi that people liked. Yeah, I couldn't find any. Maybe they just don't deliver them because they're not so good for delivery and like they need to, I don't know. But yeah, those are the 5 flavors I got. Osmanthus zongzi, Zhongli flavor. Yep. The osmanthus wine. No meat. Nah, no meat. I couldn't find any meat ones either. I didn't even see any meat ones. I didn't even know they made meat zongzi. 5. I can't even finish one each year. I'm not gonna finish any. I'm gonna do the same thing I did with the mooncakes. Because yeah, I looked up like the serving sizes and stuff, and my god, one single serving size of any one of these zongzi, and each one of them has like 2 servings per package, is something like 40 carbs and like 300 calories or 400 calories. So yeah, I'm gonna be taking a bite of each one. I'm gonna experience the flavor of each one. I've also been taught how to cook them. I do have a steamer, so I'm going to probably steam them because I heard steaming was the best way. I did buy one specifically that can just be microwaved. But yeah, no egg yolk should be popular. Maybe they were sold out. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, we've got zongzi. I'm going to try a bite of each one. I'm not going to make myself as sick as I did with the mooncakes. With the mooncakes, I had like, what? 12 small bites. Either way, I was shut down for the rest of the day. That's the first time I've ever had like a real like straight up food coma. That was just too many carbs. Carbs, my dude. Carbs just destroy me for some reason. You can always air fry them. How dare you? You know what you did, Sunico. But yeah, I'm not the type of person who likes sweets normally. So yeah, when something's like heavily carby, it just shuts my body down. If I'm like eating bad food, I prefer like the salty, fatty, like fried things. So yeah, when I like eat too many sweet things, like even just like a stack of pancakes, like I'm out. I eat that, I'm passed out for the next couple of hours. Okay. Saritatai. Seeking advice. The government has announced that people should stay away from butterflies and salt from April 3rd to 26th. Rumor said they're dangerous for some reason, but no one knows for sure. Any insight? Warning, it's a silly made-up story. Did you know that butterflies drink blood? That's a fun fact. Some butterflies have actually been known to like, especially like back in medieval times when people used to have wars and the battlefields would be scattered with bodies and blood spills. The butterflies would come along and drink the blood because, I mean, they can still get the sugar out of the blood just like they can get the sugar out of nectar. It's not all butterflies, but some of them can. Butterflies go pretty hard occasionally. They're pretty metal. They've also always been known as like a symbol for rebirth, for death, and like reincarnation. That is because obviously caterpillar turned into butterfly, little baby wormy looking thing turned into flying beautiful insect. That means they're also like a lot of the time like seen as messengers, seen as like transitionary creatures that go between different worlds. Butterflies are cool as shit while also being beautiful. And they also used to be fucking huge. In Jurassic period, there were butterflies that were like bigger than fucking falcons. It's crazy. Even nowadays, like the monarch butterfly is pretty damn big. But yeah, butterflies are amazing. If they say to stay away from April 3rd to 26th, honestly, that's probably butterfly propaganda. They're just probably like, hey, humans, stay the fuck away from us. We're going to be doing some crazy shit from then. We don't want you to get involved. I'm going to be going and sucking blood, murdering people, going to the other world and coming back. If you touch me, you may get drawn into the fairy world with me. Fuck you. But yeah, listen to the butterflies. Stay away from them. Although April's already gone. I hope we didn't lose any confidants to the Feywild. Does that mean I'll be part of a butterfly if I died? Depends on how you think about it. I mean, technically, we all started from the Big Bang. We all started from the same exact source. So we're all just one giant material forming in different ways. And now we have consciousnesses and stuff. But yeah, depending on your beliefs in the afterlife, if nothing else, your body definitely does eventually get reduced down in atoms eaten by other things. Even if there's no cannibalism involved, other bugs and animals will eat you. Other animals and bugs will eat the other bugs. The plants will eat the bugs. Eventually, those calories all come back to us. We all forever live inside one another. So, interesting conundrum. Depends on your religious preferences, your philosophy preferences, and what you believe in the world. Honestly, you can see that in any way you want. We are all made of stardust. We all started from the same place. Am I a dream you were a butterfly? Was it really a dream, or were you a butterfly who dreamt you were a person? How dare you? How dare you? Don't you be hitting me with the chicken or the egg kind of shit. That means we have Fuchan inside us. I mean, I don't think anyone's taken a bite out of me yet. So I don't think so. Although, who knows? There's definitely, like, I mean, hair falls out eventually. Fingernails get cut off on stuff. Eventually, that kind of biodegradable material gets eaten by something. And then something eats that. And eventually, I'm sure something has eventually eaten me. So yeah, there are probably a lot of things out there in the world that have, like, parts of me. Fucking mosquitoes take whatever the fuck they feel like. I hate them. You've had bug bites definitely while camping? Exactly. And those bugs have been eaten by animals, or they eventually died and became, like, resources for the vegetation. The vegetation will go on to get eaten. The animals will go on to get eaten. We're all just the same fucking thing. You ever heard of the cosmic egg theory? It's a really nice theory that I like, that I embrace a little bit when it comes to my own personal philosophy, which says that, like, the entire universe, everything that exists, is actually one creature. And this entire universe is just one giant incubation period for what to essentially would up to us would be a god. The idea that every creature that's ever lived, every planet that's ever existed, every star in the night sky is all just there for your consciousness to learn from. And so you will live through the life of every human, every animal, every bug, every plant, every non-existent thing. You are everything. And eventually you will have the consciousness of all of those beings inside yourself, and then you'll elevate to a different level. It's just a general idea of, like, hey, treat others the way you want to treat yourself. We're all actually just the same being. It's just, hey, we're just incubating now. We're learning to evolve, learning to get to a different level. Are we God? Technically, we are God. You have no idea, like, just thinking about the fact of, like, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. The whole idea of that is you only embrace the world in your own viewpoint. The way that you see the world is possibly very different from the way other people see the world. I look at the color green. I know it's the color green. You look at the color green. You may see a different color, but we both call it green because that's how communication works and that's how societies form. But that doesn't mean we necessarily see the same thing. We embrace things in different ways. So yeah, you are God. You create your own perception of the world, and you can control that to at least some level. So yeah, we are all gods in our own ways, depending on how you see God, and depending on if you're actually religious, then obviously what I just said was very heathenistic and I will burn in hell. Don't worry about it. But yeah, on my personal philosophy, yes, we create our own experience of the universe. And while we do have to accept things that are out of our control and roll with them and everything, yeah, we get to decide how we react to those things and how we feel about those things. Peekaboo! Dear Dr. Ovid, how can I handle compliments better? I physically freeze when hearing praises, especially when they come from my boss. I can't just pull out an Uno reverse card IRL. Why the fuck not, bruh? Pull out an Uno reverse card. Do you know how funny I would find it if I was talking to someone and I was just like, oh man, you look awesome today. They pulled out an Uno reverse card and said, no, you. I'd be like, fucking legend. Thank you. That's the thing. I wouldn't even Uno reverse them if they Uno reversed me first. I would be like, yo, that's so sweet of you. Fuck, I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for making my day a little brighter. Other than that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with, like, complimenting someone back when they compliment you. A lot of people do the whole, like, oh my God, you can't compliment me back when I compliment you. Yes, you can. It's called reciprocating. Even if it's something that you hadn't, like, decided you were going to say before that, Just because you didn't decide you were going to say that doesn't mean you don't mean it. Find something you can compliment about them too. Thank them. Be like, oh, thank you. I'm having a good day. And you can be self-deprecating. You can just do the whole dodging the compliment thing of being like, oh, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm just having a lucky day, or I guess something just happened. Like the stars must have aligned. Like, that's fine. If anybody tries to call you out for that, fuck them. I hate the whole like, just take the compliment, because you can take the compliment and at the same time be like, oh, that's sweet of you. I must have just been lucky. It doesn't mean that you didn't appreciate the compliment. It just means that's how you react to it. Everybody reacts differently to things. When I compliment back in real life, it sounds like borderline flirting. There's nothing wrong with that either. You can flirt with people and not want it to go anywhere. If flirting is a strange thing, because as long as you don't take it the wrong way, as long as you don't take it as like, oh, this person flirted with me, they must be in love with me, they must want to do things to me, God, I'm so loved, I'm so sexy. Really, flirting is just complimenting each other. If you're flirting in like a way that isn't that, it's a different thing. But just complimenting each other, if it feels like flirting, it's just because like you're being nice. Being nice doesn't mean you're interested in someone. I'm nice to pretty much everyone. I'm incredibly nice to like all of the people in my neighborhood. That's not because I want to fuck them. That's because I don't want them to shoot me or hate me or call the cops on me when I start singing karaoke at fucking 10 p.m. at the night. Sometimes you can just be nice to people, and if they take it as flirtation, all that has to happen there is they can like think that, if anything, that gives them a bit of a confidence boost. If they get confused and later on they're like, oh, I thought you were flirting with me, you can just be like, so I'm sorry, like I didn't mean it that way, I was just being nice, I was just honestly complimenting you because I thought your shoes looked nice, or I thought your hair looked really good, your new haircut was beautiful. Didn't mean I wanted to fuck you. Didn't mean I certainly didn't want to have a relationship with you. I just wanted to say, damn, you look good. I hope that brightens your day. Doesn't mean that I'm trying to do anything weird to you. That's one of my biggest pet peeves is actually when somebody compliments someone and the person who got complimented turns that around with like a, I have a boyfriend, or I'm not single, or I'm not interested in you. Fuck that shit. They were being nice to you and trying to brighten your day. If they were actually trying to flirt, yeah, kind of scummy. not even scummy actually. They're just, you know, they're trying to flirt. They're interested in you. Just tell them you're not interested, but don't turn it into a, ew, I would never look at you that way. Yuck, disgusting. Maybe they're just trying to be nice. Maybe if people didn't take compliments and just being nice to each other as flirtations and just took it as, hey, I like this thing that you're doing. I hope you keep doing it. Go ahead and brighten your day a little. People would be able to say things like that more. And so you wouldn't have to be creeped out when somebody said nice things to you. You wouldn't have to think, oh no, is this going to get weird and awkward? You'd just be like, oh shit, that's really nice of you. Thank you. I guess this is working for me. I'll keep doing it. God damn it. Why does the world have to be so annoying? Shizun. From anon. I'm the type of person who can never stick to my own routine. Like, I'd make a schedule that I'd exercise on this time, but then failed to do so. Please help me how to be disciplined about it and how to not feel bored to follow the same thing every day. One of the best things to do when you're like first getting into a new routine is to actually find ways to reward yourself, essentially. Like say you really want to watch a TV show, but you know if you watch that TV show, you're going to get comfy, you're going to watch one episode, maybe you want to watch a different episode after, or by that point you'll be too tired. Decide you're going to do the thing that you have to do first, and always get the bad things out of the way first. I do that with everything in my life. Not gonna lie, that's why I stream early. It's not that I think streaming is bad. It's just because streaming, while it is my passion, while it is my joy, while it is my happy place, it's also my job. And if I put my streams at like really late in the evening, there is the chance that I'll get like really into writing or really distracted by something else, or I'll just like be tired by that point and I'll be like, I'm not gonna be able to give this my full energy. Hey guys, and we get like moments like the other day with the Noctix collab. Where I was just like head loopy, saying whatever the fuck came into my mind and doing really weird things, which can be fun to some people, but is also very awkward sometimes. It's definitely not my normal personality. It was a strange personality for the day. But yeah, that's why I prefer to like do streams in the morning and to be like, okay, I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna walk my dog, I'm gonna get my food on, and then I'm gonna have fun streaming. And then yeah, then I'll be able to do whatever I want for the rest of the day. The problem is that does like get in the way. Like that's why I wasn't writing for a long time, is because a lot of the times you finish streaming, you've done like 4 to 8 hours and you're like, I'm done now, I need to rest. And you're like, I should really do this writing thing, but I just can't now. I'm too tired. I just want to turn my brain off and watch something silly. Yesterday was the opposite problem. Yesterday I got really into writing to the point where I didn't want to go to sleep. I started writing at like 8 p.m. because for some reason I got hit with inspiration for one of the upcoming interims. And like I said earlier, I still haven't finished the main chapter, but I got like really good inspiration for one of the interims. I started writing it at 9 p.m. At 11 p.m. I was like, oh, I really need to walk dog. Dog's gonna need to pee and poop soon. I should really walk dog. So I took a break and walked dog and like did all my normal nightly routines, had a shower, brushed my teeth and all of that boring shit. Got into bed and was like, I still want to write. And by that point it was like 12:30, and so I started writing again. And it went on until fucking 2:30 a.m. And at 2:30 a.m. I was like, I'm still not sleepy, I could keep going. But then I realized if I kept going, it was probably going to go on to like 4:30, and sure, I might like finish the entire interim and be happy with that. But then this morning I might have had to cancel this stream and the curse would have continued. So yeah, there are times you just have to put your foot down and be like, okay, I just can't do this right now. But in general, for following a routine, yeah, find ways to reward yourself. Make sure you do the things that are hard first, the things that you don't enjoy. And remember, like I said earlier, it's just human biology. We have a very good circadian. We have a very good circadian rhythm. I always think that's like based off of cicada, but it's not. It's based off of circulation. But we have a very good circadian rhythm, and like our brains get like hardwired to do things that we do continuously. We're very good at picking up routines, just like dogs. Dogs love routines. Dogs actually hate when you ruin their routines. Even if it's something that they don't necessarily like doing, they get used to it and they get uncomfortable if you don't do a thing that they're used to doing within a day. So yeah, find ways to reward yourself, make it entertaining. Make sure that you don't like start to rely on those rewards too much. Just maybe begin that way. Give yourself little rewards like, oh, I'm going to do this exercise and then I'm going to watch my favorite show. Or I'm going to watch my favorite show while doing the exercise if it's an exercise you're able to do like that. Work on your work while you can, and then reward yourself with something nice after that. And just, yeah, slowly start to give up the rewards, but continue doing the thing that you didn't necessarily like doing before, and you'll find that your body is just used to doing it at that point. Cicadas do have a very weird pattern. Yeah, no, that's why for a long time in my life, I thought it was circadian rhythm. I thought it was like based off of the fact that, yeah, they straight up sleep for 7 to 13 hours at a time. That shit's crazy to me as it is. But yeah, that's where I thought circadian rhythm came from. And then I found out that it wasn't that. And I was like, but cicadas don't. So yeah, that's my opinion on that. Otherwise, yeah, just eventually you're going to hit rock bottom if it's something that you really have to deal with. If it's something that like you need to do the work on, yeah. Building up willpower is something that you can't really force. You kind of have to train yourself into it. It's like studying. With studying, you can just read your notes as many times as you want to. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stick in your brain. You have to like figure out what works best for you, whether it's like repeating the words out loud, whether it's like writing them down, whether it's creating like funny memory-based gifts or like drawing out things or doing physical things that link to them. It's the same thing for willpower. Everybody has different ways to like strengthen up their willpower. For me, I go with the reward-based thing, make sure it sticks for a while, and then I'm normally good to go. For other people, it's just as simple as, hey, if I don't do this, I'm going to be more depressed about it than anything, and that's going to put me in a bad spot and make me more angry, so I just need to force myself through this. Sometimes you do just have to like say, hey, this is going to fucking suck, but I need to do it. And sometimes it doesn't work for a while, but eventually it's going to have to work. Like if it's something that you like, you have a deadline for something, or like something you have to do for health reasons. Everybody talks about like hitting rock bottom, and the reason they call it that is because there's always going to be some point where if you're putting something off that you know you should be doing, there's going to be a point of no return where if you don't do it, you're just fucked forever. So don't let yourself hit rock bottom. It's not a fun place. Stay in the ground for 7 years, I think. It depends on the cicada. There is cicada. I don't even, different people pronounce it a different way. Some of them go for 7 years. Some of them go for 13 years. Some of them are yearly. There are different types of cicadas. Right now, there's a big thing because I believe in parts of America, the 7-year ones and the 13-year ones happen to be waking up at the same time this year, which means a shit ton of fucking cicadas all coming out at the same time. An anon sheep. Dear Dr. Ovid, day by day, my list of fictional crushes is growing. I just keep finding characters who I fall in love with, watching fan arts, edits of them, reading fanfics of them. My mind is full of them. What should I do? Enjoy that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Go nuts. Embrace it. It's called like called a fixation for a reason. Enjoy having fun with it. Make fan arts, watch the fan arts, edit, read. Feel good. So I just realized I never really looked into it, but I wonder if the reasons that cicadas go for prime numbers specifically is so that they try not to run into each other. Just because the idea like 3 and 5 don't meet so often, but like 7 and 13 especially don't meet often. So like when they come out of the ground, it's at different times from each other, so there's less resources to have to share. There's more resources that they can take for themselves. That would make sense. I don't know if that's why they do it, but maybe that's the biological reason that they started doing it based on prime numbers. Hope Schmidt. Dear Dr. Ovid, my co-workers think I'm crazy for being in the sheep pile. I'm trying to figure out how to convert them. Any suggestions? You don't have to convert them. People don't have to like everything that you like. If you want to convert them, just anytime you find a clip or an interesting piece of media that you think is really interesting, share that with them. But keep in mind, there are some people who, the more you share with them, the more pissed off they're going to be. In fact, I think I'm okay to say this. I mean, me and Underhill have been friends forever. Underhill and I are both like non-conformist. Yeah, what's the bad word for it? A word that's kind of insulting. Fuck. I can't remember. Hipsters. Hipster fucks. We're non-conformist, hipster, yes, contrarian fucks. We're like that. But yeah, with Underhill, I've found that if I ever tell him, you need to watch this thing, it's a surefire way to make sure that he'll say, oh yeah, that sounds cool, and then not watch it for at least another month. Meanwhile, if I just like say, oh, I was watching this thing, it's pretty good. Anyway, let's talk about something else. That's normally enough where he'll be like, oh, I'll look that up and look into it themselves. If you try to shove something down people's faces, a lot of the time it makes them more angry about it. And even then when they would possibly enjoy something, it's like, oh, fuck that. I have to see that shit everywhere. I'm so sick of it. Like if it, things that are constantly on my timeline that I'm not particularly interested in, but maybe interested in, I'm just like, now I don't want to deal with it because this person keeps telling me I have to watch it and how much I'm gonna love it. And I'm like, fuck you. You don't know me. I don't have to love that. I see it on my timeline all the time. Withering Waves. I was like that with that. Everybody was telling me, oh, you're going to love this game and you're going to love this character who basically looks like Legatus and does like the sheep shepherd story kind of thing. It's fantastic. It's so U-coded. And I was like, fuck you. I've played Genshin Impact. It looks like Genshin Impact. And I specifically like refused to look into anything about it until like slowly bit by bit I started to catch little things. I saw like Scar's story and I was like, oh, he is a lot like Legatus. That's really cool. I like it. He's very Legatus coded. And then I also saw like the actual fucking combat system, which is not Genshin at all. Genshin isn't a bad combat system, don't get me wrong, but Withering Waves' combat system is more Devil May Cry. It's full on action RPG, switching, action canceling, crazy fucking shit. You can create all kinds of insane combos when you switch between different characters, knock them into the air juggle them, teleport up there, beat them down to the ground. It's crazy. The combat system is crazy. Does that mean I'm going to play it? Still no. Still no, because I don't like gacha games and I have way too many story-oriented games that I want to finish as it is, as well as all of my writing projects. But now I'm less of a, fuck you, that game's shit. I don't want to see it anymore or talk about it. Now I'm just like, oh yeah, no, that looks cool. I just don't have the time for it. I've seen some things about Scar. I've seen some other things. So yeah, shoving things that you love into people's faces sometimes can do the exact opposite effect of what you want. Sometimes you don't have to enjoy the same things as your friends. You can just be like, hey, I fucking love Fulgur Ovid. I'm going to like a Confidant fan meet. I have friends that are Confidants, and then I have my friends who aren't Confidants who I still love and hang out with. Different things. Like air fryers, right? Yeah, exactly, actually. With air fryers, it was the same thing. It was like, air fryers are good. They're tiny little convection ovens. They're perfect for like small families and single people who just want a quick way. They don't need to like heat up an entire fucking oven. They can just cook their food quickly. It's a good balance between a microwave and an oven. You don't have to have a microwave, which is a very dangerous piece of radioactive equipment and is possibly giving us all stomach cancer, but it's still like is faster to heat up, doesn't use as much energy, doesn't use as much resources, and gets your food cooked nice and quick. However, because everyone's like, oh no, they're the best thing in the world. They make food taste better. They don't lose the moisture. You can put fries and pizza in them and they taste like brand new. It's like, no, fuck you. That's not true. It's a tiny convection oven. You're talking out your ass if you think it's anything more special than that. That's a mood, and we love you both. Thank you, Roy. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for swinging by. Oh my god. Yeah. Underhill is a contrarian. And Underhill, I think, freely admits that. Me and my other friend, the one that we always hang out with, the other friend was actually the one who was playing Withering Waves in front of me, and the whole reason that I know about Scar's story. We were just hanging out while I was offline and chilling, and he was playing Withering Waves and sharing his screen while we were just chatting about things. But yeah, we tried so hard to get Underhill into X-Men 97. Because he loves comic books. He watched X-Men while he was a 90s kid. He would fucking love X-Men 97. But he refuses to watch it because we keep trying to shove it down his throats. And it was the same thing for fucking Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. He was like, oh, I'm kind of burned out on it. And we were both like, but it's amazing. You're gonna love it so much. And he was like, nah, man, I'm just not feeling it. I'm burned out. I don't want to watch any comic book movies for a while. And then like a year later, he finally watched the first Spider-Verse movie and was like, okay, that's one of the best things I've ever seen. And we were like, yeah, you don't fucking say. Oh my god. So yeah, there is just some people like that. You need to find little ways to trick them. You need to just be like, yeah, I mean, I've been watching this thing. It's pretty okay. I'm not sure if you'd be into it. Here's an image of it. Anyway, yeah, hope you're having a good day. What have you been into? And then that's sometimes for people a lot better than being like, oh my god, I love this thing so much. It's so incredible. You need to see this. You need to see that. This is why I love it so much. You don't understand. You don't understand why it's so good. Let me explain it to you. Yeah. Dr. Ovid. A year ago, I applied for a job and was never called for, and I found out later that they decided to hire a relative of a politician who didn't have a degree in my place. However, recently they called me offering the same position, saying that the person who had been hired before had not been a good employee. They even offered me a higher payment. But I currently have a good job. Do you think it would be right for me to call to laugh at them? Yes, 100%. I think it would be... that's petty. No, this is the thing. Do you need to do that? No. Will it be funny? Yes. Could it cause you problems further down the line? Possibly. What if your current job falls through in the future and then you decide you want to apply for another position in the same company? Then you're probably going to be locked out of that position because they're going to be like, I mean, this person's a piece of shit. I'm never hiring them again. So it's up to you. I think the better thing to do in that case scenario is to call them back and be like, hey, I applied for this job. I was qualified for it. You gave it to someone unqualified, which means I'm probably going to have to pick the slack up for all of the shitty jobs that they've done, repairing all the bad work that they've done, and, you know, fix everything while continuing to do the job. You've raised the salary a little bit, but that's not good enough. And then give them a list of other things you want, whether it's a higher salary beyond that, or like more time off, or maybe 1 day off a week, or maybe like half a day a week, or like 1 day a month, that kind of shit. More holiday days, something that might actually make it worth your while. That way, even if they do say, no, we can't do that, at least you went in and was like, hey, this could still be a really good job for me. Laughing at them, it will be a temporary little like, yeah, I own them. But ultimately, that's going to make their day worse. It's going to make you feel like, yeah, I own them. And you maybe even would have like post that on social media and talk to other people about it. But it doesn't really help you too much in the long run, does it? I mean, it's a good like gotcha moment, but what are you really gaining out of that when you already have the better job? You already won. You already, like, there's no need to be petty at that point. If you can use it to get something even better, then yeah, go ahead and use it. But yeah, do not, you can be petty. That's up to you. It's just like, it may fuck you up in the long run, and it's just hurting other people who didn't necessarily have anything to do with the reason you got in trouble. The people who hired that person might have been given pressure from the people above them as well. It might not have been their choice not to hire you, and so you call them up, and like, there's just like an overworked person who's trying to find someone to replace this piece of shit. In fact, yeah, I knew somebody who worked in management accountancy, and they were forced to hire 2 to 3 people who all sucked, and they could not fire them, even though they fucking sucked, because they were friends of the owner of the company's children. And so they had to roll with that. They had to have 3 people that absolutely sucked in their jobs, that they hated working with, that everybody else in the team hated working with, just because they were given pressure from people above. And so, yeah, you could be calling that person who's already struggling, who's like finally glad that they got rid of that piece of shit and is hoping to offer you the job and be like, oh, thank God, we'll finally find somebody new. And you're calling them and being like, fuck you. You didn't give me it then. Now you're struggling. I hope you never find someone to fill your position. And they're already having a bad time. And now they're suffering even more. And they're like, why, dude? I'm already dealing with pain. So, yeah. You do it in a completely appropriate way, though. I applied before. You chose somebody else. Thank you for considering me for the position. I'm happy where I am. Yeah, no, that's just a very simple, like, no, I'm good. Thank you reply. That's just a straight up like, oh, I'm sorry. I found another position. And like I said, you can also leverage that and be like, oh, I found this other position. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. This is what their salary is. Can you offer me a bigger salary than that? And more than a salary, can you offer me like better growth opportunities? Would you be interested in paying me to do qualifications while I worked for you? There are all kinds of ways you can leverage that, where if they need somebody to fill a position, they could be willing to bend over backwards to support you as long as you'll do the job properly. Rather than just, yeah, getting the whole like, gotcha, ha, fuck you guys, I hope you fail kind of thing. Yeah, it was like we were talking about earlier, where it's like, hate takes more than it gives. Even if you get to have a big gotcha moment of like, heh, I won, it's sometimes better to just be like, no, I'm good. I won. Thank you very much, but like, I'm good. If you could offer me this, then I might consider it. Otherwise, thank you very much for the opportunity, but I already found something else. Honestly, yeah, you already won. You got the better thing. Good for you. Okay, this is going to be the final one. We had like 220 that I saved, so I don't know how many we actually got through, but this has been a long enough stream. So this is going to be the final one, and then I'll try to go through some super chats before we head out. Jojo BB! Dear Dr. Ovid. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Don't burn all your bridges. Like, I brought up the idea that maybe you'll eventually lose that current job and have to like apply for other jobs, and you may have to apply for them. But keep in mind that businesses also talk to each other. There's also the possibility that because you're a dick to this one guy is actually friends with a bunch of other people in similar positions, and when you want to find other jobs, they may have their own gotcha moment on you. You may like reach out to a different position, which would be your absolute dream job. It has nothing to do with that past position, but you call them up. They bring you in for an interview. They let you do your whole interview. They let you go through everything. And then right at the end, they're like, oh, by the way, I happen to work with blah, 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 and so in the past, and we're quite good friends. When I told them I was looking for somebody and mentioned your name, they told me about what you'd done to them in the past. So you're never going to work for our company. Thank you for your time, and let the door hit you on the way out, fucker. So yeah, you throw spite out into the world, spite may come back your way. So fuck it. It's not worth it. You already won. You're doing great. Yeah. Dear Dr. Ovid, I have a problem. My mind has been taken up by Fulgatus lately. Mine too, baby. I can't speak about it to anyone who wants to listen. doesn't want to listen. How dare you, Chan? I fear this has become my Roman Empire. What shall I do? Sincerely, a very say-so sheep. Well, enjoy that shit. Talk about it with other people who want to talk about Fulgatus. Right now, there is like an incredible amount of side bussy content, but there's also an incredible amount of just like shipping content as well. There's a lot of Fulgatus going on in my timeline right now. There's also 2 or 3 different artists that are currently doing a lot of different things to do with Canis and Legatus, which I really like. Again, like I like a lot of the different ships, but the Canis and Legatus one has been pretty sick. Fulgatus has always been fun. You throw a video into the mix, it's fun. All of the Fooniverse characters coming together is fun. Damn it, motorbike. So yeah, find other people that do enjoy the content and share it with them. You don't, again, it's coming back to the last person who was like, how do I get people into this thing? You can't always get people into your thing. That doesn't matter. There are other communities out there who'll be into it. I remember that like really sick story, sick in a good way. That really sick story from like 2, 3, maybe 4 months ago, where there was a fan of a really obscure ship, and it turned out the ship was like a zombie and a flower from Plants vs. Zombies. And there was an artist who really liked drawing artwork of this ship, but nobody really liked it. And so they were getting sad about it. Nobody was paying attention to it, but they kept drawing the art, and eventually it started to pick up, and there were like 5 to 10 different people who were all commenting on their things and saying how much they liked it and liking and retweeting it and telling them how great it was and commissioning them to do work and stuff. And then it turned out the 5 to 10 people that were all commissioning this person and telling them how great it was and like invigorating them, it was just one other person. It was just one other person who was like so happy about it and so sad to see that the person that they loved, their artwork that was being done might be given up because they were losing hope. That they were like, they created fake accounts, created additional personalities, all to comment on the same art and to like make them feel like more people liked their art. The funny thing about that, it made the person so much more happy. It was a lie. It was fake. It was essentially catfishing. But at the same time, it made the artist feel so much more confident and continued to invigorate them into their passion, into doing something that they love. And it is sad that a lot of people can't feel good enough about just creating things that they love, and they need like external verification. They need external support for that. But yeah, the fact that one person created all of those things and then told them, like, they came out, they told the person, they said, hey, by the way, I am all of those people eventually. Like, it came out that it was just one person. I don't know whether they became friends or people started shipping them. But I don't know if they actually like got into a relationship or they just became friends after that. But yeah, essentially it was just like they decided to continue doing the art anyway, even though only one person appreciated it. They were just happy. They were just so fucking happy that somebody else appreciated the art. They were happy to continue doing it. It was their passion. One other person was super into it. And so many people like heard that story and were like, oh, that's so cute. That's more of a ship than the ship that existed. I want to see art of these two. They became a fucking love story. And not even necessarily a love story, but just like friendship goals, passion goals, support goals. It's so fucking nice. And there is like a dark side to that as well, where it's like, oh, so there was never multiple people who liked my work. It was only one person. That would be a sad way to look at it. But they decided to look on the happy side, that somebody was that passionate that they created false personalities and like kept up with them, like had different writing styles and different like posts that they were making for each character. They had like a whole guide for like what each character should be acting like and how they should be responding. So yeah, I find that beautiful. And I'm glad that like that artist felt invigorated, their passion was like supported. I'm glad the person who was passionate about that ship was also super into it. They became friends and it's all good. It's a happy ending. But yeah. Funny thing about that is it's a plant versus zombie ship. I know, I said that at the beginning. It was the zombie and the flower, one of the flowers. But yeah, that was very funny to me because yeah, that's one of those things where when somebody brings up that kind of ship, I'm just going to be like, a flower and a zombie? Do they even have personality? You know what? It's fine. You do you. They're passionate about it. That's what fucking matters. Okay, with that said, that is the final piece of advice for today. I'm sorry I didn't get to go through all of them. I have no idea how many I went through. We took a lot of time on certain ones. Certain ones were serious, certain ones were silly. Even with some of the silly ones, I went in depth. But yeah, that was a decent length of stream today. I want to go through the super chats. I want to go through the super chats from the other day as well, because I think it was like 2 or 3 days ago. I remember exactly where I got up to in the super chats as well. So I'm going to go through that day's super chats if I can. That's it. Thank you. I hope you guys had fun. I did, but I mean, I always have fun. I am all about doing my silly streams. It's okay. Thank you. Okay, let me find, how do I get to these ancient super chats? There we go. Okay. Bada boop, bada boop. Was it from Was it from start again? Oh, I remember I ended on, yeah, okay, I ended on part 9 of the 9-part super chat train. Okay, so yeah, now I know exactly where I am. Atsifu, thanks for the stream. Thank you. I'm also going to check if my comfy grab is working. If it's not, it probably means that they finally stopped supporting it, which would suck. But let's see one final time if it actually like loads up or if it just loads forever again. Loading forever again. Also, let me change into something. We've been Dr. Ovid for a while. I gave up on the Dr. Ovid personality within about an hour as well. I just started being me, but that's fine. I had fun today. I hope you guys did too. If you did, that's all that matters. Okay, what should I do today? I have so many more fun options. I know which one I'm gonna do. I really liked these. Okay, I'm gonna bring my children out. But not my children as you may remember them. This is a new form of my children's. Hello, everybody. What'd you think of little tiny Legatus, a little tiny Ovidia? Get off of my hair, you son of a bitch. I need to really quickly look up who made these so I can at least say who they were. Pages.blogspot. I'm pretty sure it was the artists who share a Twitter account, but I'll check to be sure. Cute, I know, right? It's a shame I can't pin Legatus so it actually looks like it's constantly coming off of my hair, but it's so cute. He's hanging from the hair of videos on the shoulder. It's so adorable. There. Milo. Yeah, okay. So it's Milo and let me remember how to pronounce the other one's name because it was the Japanese pronunciation, not the English one. Kuyo. Milo and Kuyo. So these were created by Kuyo but uploaded by the Milo and Kuyo account on Twitter. So yeah, Kuyo made these adorable little video and Legatus assets. I think it's so cute. I love how I've got a little goddess like spelunking his way down my shoulder on my hair and a video just grabbing onto my shoulder. He's so cute. I also got some other fun ones, but I'll use them like in different streams. I'm going to try and like introduce them like bit by bit. With that said, Yume Haya, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Thank you for the stream, Fuchan. This was super funny and the serious advice really hit home. Yeah, keep in mind, like, if you ever feel like I'm talking out my ass, it's because I am. Nobody can ever experience what you're going through. Nobody's ever going to understand what you're going through. And so that's why during these streams, I like mostly go through silly, funny ones and just try to take a few serious ones and take them as serious as I can. But the important thing is, like, if I had like taken time to write out proper responses, I could give you guys like proper responses the best of my ability. When you're doing a stream like this, it's just like whatever comes into your consciousness at the same time. And later I may be like, oh, that was a stupid thing to say. God, how fucking dumb of me. That may well happen. In which case I am sorry. And if you completely disagree with things, or if you think something I said was me talking out my ass or being wrong or just being like, I don't know, uninformed about things, that's fair enough. I probably was. I can only give the advice based off of my own mindset and what I know about situations. So keep in mind, always good to ask advice for other people. This isn't about like actually teaching you how to live your life or what to do. It's about having silly fun times and like sharing what I've experienced through my life more than anything. So yeah, a lot of people talk about like me knowing a lot of things and being really good at giving advice and listening to people. Simple fact is just because like I have been through a couple of different things experienced in my life. I'm a bit more mature than a lot of other VTubers are, but I'm certainly not the most mature VTuber. There are people who are younger than me that are more mature and worldly than me, and there are people that are older than me who are much more mature and older than me and could give you much better advice. And it's always best to talk to your loved ones and people that actually know you as well, that will help you get through situations. And beyond that, of course, like actual professionals who make it their job to help you. A lot of people think of like, oh, they're only paid so they don't actually care about you. That doesn't mean they're not good at what they do. Just because they're paid to do something doesn't mean that they wouldn't do it anyway. A lot of people who get into therapy do so because they want to help people, but at the same time, it is their job.
If anything, that just makes it even better that they are qualified, that you are paying them. There's that separation. They're not just telling you what you want to hear to get money, but rather they've gone through all the qualifications and they know what they're working on. And sometimes you don't need that kind of thing. Sometimes you just need to talk to someone to listen to your advice, listen to your problems, and just be like, all good. I see. I'm sorry to hear you going through that. Things like that. It's different for different people, but yeah, if you're going through anything serious, always talk to your loved ones, always seek out help. There are so many resources. Even just Googling things online, it's one of the best things that I think they've implemented in the internet. Is if you do, it can sometimes get annoying if you're just like searching. Like a lot of the times I search for things like, where would you need to cut yourself to bleed out the fastest? And Google is instantly like, oh, are you having troubles? Here's a number to call right now to help you. And I'm like, I'm just writing a chapter of my story, man. I want to find out how this guy's going to die real quickly. But I think that is a really good thing for just like having like little warnings for like, oh, you're experiencing some of these feelings? Here, let me give you like a resource of actual professionals who can help you, rather than, hey, listen to the stupid anime boy online. He's definitely who you should get all your fucking advice from. But then also, yeah, just that. Fuchan. What? It's who I am. Writers' search histories are always crazy like that. So are artists, because sometimes artists have to be like, yo, I want to draw this thing, but I have to like show a broken arm. What does a broken arm actually look like? Like not snapped in half, but just broken. Does it bruise? Does it go weird? Do you see the bone sticking out through the skin? Shit like that. Anyway. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much, Yume Haya. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well and take it easy. Artist one for poses and for learning muscles. Yeah. It's like, I swear to God, I'm not a pervert. I just needed to know what it looks like when one man is riding on the back of another man and one man is super muscly and one man's a twink. Please. Def Kuzu, thank you for donating the food funds. Yeah. I talked about how I treasure your positive affirmation stream, and this would be my next comfy stream when I'm feeling down, as it'd make me smile and laugh in so many ways. Thank you so much, sir. I'm glad to hear that. I definitely want to do another positive affirmation stream, probably after the Shepherd releases. Just like with the Archivist, where I had like so many plans for games that we were going to play when the Archivist released. It probably won't happen immediately. We'll see what happens. Why am I getting put in timeout at almost every live? What do I do? Well, Serena Glass, right now, you are breaking a channel rule. The channel rules, which are in the description of every video. So I'm saying this very genuinely and not angrily. I'm not saying, haha, I'm going to bonk you and get you. I'm telling you to go read the description of this video. I have it in every live video, 13 rules. One of the rules is do not use any more than 3 emotes in one single message. You have just used 4 emotes in one single message, and 2 of them are the same emote. So you didn't even need to do that. So you have broken a rule, and my moderators will probably time you out for that. So just read the rules, follow the rules, and you won't get timed out. That's the only reason that message would get you timed out. But just, yeah, read the 13 rules and you'll understand. 14, sorry, yes, there's a new one. Read the rules and follow them, and then you won't get timed out. With that said, thank you. What was I talking about? Shit. I got distracted. I'm sorry. You're good. It's fine. You don't have to apologize either. It's just you're being timed out. The reason you get timed out and not permanently banned. And guys, please do not spam the bonk emojis for that kind of thing. If I'm just telling people rules, it's all good. If somebody like actively comes in and is rude and clearly is trying to be a dick, then yeah, feel free to spam the bonk emote. But when we're just telling people like, hey, you're getting timed out for this reason, don't spam the bonk emote. It's going to make people feel bad and feel like we're being aggressive towards people. We're not. We're just telling them to follow the rules. But yeah, I get why you're doing it, but yeah. Save that. If you want to do that, save it for the idiots who come in and say like offensive shit that have to be timed out or banned permanently. There was something. I was in the middle of a thought before I saw that message. I can't remember. Anyway, you may hire. Thank you. Oh wait, positive affirmations. Right. Okay. I want to do a thank you, Sabrina Saberhagen. I want to do a positive affirmation stream once we do the Shepherd, because I mean, the Shepherd's story. I mean, obviously he's another older character. He's even more worldly than the Archivist, so he's more gentle, and he does have his literal own flock of sheep, as you know from the fact that he lives in the forest with the sheep. So yeah, I think that would be a good time to do a positive affirmation stream, talk gently, give more advice, and I'll probably actually prepare some actual genuine positive affirmations during that as well. So we'll see. That's a plan. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the food funds. Honestly, I don't agree with your advice because you're my Oshi. I think you're my Kami Oshi because we have similar opinions on a lot of stuff. So yeah, that's nice. I'm very glad to hear that, Yume Haya, but also, if you have different opinions for me, it doesn't mean we have to like be enemies either. It's one of the things that annoys me a lot of the time with certain people, when they're like, oh, this person said this thing. I liked him up until this point. He betrayed me. I hate him now. And it's like, did you really like them then? People can have differing opinions, and people, like I've said multiple times during this, you're either regressing or you're progressing. You're always changing. I may have completely different opinions in a couple of weeks. When I first debuted, I was like, parasocial, bad all the time. Leave me alone, not your friend, go away. Never say you love me, never say you like me. I'm a fictional character and a piece of shit murder hobo. And nowadays, I'm just straight up saying, hey, you can love people, you can love things. They're not necessarily going to love you back, and you need to understand the separation between things that are like actual things in your life and the things that you enjoy as a hobby that you can still feel feelings for. That's a different thing. It's still parasocial relationship, but it's not bad as long as you're not taking it to an unhealthy direction. But yeah, people grow, people change their opinions. I may change my opinions on anything that I said today by the end of the day. Sometimes there are things that I say in the middle of a stream and somebody's like, oh, Fuchan, I disagree with this. Here's my opinion. And I'm like, there was one time really recently, I forget, it was like 3 or 4 months ago, I had like stated my opinion on something. I can't remember what it was, but I had said something and somebody pointed out something and was like, oh, that's actually a bad idea in my opinion. Here's what I think. And I was like, oh shit, no, you're right. That's a good point. I just spoke out my own ass. Thank you for pointing that out to me. That's going to help me to deal with that in the future more and realize that there are different scenarios for that. So yeah, it's always good to be able to like take advice from other people, learn from other people, realize that you don't understand everything in the world. That's fine. You don't have to understand everything in the world. You're not an expert on everything. Nobody's an expert on everything, no matter how worldly and intelligent they sound. Appalef, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Otzi Duck, by the way, if a video does accept me, will you be my father-in-law, brother-in-law, her ex-husband? Also, thank you for your kind words as always. Pat pat to all the other ships. Ovidia is also a fictional character. People can headcanon, draw her, and write fan fiction of her in any way. I would probably even enjoy some adult content involving certain of the Ovidias. However, that doesn't mean I'm not going to be a protective father, husband, brother all the time. Fuck you, she's my Ovidia. You can fight me for her, and then you can have your headcanon, and I can have my headcanons too. God damn it. Anyway, good luck, Appalef. Good luck. She's fun in some universes. Some universes, she's scary. Ife, thank you so much for donating the food funds. No message, but thank you for the huge donation. Arigatou gozaimasu. Oh my god, that's almost an Aka Super as well. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day, Ife. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much. Let a video choose fictional character. That's what I'm saying. I do let her choose in all her stories. In Legatus 505, she's Legatus's sister. Their brother and sister, that's their relationship. In future stories, maybe she's gonna be my wife. What are you guys gonna fucking do about it? In other universes, she's my child. She has feelings too. Yeah, and you guys can create your own feelings, but in that case, you have to write the fan fiction. You have to draw the fan art. You can't just say, no, she's my wife. That's a headcanon. I at least want to see the fan art. Su Xiaosheng. Thank you for donating the food funds. TY for this stream, Fuchan. Sorry, just pausing that for a second. Because yeah, if you guys do incredible fan art where it's like, hey, I married Ovidia. I proposed to her. She loves me now. I'm going to be like, oh, she looks so happy. I'm so glad about that. That's good. Yeah, that's fine. This is a different universe where she married you and you make her happy. And yeah, that's fine by me. I'm still going to have my daughter Ovidia, sister Ovidia, and wife Ovidia. It's Fuchan's OC first. Nah, as soon as you share something with the world, I think that's the difference between like something that you share with the world and something you just imagine. There are things that I imagine where I definitely keep them in my head alone because they're my headcanons. I want them. I don't want to share them with anyone. They're my fantasies and I will enjoy those. Death of the author is there for a reason. Like people have believed other things about so many of my other characters, and it's like, that's cool. I'm glad you're happy with that. It's different from my story, but we can both have our own stories going on at the same times. So I said, if she accepts me, but I want it. Daddy, chill. Literal daddy, chill. Daddy, don't get the gun. Daddy, please don't murder me. You saw what I was like when I played Volcano Princess. If you're treating my daughter right, that's fine by me. I'm happy. I will give her to somebody who treats her right and makes her feel like the princess she is. Meanwhile, if you try to neg her, if you try to be a dick to her, if you break her heart, I am fucking taking your kneecaps and then every other part of your body. Who are you talking about? My daughter. My fictional daughter. This little girl hanging off my shoulder. It's a character named a video. I'm gonna eventually make like a lore video. Don't worry about it. Someday everybody new to the channel will know about all the characters and everything. Herzu Xiaosheng. Thank you for this stream, Fu-chan. Your advice is so yasashi. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. I forgot I was going to say next. Me too. That happens to me multiple times. Anyway, you. Herzu Xiaosheng. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for all the beautiful fan art you always do. Have a wonderful evening. Please rest well, and thank you so much for being here. Fictional character has his own fictional character? You're damn well right I do. Fictional characters have fictional characters within fictional characters. You ever heard of the play within a play? You ever heard of the story within a story? These are things that exist, and they flesh out the world. They make it more realistic. We're just going deeper and deeper. For all we know, this isn't reality. For all we know, this is just a story being told in some completely different reality where humans don't even exist. I don't know. Fun thought experiment. Kushami, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Atsufu! As a consultation fee, I'd like to offer you some knowledge about seahorses. Seahorses cannot produce milk. You asked us to Google it before, but their brood pouch can produce a substance that provides nutrition to the baby seahorses, which in a way can be considered a form of milk. Shit, Kushami, that is actually very interesting. I like that. So yeah, I'd consider that milk. I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't count as milk because it's like, it doesn't come out of a nipple, maybe? Or maybe it's like the chemical buildup of it. But if it provides nutrition, that's the same as a milk for a baby. That's them producing shit for their baby nutrients. So yeah, that works. I'm a sheep with a passion for learning new things, especially about milk. Huh? How do you say seahorse milk in Chinese? I know yang nai for sheep milk. How do you say seahorse milk? Kashigu, thank you so... I mean, I'm guessing it's something nai, but yeah. How do you say seahorse? Kashigu, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Achifucha, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for being here, even though, yeah, this was a bit of a crazy stream. Rest well and have a lovely evening. Haima nai? Okay, so it's Haima. Haima for seahorse and then nai. Haima nai. Haima nai. Haima nai. Okay. Seahorse milk. I should not say that phrase out loud too many times. There are going to be artists and fan fiction writers and just people who are just suggesting things on Twitter from that. But yeah, it is what it is. Shiki Sleepy, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Yeah. Oh, just a love heart. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Please rest well and take it easy. Seahorses have MPreg, right? Yeah, they do. The daddies give birth to the seahorses. And they have a little brood pouch, which somebody was just talking about, where their little seahorse babies hang out. And then eventually get like squeezed out of. Well, not squeezed out of. It's more like squirted out of since they're underwater. Seahorse giving birth is actually really fucking hilarious to me. It looks really funny. They just kind of lean back a little bit and a bunch of little baby seahorses explode out of their tummy. Like upwards into the air. It's crazy. Shiki the 12th. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Yeah. Atsufu China. TY for the sound advices and probably a lot of shit advices too. We need to roll with that. Especially the one about the job. Sometimes it takes a lot of maturity to walk away and be a better person. Yeah, that final one about the job, I think I was like pretty good about talking about. There was the one person who asked me about like when a job is like really draining the rest of your enjoyment of life, but you need it because you need the money, but you also can't find another job. And in that point, it just really sucks because yeah, there's no advice you can really give about that. It's just like you have to keep powering through. If you need the money and you can't find any other way to earn the money right now, yeah, there are times in life where you unfortunately just have to stick it out, and it's horrible to say. And that's why I did say, if it's really driving you to like serious depression, you need to quit and like find some other way. But it's really hard to say that when you know that could mean that, yeah, somebody might lose their house, somebody might lose their living situation, somebody might not be able to survive much longer in that way either. It sucks. There's no advice you can really give for that other than just like, hey, you're gonna get through this. This is a temporary thing. Eventually another job is gonna open up. And god damn it, I wish I had said that when I was actually answering the question. That's the proper advice. Fucking Fu-chan. Everything gets better in time. Just because there's no other jobs available right now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Don't let it get through to you. Hold on to the hope and eventually it will work out. That's what I should have said. This is why I hate like things getting clipped when it comes to like questions and stuff like that on streams, because it's like I listen back to them and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, Fu-chan? That's the worst advice. Say something intelligent, you fuck. Neko T, thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you for the stream. It was my birthday on Wednesday and I got a gigantic croissant for my present. What do you like in your croissants? I like chocolate. The only croissants that I really... Oh, no. I actually do like a strawberry and cream one as well. Strawberry and cream or chocolate. I've never had any other flavors. I don't like plain croissants because it's just like... I guess some people like the flavors of like butter and stuff. I'm not into it. Chocolate is fantastic, especially if it's like freshly baked. It's still warm. The chocolate is all gooey and melty and just a bit warmer than the actual bread itself. Strawberry and cream, delicious. But yeah, I'm not really a big croissant guy. I've told you guys, I'm not super into sweets. I will have sweets occasionally, but more than that, yeah, I prefer to snack on like salty, meaty stuffs. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned having a massive croissant the other day. I'm not sure if anybody else saw this on Twitter, because I have no idea why this ended up on my Twitter feed, which means some confidant or some member of Nijisanji must have at least liked or retweeted it. But there was somebody who had a dream that they were being served the biggest croissant in the world, specifically in Malaysia, and then they recreated it for some reason. They like hired an actress and made the giant croissant for some reason, and it was a very fever dream kind of moment, because like I remember like scrolling through my Twitter feed and just being like, that's a big croissant, and then reading the caption and reading the person being like, I had a dream the other day it made no sense, in which I was being served the biggest croissant in the world in a cafe in Malaysia. And I was like, and I decided to recreate the video. And I'm just sitting there reading that like, wow. That's a true passion project. That's somebody just waking up one day thinking, that was a fucking weird dream. Now, I'm gonna get a set up. I'm gonna hire a baker who can make a giant fucking croissant. I'm gonna hire an actress to bring over the croissant. That man went mad on that. Recreating your fever dream is wild. I know, right? That's a true passion project right there. I think that's why so many people just like liked and retweeted it. We're just like, huh? That's a random thing to dream of, and that's even more random that you created a fucking video out of it. Anyway, all of that to say, happy belated birthday. I hope you enjoyed your giant croissant. Humans are a fascinating species, sometimes terrifying, sometimes very, very intriguing and amusing. Okay, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Confidants will never not have boring questions, and it makes me laugh every time. Anyways, happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everybody. And cyborgs reuniting in Hong Kong next week for Pride Month. It's not for Pride Month. But either way, yeah, happy Pride Month. It's awesome. I've seen so many VTubers like posting their flags and like saying happy Pride Month. I normally don't do that like in public, because if you guys know me, you know like I'm very open with my sexuality. I just also don't really bother to flaunt it. I've been lucky in my life that I am a bisexual man, which means that like I'm into men and women, which means I was lucky enough that like through my teenage years, nobody was like super aggressive to me. I've never had to be in this scenario where I actually felt like an oppressed minority, which is lucky for me. And a lot of people don't have that. So I always support the people who do share things like that. But yeah, I just also don't feel like I have to go out of my way to be like, happy Pride Month. By the way, did you know I'm a bisexual? Bisexual man, etc. Like I just like, yeah, I vibe, I'm who I am. I don't give a fuck. I announce it to people, but yeah, I don't go out of my way to just like say it. But I always support the people who do. So it's been nice to see a bunch of VTubers that I didn't even know. Somebody who I just started following recently shared their bi flag and was bisexual and proud for it. And I was like, oh shit, awesome. I didn't know that about that person. Good for them. I'm glad. So yeah. Happy Pride Month. I hope you all realize how amazing you are. Be comfortable in your own skin. Love yourselves. And yeah, I hope that you get into a position where you will be comfortable enough to share yourself with the world. Okay, local stargazer. Oh wait, I read that one. Blue Swell, thank you for donating the food funds. Heartwarming to horny. Yeah, I've said this before. Confidants bounce backwards and forwards between being like really angsty, dark, and sad, and then being like really sweet and adorable and supportive to one another. It's nice. I like it. Because I do the same thing too. Some days I come in and like the Noctix collab, I'm just like super horny and playful and shit. And then sometimes I show up and I'm like, I'm gonna make you guys cry. I'm gonna tell you guys the story of Legatus and it's gonna make you hurt. But then we're gonna have like a cathartic healing moment about it. I think the next read-through stream, if people get the passwords, is probably gonna be the most emotional Legatus 505 part so far. Possibly the most emotional Legatus 505 part I personally ever have to perform, read through. It's definitely the most I've ever cried while writing something in my life. So that should be fun. But having said that, I haven't finished Legatus 505 yet, so I may get one upped in the future, or it may get one upped when it comes to the Shepherd story. And it may not resonate with anybody else. That's another big thing as well. There are things that resonate with certain people because it just like triggers memories for them, and especially for the person who's creating the work. Obviously, we create things based off of our own memories and stuff, so we'll see what happens. But for me, yeah, one of the things that's coming up is, yeah, one of the most emotional things I've ever had to like put down on paper, and it is definitely incredibly cathartic for me. While also being super angsty and tuning and stuffs. Reina Noichano, bless your soul, Dr. Ovid. Thank you. I really need this right now. I'm so glad to hear that. That's why, like, in the future, I probably want to do like a live advice stream as well. If I was smart, like, what I was actually going to do when I originally started with the whole collecting advice pieces was I was going to, like, for the serious ones, I was going to write out proper responses and like formulate my words properly so it gave like the best possible responses. But then I got injured and then I didn't have much time to be in front of my computer and stuff, so it was like I can't really do that. So yeah, we just kind of responded to them as if it was like live on the thought kind of flow process as well. So maybe next time we'll just do like a live, like, hey, ask me questions in the chat and I'll answer them in the chat. Because yeah, last time we did a positive affirmation stream as well, like it was completely free flow and I was just responding to whatever anybody else said. Whereas when I do the next one, I definitely want to prepare some things. I don't want it to be fully scripted. I just want to be ready to be like, okay, a list of like 100 positive affirmations that I want to say to the confidants, as well as responding to the chat as they ask things, as they say things. Yeah. There are pros and cons to be on the spot. Yeah, the pro is that like people there live watching get to hear your response to their questions immediately. And the con is you're not as intelligent. You're not as formulated. Sometimes your brain don't work no good and it's not as like profound or interesting or, you know, correct. So yeah, we'll see. It's all about balance. Try Princess, thank you so much for donating the full funds. No message, but thank you so much for donating the full funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. Rest well, and thank you so much for being here. Can be just as interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I do live streams, so I'm live all the time. It's just I do know I say a lot of dumb shit, as well as some interesting shit. Claudines, thank you for donating the full funds. I bought Schwarzwälder Kistosch for my 37th birthday tomorrow and had to get my age checked because it contains 2% cherry brandy. Imagine my surprise. Honestly, take that shit as a compliment. 37 and they're still carding you? God, I wish that was me. I stopped getting carded when I was like 14. Now I'm looking up what a Schwarzwälder Kistosch is. Oh, it's a Black Forest Gatto. How dare you? My favorite cake, and you made me pronounce it horribly. Okay, let me learn how to actually pronounce this Black Forest Gatto in the original language.
Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
God, I didn't even get Schwarzwälder. Schwarzwälder?
Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
Schwarzwälder. I said Schwarzwälder.
Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
I'm still butchering this, but yeah, that's the best I can do.
Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. I hope you enjoyed your Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. Happy birthday. Yo, and yeah, genuinely, take that as a compliment that you're still being carded, because yeah, that's impressive. Dankeschön, no problem. Guten Tag, that's about the only German I know. That 9. 9. Sarah, thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you, Futchan, for your fun stream. Looking forward to Cyborg Reunion next week. Hopefully there'd be an online stream. I don't think there will. Maybe parts of it will be put online, but I was specifically told in... Told? What the fuck, Futchan? I was specifically told, because I asked, because I am revealing something during one of the panels. The 2 panels are different things, by the way. Like, each panel is going to have its own separate things going on in it. So during one of the panels, I'm going to be teasing a rough version of something that will come out in the channel, like, in a couple of months. I still have no idea when the fuck it'll actually come out. But yeah, it's not going to be the finished version. It's a very rough version. But yeah, I just wanted to, like, I had the opportunity to reveal it a bit early, and I was like, are they going to be able to record it? Because I would have been fine if people like recorded and posted, and people can talk about it after the event. People can announce what it was that happened at the event. I'm completely fine with that. But yeah, I just wanted to check if like people were going to be allowed to take videos of it, and they said no. So yeah, I think they're going to have a no video policy for the different events. But yeah, feel free to talk about it with each other. I'll talk about it after the stream itself as well. But yeah, just remember, it's also going to be a very, very rough version. It's going to take me several more months to complete just the one side of it, and then I have a whole nother side of things to do with it. So yeah, don't worry about it. Anyway, thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you enjoy the event. I'm looking forward to it too. Like I said, it's going to be very long for me, because even though, again, like with Anime Impulse, I think I did, like, honestly, like 4 hours of work, because it was like 2 hours for each meet and greet and then 1 hour for the panel. Oh, so 5 hours of work for all of that. The Hong Kong event is about the same amount of time. It's about 5 hours of actual work, but they're having us do a rehearsal before the event, and it starts at 10 p.m. at me and Ukiki's time. So yeah, it starts at 10 p.m. It ends at 6 a.m. So we're just not sleeping that night. And it's a long fucking time. So that's why, like, next week is going to be a pretty dead week for streams. See what happens. Secret Life of Anna, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Welcome. Oh, sorry. Morning, sir. Black Forest, a man with taste, I see. Yeah, Black Forest gatos are delicious. So good. So many different flavor profiles. I love it. Gamba, thank you. I'll work my hardest. I'm actually working on a lot of things right now. I've spoiled a lot of things when it comes to like membership posts and stuff, but there are still a lot of other things that I'm actually keeping fully secret for now. So don't worry. All of Nijisanji and are still working on so many things. Jojo BB, thank you for donating the food funds. Our wonderful, unsay so wholesome, angsty, sweet, cringe but free sheep file. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Cringe but free and having fun with all of our different emotions. Okay, Skay, thank you so much for donating the food funds. No message, just the scary smiley face. The colon D. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Please rest well and take it easy. I can't even keep up with this stuff. Yeah, imagine me. Imagine me who every other day is like, huh, is it a day for writing? Is it a day for this thing? Is it a day for that thing? Hey, Fu, I want to say thanks. While you were not streaming, I watched your VOD of DMMD. Got it even with the patch, of course. I have mixed feelings about it, so I want to know your opinion. I can't really give it to you because, like, as much as I've played on stream is as much as I know about the game. I know that all the Nitro plus Corral games are very dark and involve, like, non-con and murder and necrophilia and psychological torture and all kinds of other things like that. Personally, I don't give a fuck. I'm good with all of that kind of content. I don't have any triggers that actually set me off. I just have things that I enjoy and things that I'm like, not for me. But yeah, what I will say is I like the characters in this one. I like the idea of like a world where everybody's trying to murder each other, and some of the people trying to murder each other are sexy men who also smash each other. That's a good world for me. It's not a world I'd want to live in, but it's a fun world to like have some fantasies about. So yeah, not for everybody, but I like them. Rita, thank you for donating the food funds. Sheep and Love Heart, thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Please rest well, take it easy, and I hope you have a wonderful time. You're missing a lot. It was a good experience. Well, yeah, we're still going to finish our demo run, because apparently the demo run's going to go through the whole of one character's storyline, so it's a long thing. We're definitely not starting that next week or the week after, but we'll start that soon, eventually. Soon, TM. Round, thank you for donating the full funds here. For some reason, I didn't expect you to answer the more serious questions. Thank you. Just hearing your advice is both helpful and nice. Words fail me today. Have some serotonin and dopamine. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of hard answering questions like that occasionally, because it's like, you have to constantly be like, I am not the person to ask. There are way better people to talk to about this. But at the same time, yeah, at least I can share my opinion. I just have to make sure everybody knows it's a dumb opinion. And yeah, there are better people to listen to. And if it helps anybody, that's good. If people completely disagree with it, I'd love to see them post in the comment section and explain why a different answer would have been way better. Sheep cannibalism, very serious advice. Well, could be serious. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with eating sheep. We just all live in a fantasy world where we're sheep and people. Def Kuzu, thank you for donating the full funds. Yeah. I talked about how much I treasure your positive Oh, wait. I read this one. Wait, did I catch up? Oh. I did. Holy shit. Okay. I'm done with today's super chats. That's cool. I can look at yesterday's super chats. Except for these ones that just came in. Chrysanthi, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Yeah. Or is it Chrysanthea? I don't know. But thank you for donating the full funds. There's no message. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Please rest well and take it easy. This all being a dream feels right. Maybe a fever dream. I'm still waiting to wake up at some weird, strange world where I'm like, huh, that whole Nijisanji thing never existed. It's felt like a dream. In many ways. Okay, going back to the super chats from 2 days ago. Okay, Raindrop, thank you for donating the full funds here. I was so excited for this stream, but I lost track of time and only saw the credits. Lol. Probably for the best. I don't think I finished the last VOD. Anyway, I'm glad you had fun. I think I wasn't here. I loved it. Start Again was an incredible game. I haven't played 2.5 games. Wait, 2.5? Whatever the name is, I can't remember right now. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I haven't take 2.5 studios. My brain. I haven't played one of their games that hasn't been amazing so far, is what I'm trying to say. They've been incredible the whole time. They're also very sweet on Twitter. They're incredible stories. They're incredible art. They have great music. And yeah, I'm glad they're doing amazing now. So yeah, I had a lot of fun with that game. And I hope you enjoy the VODs when you get a chance to watch them, Raindrop. It is 2.5 studios. Thank you. For some reason that felt wrong to me. I'm pretty sure like Take Two Studios is a different thing that my brain was just getting confused with. It's been a while since we did a 4-hour stream that was mostly talking rather than just playing games, so I apologize. Apple F, thank you for donating the full funds. Sir, I saw myself. I'm part of the family. I feel so touched. It feels good to be part of community, so thank you so much. And also thank you, Vernie. Thank you for donating the full funds. Yeah, I love the family portrait. We're definitely going to redo it once we have some other things to add to it. But also, I'm probably going to make a slightly better version for the... I'm probably going to make a slightly better version for the Twitter header, because right now the Twitter header is cut like really thin, so you can't see most of the sheep. And people were giving me different ideas for how to make it look better, like wider, so it gets like all the sheep in the header without it looking as silly as my last header. Because someone was nice enough to offer to make me a header a couple days ago, because they saw my header and was like, oh, Fuchan, no. Because I just took like my Fulgur Ovid logo and put it next to the group shot of Nijisanji, because I wanted all the people of Nijisanji to be in that header. And they were just like, oh, Fuchan, it's beautiful, but you're not great at graphic design. I can make you a professional one. And I was like, that's very sweet of you, but I'm actually about to change it. And then I changed it and I was like, I've done it again. Now I have to do a different photo edit. So yeah, I'm going to try and find a way to make it wide enough to go on Twitter without it looking too bad. They took pity on you. It wasn't even pity, that's the thing. It was just like a very sweet person being like, oh, hey, can I make a thing? They didn't even, that's the thing. They asked me permission. They were like, can I make a thing for you? And I was like, oh, I'd love that. But I'm literally going to change it in like a day or two. Like I'd already gotten the sheep photo image by then. And I was like, I'm literally changing it in like a day or two. I just don't want to do it right now. I want to change it like when I'm not constantly streaming and announcing things. So yeah. Claudines, thank you for donating the food funds. Fuchan, if you were a dream, you would be the best stream I've ever had. Oh, that's very sweet. I feel the same way about, yeah, Nijisanji, the sheep pile, Confidants. It's fantastic. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And I hope we continue to have a beautiful dream. Ihada, thank you for donating the food funds. Hey, Fuchan! And then lots and lots of Chinese. Let me translate this. I can't even recognize like most of the first sentence characters. So let's plug this in. I'm glad to see you back. It seems that you've been resurrected with full health. Still not full health. There are some days that I can do like full on 6-hour streams. And then there are some days where we hit 2 hours and I'm like, I'm getting tight. We're going to need to wrap this up soon. So yeah, not full health, but I'm getting there and I'm having wonderful fun just with the fact that I'm able to stream again. So that's good. It's a pity that I've been missing your live broadcasts, but I watched the POV and felt that you were very happy. I also enjoyed especially Noctix's live broadcast. Thank you. A lot of people got really, really uncomfortable with that one, which is why, yeah, I had to point out, like, that's not going to be something I do, like, every day or anything. But yeah, a lot of people got real uncomfortable with some of the things I did during that one, and were just like, Fuchan, that's too much on stream. Make your 18+ Twitter account and keep that shit on there. Which is fair, but yeah, At the same time, somebody who posted a clip of that on Twitter, I saw how many bookmarks that shit had. How fucking dare you? People are like, Fuchan, that's too far. Meanwhile, the clip is like 20% of the people that liked the clip also bookmarked the clip. Okay. I see you, Confidant. Oh, God. Noeen, thank you for donating to the food funds the other day. I hope you're having a wonderful day. No message, but I hope you have a lovely evening. 200+ bookmarks? Yeah, exactly. Look the other way, sir. You just, I mean, technically I could have gone into the bookmarks list and see who bookmarked it, but I'm not that interested. I just found it very funny. Yumehaya, thank you for donating the food funds. Ignore this. I just wanted to donate. Thank you for the stream. It was really fun. But then I don't have to ignore it. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a lovely day. Please rest and wait. Please rest and have a lovely evening. Oh, you couldn't see the bookmarks? Oh no, they changed it. You can see who bookmarks things nowadays. They announced that on Twitter like sometime while I was on break. It was like 4 or 5 weeks ago. But I remember everybody like laughing about it and being like, yo, the thirsty people are going to be so fucked. I think it's only if you have Twitter Blue that you can go in and check who bookmarked things. But yeah, people were just basically like, yo, thirsty people are going to be exposed. So yeah, you can check who bookmarks things now. Raina Noid channel again. Thank you for donating the food funds. It's your food. This game is so beautifully written and it blew my mind so many times with the twists and turns. I bawled my eyes out. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I love to start again. It was so perfectly me. I saw a lot of people on Twitter talking about how the characters were very Funiverse coded, and they were. I think that's just because me and 2.5 Studios, like the people who do their writing, have very similar styles. Because obviously I create things that I love, and they clearly create things that they love too. And so yeah, a lot of the dialogue seems pretty similar. A lot of the characters end up similar. They very clearly have a thing for white-haired characters, as do I. White or gray-haired characters. So yeah, a lot of their games have like sexy white, gray-haired men, women. There's that sexy vampire one that's coming out eventually. All good times. All good times. Sneku, thank you for donating the food funds. 2-parter. That's your food. The game was amazing. Perfectly balanced off topic. The name Solus Legatus is making me laugh because Solus means step in Latvian. And the banner is so cute. The sheeps are together. Yeah. What's wrong with being step legatus? Oh, it sounds like step bro. I get it now. At first I was like, what? Solus did basically step on me. And then I said step legatus and I was like, it's like step bro. What's wrong, step legatus? You're so squishy. Oh, step legatus. Jesus Christ. Rain the Fuchan sheep. Thank you for donating the food funds. I admit that I bookmarked it. I have no shame. As you shouldn't. There's nothing wrong with enjoying what you enjoy. Wasn't anything dirty anyway. It was just a head moving up and down, well, forwards and backwards. Yeah, I just found it funny. It's probably not something that I should have done, but yeah, I found it funny. I had a laugh with it. Might do stuff like that in the future again. Not to actually be sexual, but just to like have a laugh if I notice I can do shit like that. I'm just a child playing with toys. That's what I always do. But yeah, if you're into that, that's fine. I even saw Sakuraba Mu, who was like an incredible fucking artist, drew their OC holding the phone, and the phone just happened to be at their crotch, which it's so fucking funny to me because like they didn't even notice it. The first comment obviously was someone being like, oh yeah, that's the way to hold the phone when you're watching that clip, and their response was just like, I didn't even think about that. That's just how I hold my phone when I'm watching videos. And I was like, Sakuraba, no. poor innocent Sakuraba Mu. I saw that. Yeah, that was so cute. That was so adorable. They read the reply. Yeah, they did. So yeah, that was very funny to me. Lala Leilani, thank you for donating the food funds. Thanks for the advice, Fulgur. I'll take what you say into consideration. Thank you for the sheep Sona wallpaper. It's so sweet. Have a good time zone. Thank you. That's the thing. I would never do a comfy Sona wallpaper because it would just be too much. Comfy Sonas are too big. But it'd be a cool fan project someday. If we connected like I would not be able to do it, that's the thing. But if people like collected all the comfy Sonas as PNGs and put them together in like a giant fucking background, that'd be kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm definitely never doing that. I'm saying that right now. I didn't even manage to do the sheep Sona one. I realized my abilities were not up to it. My time was not up to it. So I hired my mods to do it. So yeah, I wouldn't force that on them either because that's again way too much work. But yeah, it's just crazy. I'm glad so many people gave so many sheep Sonas. It was wonderful. Ihara, thank you for donating the full funds. Yes, also I enjoyed your performance on the AR stage. The real evil boss. Especially the laughs. 10 out of 10. You did a great job. I had so much fun with that. I'm so glad that they let me be part of AR Live, despite the fact that I don't have a 3D. So yeah, it was really sweet. I had so much fun. I'm glad I got to be with Noctix and do the recordings with them and stuff. It was fantastic. So thank you for donating the food funds, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Wow, my throat's dying. Okay. MJ and Lim, thank you for donating the food funds. Atsufuchan, and thank you for the stream. I like that you already theorized Renee's identity on the first stream. Yeah, I called that. I'm telling you, me and the people from 2.5 Studios, very similar mindsets when it comes to stories. Loved the storyline, the twists and turns of events since it was a time loop. Take care, rest well, and as always, thank you. I was shocked when the password worked as well. When I came up with the time loop password, I was like, time loop! No, that's stupid. And it almost gave up on it in the middle of it, and then it managed to work out. That was so funny to me. Comfy Sona's holding their sheep form would be cute too. That would be adorable. Oh my god. I think that's the thing. Sheep Sonas are just so much easier to do because it's basically just a cloud with legs and different people. Like obviously really good artists can draw their sheep Sonas in so many different ways. But yeah, if you just wanted to be part of the project, all you really needed to do was grab MS Paint, open it up, do some squiggly, add some eyes, boom, you were good. Okay. Yuki Tempest, thank you for donating the food funds. Atsufuchan. I'll be a VOD watcher today. That was 2 days ago because I got carried away drinking until 3 hours before the stream. Can't wait to see how the story ends. I hope you enjoyed the VOD when you got to see it, Yuki Tempest. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the drinking night. It's always fun to do. Rest well and have a lovely evening. Step, thank you for donating the full funds. Looking forward to what you and Uki bring to us at Culture Polygon next week. Me too. There should be a lot of fun. A lot of fun, a lot of good surprises, a lot of interesting stuff. It should be a good time. And I'm glad that I get to do a meet and greet in Hong Kong because it's been a while. But yeah, I love meet and greets. I think I've made that very clear. If I get invited to a meet and greet, I would be there. So yeah, I'm glad that I got invited. I'm going to have so much fun, even though it's going to be 8 hours from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. my time. It's fine. It's worth it. Wait, is it 10 p.m.? Whoa. That's not... Is that 10 hours? Wait, 10, 11, 12. And then, no, it's 8 hours. Okay. My brain just did a dumb. I was like, wait a minute. No, it's fine. Miss Jerry Lawliet Fugoshi. This game was so beautiful. I'm so happy they finally got a happy ending. I know it took forever, but they got it. They deserved it. It was so nice. I just know they're going to be great parents. Amazing VA as always, Fuchan, and I hope your throat feels better. You. Thank you. Yeah, my throat felt better yesterday. And today it was fine in the morning. It's just that, yeah, it's getting tired from... I'm just not the throat goat I am when I stream like 8 hours a day. So yeah, I'm building that back up as well. It wasn't so bad with the 6 hours Wolf Among Us stream, because obviously this one was pretty much pure me talking. Whereas Wolf Among Us, it was a lot of like reacting to what was actually going on in the game and stuff and commenting on that. So yeah, this one's just a bit more intensive, but it'll be fine. I'm not hurting myself. I'm just like, my voice is getting a bit... I've got tomorrow off for sure anyway, so it'll be good. I'll post my schedule tomorrow as well. I've already pretty much worked out my schedule. So yeah, it should be ready to go out just at the normal 10 a.m. time tomorrow, even though I'm not streaming. I hope you guys will enjoy what we're doing, even though there won't be too many streams. Coachable living's gonna be fun. Sheep with legs seems cursed. It's fine. It's fine. Any hints? Days, for instance? I'm still planning on doing the 1 day on, 1 day off thing. I'm probably going to stream... I might take off Monday as well as Sunday. I probably will, because Culture Polygon is technically Saturday morning, but like I said, it starts Friday night at 10 p.m. and then goes until 6 a.m. on Saturday morning. So I'm definitely not streaming on Friday because I want to be like 100% ready for like... I'm probably going to try and sleep as early as, like, as late as possible as I can that day before, wake up as late as possible as I can on Friday, so I don't feel as tired staying up all night Friday night into Saturday morning. So yeah, no stream on Friday. So I was thinking of doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, essentially, if I can. Or I may change that. Maybe I will do Monday, and maybe I'll do like Monday. Maybe I'll do Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think there was a reason I was going to do Tuesday, but I can't remember the reason right now. But either way, it's going to be like 3 streams in the middle of the week, plus Culture Polygon on Friday night, technically Saturday morning. And then, is it this Sunday that I'm doing? Check. Yeah, okay. On Sunday, on the 9th, I'm going to be on Bilibili trying Zongzi for the first time. So yeah, oh fuck, it's not actually that few. It's going to be 4 streams. That's not bad. That's okay. That's a lot better than I thought it was. I think originally I was planning on just streaming Tuesday, Thursday, and then Sunday. But yeah, I'm thinking I could probably do Wednesday or Monday instead as well. Because I mean, I'm an addict to streaming. Let's be honest here. We'll see what happens. Worst case scenario, if I have to cancel a stream because I don't feel great in the morning of any of the days, then I'll do that. It's no worries. And I mean, even on Sunday isn't even actually the Dragon Boat Festival where Zongzi are normally eaten. So if I have to delay that by a day or even delay that by a week and just not do it for a full week, it'll be fine. I'll just miss the national holiday, which is kind of sad. But we'll see what happens. We'll see how Culture Polygon goes. We'll see how all the other streams go. But yeah. I had it my way. I'd stream for like 8 hours every day and still have like a good like 8 hours of pure energy to do writing in the evening as well. That's not how the world works. That's not how my body works. Tiehua, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Atsu! Arigato. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Please rest well and take it easy. Oh my god, he's so fine. Oh my god. Toga Kure, thank you so much. I'm glad. I hope you're having a wonderful day. See, I took the compliment, everybody. I didn't even do the whole like normal Uno reverse. You're so fine. Because that would have been uncomfortable. So yeah. Cloudines, thank you for donating the food funds. Sheep and leg. Not cloud and leg this time. This is a comfy kicking. If the board can punch, the sheep can kick. Wait, comfy kick was something else? How dare you? Comfy kick is when we hang out with the scythe kicks. With comfy kicks. So yeah. That's what a comfy kick is. We even got raided by the scythe kicks today. There may even still be some among us. Be careful, everybody. They know our secrets. Thank you for donating the food funds, Cloudines, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. The Keisuke, thank you for donating the food funds. Met a fellow confidant at work doing book fair things. He was buying a book for a kid and oh my god, that's so cute. Sorry, in the middle of that sentence, I was like, oh, that's so cute. You met a confidant out in the wild? He was buying a book for a kid and saw Fupape being the line marker. She pointed, Fuchan. I said, comfy? Which confused her partner. I can't even imagine. She just points at a thing and she's just like, comfy. Oh, sorry, Fuchan. And you just look back at her and say, comfy. The partner's just looking between the two of you like, hey, hold on. Well, hey, that's my girl. What's going on here? What does this mean? Let me in on the joke. That's so cute, Keisuke. I'm so glad to hear that. That's cute, and that's why I love hearing people like being happy enough to like bring their puppies out in the wild, their nuis, wearing the merchandise, and just, yeah. Catching a confidant in the wild must be like such a nice experience. Even in my tiny little town, I don't think I'll ever see one, but that's probably for the best, for my own safety. But yeah, it just must be really nice to like see one and be like, ah, confidant, be able to be like, yo, you're into this obscure thing, it's fucking awesome. Shiki Sleepy, thank you for donating the full funds here. I have a big important exam. I'm really scared for the stream. Oh, I'm really scared, but the stream calmed me down. TY Fuchan and Confidants for being here. Ah, thank you. So glad you enjoyed Start Again the other day. It was such a nice game. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a lovely evening. Please rest well, take it easy, and thank you again so much for being here. And unfortunately, yeah, I'm getting really tight. I'm getting really tight and my throat's going, so I'm not going to be able to do Streamlabs again today. I'm sorry that they always get like second treatment. It's just Streamlabs are much easier to catch up on, whereas as you can see, it's a lot harder to look up super chats. So we will try to catch up on the Streamlabs a different day. I always read them offline, so don't worry, none ever get left behind, but I try to catch up on them on different streams when I can. It's just also in the rules that I might not always be able to do that. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for... Oh, we just got another super chat. Lela Lilani, thank you for donating the full funds. Happy Pride Month, Fulgur and Confidants. Bye, you all. Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful Pride Month too. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much for being here, for being such a amazing part of this wonderful, warm, and welcoming community. Hope you continue to have pride, have a wonderful time, and continue to make other people feel like they can share all the parts about themselves in the world. Best question about Fupape is which anime this character is? That's funny. Somebody sees the character and they're like, yo, that design's cool. What anime is it from? And you have to be like, they're a VTuber. They're a cringe OG-san who gives terrible advice online. Secret Life of Anna, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Sir, get a 5-color bracelet for Dragon Festival. Is that another thing they do? I only know about like Dongdu and obviously the actual dragon boats. Wish you for your good health and your fortune. Have fun. Thank you so much. I will look it up. I'll look it up and see if I can get one. That'd be cool. Or make one. No, I'm not going to make one. I just realized I thought about making Zongzi and I was like, nah, I'm not a very like handsy type of person. I'll look them up though. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening and please rest well. Okay, we're going to head out. But first, let's see if we can raid anybody. I like deciding the raid before we go to the end screen. Boom, boom, boom. I just woke up. What did I miss? You missed the stream. Sorry. Alvinyan's streaming. Oh god, this is going to be one of his last streams too. Okay, I'm sending you guys to Albanyan. That's just the rule. Rare I get to raid Albanyan too. That's nice. Okay, so I'm going to send you guys to Albanyan. I got to raid him twice this week though. That's crazy. He's normally not streaming this long. Everybody, have a lovely evening. Thank you all so much for being here. As always, do not be led astray. And I will catch you guys next time. And as usual on the way out, I'd like to say a special thank you to everybody who joined the membership today, including Dietary, Ayato P. YouTube's a bit slow today, so please bear with me. I'm sorry. It's not terrible. It's not as bad as it was before my break, but it's a bit laggy today. Yanes, a small kaiju, Volleycat, Rita, Yume Haya, Chicken Nagi, Random Fan Hagwitch. And I read that comment and I will respect it for today and today alone. Hidden Attic, Mori, Shafina Nazir, JJA, Notorious BSG82, K, local comfy gazer, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Aku, lovely Alba avatar, Elior, Yumi. Yumi, thank you for all the beautiful art you always do for so many of us. It's always so nice. Agi-chan, Tasia, Luthier, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Thank you so much for being here. And Lala, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. The Foo Funds membership. Thank you for the 20 gifted membership. My brain is gone. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership, Lala. That's so sweet of you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're resting well. Thank you so much for always supporting the community, and please have a lovely evening. And Yorko, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Rest well, have a lovely evening. I hope you all have a lovely either 1 day or 2 day break. We'll find out when the schedule comes out tomorrow. Oh, and Lala, welcome back to the membership. Oh, wow. Welcome back to the membership. Ueda, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Reina Noichano, thank you so much for the gifted. Brown, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. That's so sweet of you. And thank you for providing so many questions today. I'm sorry that all your questions were at the beginning of the stream. The plan, like I said, was to collect them, prepare answers for the serious ones, so I actually sounded intelligent for the first time in my life, and like order them so it went like serious one, silly, 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 serious one, silly, 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 silly. And instead I collected them, went on break for 8 weeks, came back and just did it. But at least we broke the curse, so that's something. But I'm sorry for that. Sabrina, say bye again. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. That's so sweet of you. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, and remember, if you are new to the membership, please do check out the membership tag. There's a lot of fun things in there, including music. Including music, a very few membership streams, and normally a monthly membership background or wallpaper every month for like the last several months. And the final new membership, Kiwi Q. Welcome to the membership. It's so lovely to have you here. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Please rest well and thank you for being here. Sorry, no, that wasn't a bad. Oh, that was me realizing, hey guys, I happen to have just gotten well, not just. When we started the stream, like a good half an hour in, I got a message from my composer saying they have a demo theme ready. I can't tell you the title of this one because it would spoil some stuff about the shepherd. But would you guys like to listen to the demo of a new piece of music with me for the first time ever? It might change in the future because normally when I get a demo, I like ask them to change a few things, but you guys want to listen to it for the first time ever? And Jay, thank you so much for gifting me a membership. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for the gifted. Yes? Okay. Okay. This is an interesting one. Okay, I'm not going to tell you what vibe it's supposed to give because that would be a spoil too. But yeah, they're working on a bunch of songs for me right now. But yeah, okay, let's hear this one. Let's hear what you guys think without any introduction. This is only 1 minute long. It's going to be like 3 minutes when the full thing's done, but let's listen. Okay, so I like the sound of that. I'm not sure if I'm going to change much of it. I'm going to listen to it a few more times and think about like the feelings that I wanted to get across with it, but it sounds really good in general. It's very Gaelic this time. The main like theme for the Shepherd story is like a mixture of Gaelic and Nordic. That one's very Gaelic. I hear the fucking pipes so incredibly well, the war drums. So good. With that said, we're going to head out for the day. I'm going to be raiding you guys into Albanyan stream. We'll be back. Well, no, we'll see when we'll be back. I'll post my schedule up tomorrow. I'll make sure it's like completed. Everybody, as always, have a lovely evening. Do not be led astray, my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. Sorry, that was me drinking water. Bye-bye.